Wait, what?
Interesting.
Oh my god, man. Hey there, guys. It's Metro. I started the stream without even checking. I should have realized. What are we missing here? Hembe, what's up? Welcome. I thought this PTR was supposed to be updated. Is this not the place to get the keys? Maybe there's a place in Stormwind that we need to do it. What the hell is that I just did? Oh, it releases the cooldowns. Okay. There's a post. I'm gonna read the post real quick. One way or the other. Pop the chat out either. Trisha, welcome. Anybody know anything about the PTR? Let me know, because it doesn't seem like this vendor is selling the keystones that we need. But we're gonna read the post one way or the other. Just forgot to set up some of the basics. Alright, there we go. Anyway, so it says War Within Season 2 Dungeon. The War Within Season 2 Dungeon continues on PTR today. What? The test period starts on Tuesday, January 14th. So that was yesterday. And ends. Please note the test period may be adjusted. This week testing is focused on the Season 2 War Within Dungeons. So all those. We've recently been focused on making adjustments to two parts of the Mythic experience in Season 2. First, we'd like to slow the pace of combat to allow for more coordination when groups are faced with dangerous casters. We've generally increased the cast time of more dangerous spells and removed, simplified, or slowed the cast of others. That's very interesting. Secondly, we've been reviewing the frequency of tank buster mechanics throughout our dungeons. We'd like to generally reserve the gameplay for more dangerous creatures and dungeon bosses, so we removed some instances of tank damage that we felt were inappropriate. They also made some specific tuning of changes. Priory of Sacred Flame, Addon Paladin, Consecrate now as a pre-cast visual and a 2.75 second cast time. That's a pretty big change. No longer uses, I don't know what that is at all. Lights Templar no longer uses two of the spells. I don't know, just random damage. And Arathi Footman no longer uses Immortal Strike, so that's a pretty big tank breaker removed. Dark Flame Cleft, maybe the most interesting dungeon because of the changes and also what's, expected of the dungeon. The minecart's candlelight now burns more slowly, meaning you should spend less time running back and forth from the cart. It also has increased the light radius, meaning that even though it burns slower, it's also going to be larger. The light radius of candles now a visual indicator. I didn't realize they didn't, to be honest, so that's definitely needed. Shuffling Horror no longer uses Shadow Smash. I think that's just a random trash at the end. And then reduces the area effect size of Suffocating Darkness. I think that's a boss mechanic or something. I'm not really sure. What was the comments here? It says, hey, Gigahertz and Denoise, welcome guys. D-Root, Jay, welcome everybody. The Dark Flame Clef changes are all things I said it should change. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I knew they had to make changes. That sounds good on paper there. And then some other changes that I don't fully get. I don't really know what most of those are, so we won't comment on them. But yeah. There's no conversation about the keys not being here. But I guess we'll go to Stormwind and hopefully it's going to be alright. But for some reason this vendor does not sell the keystone. Just has floodgates still. So we'll see. Anybody seen anybody test on the PTR before I waste all my time here today? This is not it. We have to go to Stormwind, I guess. But yeah, really big news in the live WoW segment of the game. And I really want to get on there and check out that WoW OP add-on. I'm going to wait as long as possible. Like, I'm not going to go on until I stream, because I want to give my live reaction to my score, quote unquote. I I uploaded every log from the season. I don't know that I have. Maybe some dungeons didn't get logged. I'm not 100% sure. But I'm pretty sure I have every run logged just by accident. So I uploaded, it took like 2.5 hours to upload them all, but I got them all up there, I think, now. And so we'll see what my stats are like. Which dungeons are open this week? It should be the War Within dungeons, yeah. But I don't know because the vendor didn't have it, so I'm not really sure what's going on right now. I'm a little concerned. Let's take a look in the queue. Nope. Only Operation Floodgate for some reason. I don't understand what's going on here. There's not even a vendor here. Oh yeah, here it's still here. UP gear. Yep, still Floodgate only, I guess. I have no fucking idea what's going on, man. What is this? What is this nonsense, dude? How did they mess this PTR up this bad, this regularly? Holy shit, dude. Alright, I guess we're doing Operation Floodgate again. I don't know. Honestly, no. I'm just going to go on live. This is such a bad... It just leaves such a bad taste in my mouth. Week after week. This is so like, I don't know. I don't like the PTR, and it never seems to go well. We'll check in again tomorrow, and hopefully they'll actually have the dungeons that are supposed to be there. I don't understand why that would be the case, but I'm way more interested in this add-on right now than testing dungeons that aren't even available. So, off to live WoW. Hopefully no maintenance or anything today. Yeah, if you didn't see the video I published yesterday, you're definitely going to want to catch up on that. Yeah, honestly, I would stop watching. Well, I'm about to react live to this, so stay tuned for that. And then, honestly, if you don't know what's going on, I would catch up. This is going to be a huge thing. I also reached out. So before we do that, I also reached out to the person who makes this add-on, and I sent this message, basically asking them to get to find a time to have an interview or like a podcast type episode talking about the add-on. They effectively said no. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, why it would be impossible to have a Discord call, but they said it would be impossible for time reasons. So not a great start, but they did offer some text conversation. So I sent these these questions. Here's the 5 questions I sent. We'll see if they answer them. What is your experience in the Mythic Plus world? How long have you been playing, and what priority do you consider Mythic Plus in your WoW gameplay? I feel like it's really important to understand their background on this, because the people who made Raider.io were not actually Mythic Plus players. They're actually like super casual raiders only. For some reason, they made a website about Mythic Plus. Do you mostly play in a pug setting or a dedicated push group, and what is your experience and outlook on pugging in general? Very eager to hear this answer, because if the answer is I don't ever pug, then I'm very worried about this add-on. How much have you followed the way Raider.io scoring has impacted the game? Are you concerned with your add-on and system taking off to a degree that it eventually is inexorably connected to Mythic Plus progression in such a way that Blizzard has to integrate it into their game? Because I wonder if the people who made Raider.io actually wanted that. I wonder if they wanted to become this connected to the game, or if they even care. So I'd be eager to hear what they have to say about that. How will your system protect against people simply leaving keys that they aren't playing well in to erase that from factoring into the new scoring metric? And this question is probably the most important, because if they have not considered this, I think it'd be like a glass-shattering moment for them. Like, they're trying to make an add-on that is going to, give information on people, but if people are able to just simply not opt into it or protect themselves from being put on the add-on, then the whole point of it is pointless. And then finally, ultimately, what are your goals for the system? What do you want? Who do you want to help the most, and who do you envision being the target audience? Yeah, all of those questions I would like to see answers to. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully they will. Hopefully they will reply. The add-on isn't viable because 99% of players don't log their runs. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't need to be the person to log it to show up. I actually had a lot of runs logged without me logging myself. Now, before we actually look at it, I'm about to react live to this, because I'm going to tell you guys really quick. I spent about 2.5 hours uploading all of my logs that I had just coincidentally made, because I just have it on by default, right? So I spent all of the time last night uploading them, right? I'm going to react live to what my score is, and we're going to talk about that. Before I do that, I want to go to the logs. We're going to see what it looks like since I uploaded every run. I'm pretty sure. There might be some dungeons that didn't get logged because of settings or something like that. But I think they should all be here. Like, I don't believe I have it turned off or something like that. But now we have every run of the season logged. Is this some performance-based scoring add-on? Yeah. I really, you're going to have to catch, like, yeah, it's just, it's a big deal. So, hey, Griffin, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Are we talking about WoW OP? Yep. The period of being banned, been discussed to leavers. What's that? You're on early today? Yeah, well, I wanted to get a nice long day on the PTR, but I go on the PTR and the dungeons are still not up, so I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm really getting sick of the PTR already. Anyway, so I uploaded all the logs. This whole thing, like, I don't really understand what I'm looking at with it, but I just want to confirm that they're all here. How do we do that? I think we gotta go maybe. I mean, it looks like the ones that we uploaded are certainly here. Is there a way to, like, see a list of every run? Just want to check how many are actually there. Please read my message. What message? I watched your video yesterday, and most things in the add-on don't make any sense since they depend on the overall group performance. It's not perfect. It can be iterated to become better. Okay, yeah, all the runs are definitely here. These ones that aren't... doesn't it say... Yeah, okay. For some reason, these ones don't have stuff. I don't know why. Wait, are these unfinished runs? Okay, some of them didn't get logged, I guess, because these say they have no log associated with it. I just need to check the settings on that. But these are all my runs in the last few months, at least. What's the date? November 1st, so... We're going back at least to November 1st, at least in Ericara. Let's see other dungeons. Where are you from? I'm from Northeast Pennsylvania. I timed 14 Ericara this morning with my brew. Nice. I downloaded the add-on right after watching your video. Yeah, I think it's going to be good if it works. Like, if the questions I asked the person are crucial. Because if they understand pugging and they care about pugging and they pug themselves, then I have a lot of faith in this add-on. If they're not somebody who actively pugs Mythic Plus, then we kind of fucked, I think, to be honest. Straight up, might be just straight up fucked. Because it's going to have a huge sweeping implication on the pugging system. I used WoW yesterday, and let's say the healer score was accurate, around 40, and he died 4 times before Necrotic Wake, second boss. Gotcha. JBG says, who all are you? What, I don't... Okay, anyway, They're all out of order, too. Are they based on... Oh, I see. We can sort by date as well. Okay, there's some that are not here, I guess. I don't know why that would be the case. That's not great. Why does that one say 1? The fuck? Is that an out-of-time run? Is that what that is? What dungeon did we even click on? Grim Batol? Yeah, there's no log there. Well, anyway, we're going to try to log all our runs from now on. I think we uploaded... I thought we uploaded every run we did, but I guess some of them maybe not. Like Dawnbreaker, we should have ran it a million times. Let's see how many logs there are. How do you log your runs? You have to use... Oh, yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. You have to use the Warcraft Logs client, and you have to set logs up. So we're going to do live logs today. And you set it all up in the folders, and you have to make an account and stuff, and then you just press the go button, and it should work. Now, this is indicated by you having the log started, which you usually use an add-on for. See, I have Loggerhead here, which should automatically do that. And I just don't know if I have it set up for the dungeons in the War Within, because it seems like some of these weren't logged, and I don't know why that would be the case. But anyway, in terms of date, it looks like, you see, there's still some without logs. I don't know why that would be the case. Let's try to figure out January 1st. We got to get the spreadsheet up anyway, so. January 1st, Dawnbreaker. What's the difference? Why did that one not get logged? Did it not get finished? It's the only thing I'm thinking. Maybe it's some reason it didn't get finished. January 1st, Dawnbreaker completion. Okay, maybe that's the reason. it's marked as a completion. But no, there's a second one. Wait. Oh, wait. I see. Oh, they're separate entries, even though they're the same run. Oh, okay. So maybe all the logs are actually here. Although that one, the December 11th Dawnbreaker, it doesn't have a log for some reason. But it looks like, well, no, actually that was just a coincidence. It's just that one run that's like that. December 24th doesn't have one. What was December 24th? December 24th Dawnbreaker. Yeah, we only ran that dungeon once and it was a completion. That's a strange coincidence that they're both completions, but obviously it's small sample size. I don't know what the problem would be with that. Good morning, Metro. We doing WoW OP stuff today? Yeah, I didn't plan on it, honestly, but the PTR doesn't seem to be working, so there's about 40 brews with that key timed in the country. Oh, nice. There's also a disband on the 24th. Yeah, but there's only one run here, so I think the disband doesn't go on the sheet at all. And then what about the 20th? That's another one that doesn't have a log, even though it definitely happened. The 20th. Dawnbreaker. No. Wait. 20th. Oh, yeah. Another completion. Interesting. That's strange. I wonder if that has something to do with it, but obviously we don't have a lot of upgrades anyway, so maybe that's just a coincidence of small sample size. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's see what we got. We're going to take a look at what we got. Also, we got this freaking thing. Timbered Sky Snake. It's not very nice looking, but we got it for free. All right, so you guys probably can't see this. I'm going to move the camera real quick. Look at the bottom. There's a blue bar, a blue button thing. So that's like a new feature with the add-on, seemingly. So we're going to open it and react to it. Not there. That's where I thought it was going to be. Is that now where it's going to be? Hey, good morning and welcome. Oh, I see. What was that tab? Got a blue button for? Oh, this is not related to the add-on at all. It's about fucking Plunderstorm. Is that why the servers were down all day yesterday? All right. Do I not have the add-on or something? Why is it not? Where is it supposed to be? Yeah, the blue thing is Plunderstorm. I did not expect that. All right. The add-on does not seem to appear. Oh, okay. It's on my actual thing. Okay, so again, I'm going to have to move the webcam. Okay, it's actually, if I hover over, as you see on the bottom right here, it says wowop.io stats. Overall score, 15 runs. For some reason, it only has 15 runs. Hold shift to show detail score, but it only gives me 65 percentile. And then it says hold shift, and now I'm doing that. That's really low, I feel like. Interrupts 49. Self-healing 45. Survivability 76. And damage 30. That's not surprising that damage is that low. That's a lot lower than I would expect it to be. Be very interested to understand how self-healing is 45. I don't really get that part. You can check others' percentages in the queues. Got it. Well, I was more interested in seeing my own. Well, don't forget it's only Blood Death Knight compared to other Blood Death Knights. So I'm really shocked to hear that my self-healing is not, like, that's really low. Under 50 percentile seems absurdly low. But I don't know if there's any way to actually compare other characters. And then it says, actually in the 14 bracket, we're doing much better than the 12 and 13 bracket, which is shocking. But it also says there's only 15 runs, which is really, like, what the fuck? I just spent like 2 hours uploading logs. How is there only 15 runs? Maybe there's like a limit to how many runs it will average or something at a time. Oops, I knew I was going to do that. Definitely a disappointing start to the add-on. I don't have the trinket now. 50 is supposed to be average for the key level, no? Is it? I mean, I saw screenshots of people in the near 100, so I don't know. Let's see, is there anybody around us that has, like, how does it work? It just says not available when I hover over all these people. Yeah, okay, we'll go to the queue now. We gotta open our vault still, so let's do that. Morning Metro, just sold off my magic collection. Oh, wow. The whole thing? Wow. Is there a web-based way to look up a person? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Any of these people have score? Nope, they're all says not available. Oh, do we already have that though on Mythic? Yeah. Ring? Well, yeah, we replaced the lower ring with the... So that's actually the same ring we already have done, Elgaz, so... More no pieces. Swarm Lords can be the difference there? Really? You think it's that big of a healing for Blood Death Knight? It does absolutely large amounts of absurdly large. Even on Blood Death Knight, gotcha. I just downloaded WoW OP and checked my own stats. I'm Destralock. I was 67%, so not sure what to think. Aquamine says early. Yeah, I gotta get off early as well. I also plan on doing like a long PTR stream today, but unfortunately that doesn't look like that's gonna be happening. So we'll just do live keys as well. Have you seen that Umbreon has become more popular than Charizard? I really turned off by the way the Pokemon TCG stuff has gone. If I wasn't so invested, I would probably just stop all interest. Okay, so let's take a look at some people in the queue. Oops. Okay, so this guy doing a 12. Yeah, I mean, like, that guy's a better mechanical player than I am, like, statistically. So it's surprising to hear that. This guy, I mean, that guy's pretty average, I guess. 12s. Let's try to look at, like, maybe only higher keys, because there's just too many people. Okay, so that guy, I guess, like, anybody in the blue range is good, probably. That guy's 3,400, though. So 3,400 player in the blue ranges. 14 to 15, I think we're like similar in terms of that. Where do I see mine again? I have to hover on my own name. My own name. I'm 74 percentile in, but it doesn't really, I don't know, we can't really compare each other, I guess. But that guy's interrupting is extremely bad as an AUG. I guess that's not really surprising. Do you guys think it's like, I guess we haven't seen anybody who's like extremely high. Let's see anybody in the regular, like, non. Some of these people just say not available. So I guess like blue's pretty average. If you're blue, I don't know how big of a difference like blue 72 and blue 50 is though. That guy's 100. Yeah. But he only has one run. Eric Hara 14. We need to sign up to that anyway, so we might as well, but that's the guy we looked at already. Is there anybody in the higher percentiles that have a lot of runs? Probably not. I think it's just kind of the thing that, like, the more you play, the lower it's going to be. That guy's only got 2 runs for some reason. Oh, he's got, okay, 2 Ellie and a lot of enhance. So that guy's an exceptional damage dealer and mechanical player, but his interrupts are very weak. It's interesting. It's an absorb, not a heal, but it's logged as healer by logs and details. Swarm Lords is 10 to 15% of my healing on Mythic Queen Ansarek as a Blood Death Knight. Wait, this thing lets you see people signing up for your key? I think so, yeah. I haven't listed a key, obviously. Is there a website to see the score? I don't think the website does that. I'm not sure, though. It's giving me a score of 100% for mechanics, and I don't think I'm that good. How many, like, what's your sample size or whatever? I saw an AUG Evoker with 88. That was the highest I've seen. Gotcha. It also gave me a 46% on interrupts, and I had 21 interrupts and Necrotic Wake, second behind Prop Pally. I know it wouldn't be 100%, but 46% seems low. Who knows how it's comparing people? That's the problem. I don't know what the value of this actually is. If, you know, not to toot my own horn here, but, like, come on, let's be serious. If self-healing is that low for me, then, like, what are we calculating here? It's like my whole character is based around self-healing. Kind of strange. That's like a weird feeling to log on and see self-healing at 45 under the average. That's really weird. But survivability is high, I guess, for some reason. And mechanics are 87, which I guess seems really good, but I'm shocked at the self-healing thing. It compares only to other Blood Death Knights. No, I know. Yeah. On their site, it is said that they compare to people with the same spec, and 50% is average. Is it actually? Oh, so like 50% is good? Is that how it's actually supposed to be? I thought it would be like parses and Raider.io, like, or Warcraft Logs, like 50% is pretty shit. As Blizzard said, how long levers get banned for? No, but we did react to one a while ago, and it seemed like it was 9 days that guy's ban. Gave me 46% on interrupts. Oh, we read that already. If it allows people to see other people's score, it's gonna make sign up for keys more toxic. Oh yeah. See, definitely don't agree with that. Because it's just information that's true about your character at the end of the day. I think the expression of it may be a little bit wrong, but at the end of the day, like, it's just a summary of your statistics in dungeons, so it's not really, there's no way for it to be toxic. Minus 77 overall. Yeah, what is everybody else's, like, average? Like, what is their average? Minus 65.4, which I'm really disappointed with. I thought it was going to be way better than that. But I guess a big part of it's damage, because that's really low. 29th percentile for damage. Really 30th percentile. 66 as 3.2k pally. Gotcha. So we're about the same on that front. What's your highest number, like, out of all the, like, what is it and what's the number? Like, mine's mechanics 87. I'm definitely not better than you. That's funny. I'm 3.0. Well, it's not about, you know, we're playing other specs too, don't forget. So what is this guy? That guy mostly plays Frost. I guess it only ever does 15 runs, which seems really strange. I've not seen anybody above 15 runs. That guy mostly does Frost, and he's performed quite poorly in the interrupt. To be gray, I think that's really bad, but performed quite poorly in the interrupt section, and then the bracket 12 to 13 number seems really low considering. What is ours? Yeah, ours is 60 and 75 with 12 and 14 respectively. That's a huge jump there. Hopefully we just get into some fucking keys. Obviously now we have to worry about that too, but your highest one is mechanics at 85. Gotcha. It's just the last 15? I guess so, yeah. I wish I knew that before I uploaded all those logs last night. Can anyone tell me what the add-on is called? Yes, it's called WoW OP. How it works: when analyzing a run, we look at various performance metrics and compare them to other players of your same specialization. Yeah, I mean, I read that, but it's just doesn't seem like a sufficient answer to me. Okay, that's the guy we saw before. Wait, is it? I feel like his numbers changed. I thought he had really low interrupts or something. So it'd be interesting to go into a key and see, like, remind me, like, we'll look at every player and then we'll okay, so like that guy's Frost is like what? 9.6. That's fucking bad, right? Like, I don't know how damage gets calculated, but that's got to be horrible. So we get invited to that group, right? Okay, so we're going to look at everybody in this group. Well, there's only him. Oh, no. It's this guy, Pounding Hunt. We played this guy a bunch, actually. Unfortunately. Well, you can see it. My webcam's not actually blocking it. So it's survival, which I assume he's survival. Or maybe he's marksman now. Because he's got 2 runs as marksman. There's probably going to be a rating based on replying to other people too, so we got to start replying. Okay, so this guy's going to be survival for this run. So we look at his survival stats. He's a why does it keep going away? He's a relatively weak interrupter, but in general, I guess he's average. He's a slightly above average player. Presumably looking only at runs of this level. I don't know how it's calculating that part. But if you look at his bracket, 12 to 13, he's definitely above average, but not substantially. And then The only thing that stands out is his interrupts, which are slightly below average. Do you think this is going to catch on? Yes, 100% sure this is going to catch on. People, like, the WoW community beats off over shit like this. Like, they fucking go nuts over this shit. Is this a new add-on? Yes, it's called WoW OP. Quick check, and WoW OP has the Mist Spike Claw Leap as heavy fail for the tank. That's a ranged mechanic. Oh, is it? Wait, how can you see that? Creamily, welcome. How's it going? Okay, well, let's see. Maybe people signing up. Oh, yeah, we can take a look at people signing up, too. Whoa. Well, obviously, hopefully that guy's not going to get invited to tank. Alright, that guy's, like, really good. Wow. Well, not for the bracket, but for everything else. He's very, very good. Arcane Mage, well above average on... I assume anything purple is, like, very good. So he's well above average on offense. He's definitely above average on interrupts. Mechanics seems good, and they don't have anything other than those three things. And then in terms of the bracket, it's a lot worse. But I guess that could possibly be because of something else. I don't know. And then Juster. So that guy's getting invited. That was a good choice, to be honest. That guy's the tank. Huildar. I don't know how you say that name. That guy's Gray Interrupter. Very bad. I imagine Gray is like really bad. Vin Manor. That guy's only got 2 runs, so I don't think it's really worth looking at that. 8 runs for Balanced Druid. That guy's very bad damage, I think. Under 30 seems bad because, like, I don't. Mine is under 30, and I definitely don't prioritize damage, so that seems like that would be bad, especially for an actual damage dealer. And then we have Paladin with some characters on his name. And that guy's... Holy shit, that guy's bad. Gray in everything. Even in the bracket. 16 percentile in the bracket. Whoa. Does it matter if the guy you're checking has the add-on or not? No, it's just based on logs. So good choice to not. So this is very interesting because, like, so far it seems like he invited people that made sense. Yeah, oh, we'll definitely... Steelman says, full gray group experiment, brother. We will definitely be signing up to keys with people who have full gray all around. 100%. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. So I, as a tank, am going to get a heavy fail for walking into anima pools on first boss to interrupt him when ranged DPS won't interrupt. Yeah, that was one of the concerns I had with the add-on, was like what it's classifying as failing. Because there's a lot of time for the tank and healer that you actually have to fail to succeed in the range, like in the whole group, you know. Metro used a lookup function. If you look up Yoda, he has 93% score overall. Oh, okay. Tell me how to do that. How do I do that? People will cry so much about this add-on that Blizzard will have to deliver solo queue. You might be right, to be honest. Daniel says, what is the name of the add-on? It's called WoW OP. I made a video on it yesterday. You guys are going to want to check out. He should be 100. Yeah, I guess if he's not 100, then probably nobody is, right? If, like, any of those top players aren't. To do that, it's /WoWOP lookup and then the guy's full name and realm. Okay. All right, well, let's look it up. That says him as prot, right? Is he he's prot pally? Healing is only 31 percentile. What the fuck does that mean? See, okay, you know what I'm starting to think of a little bit here? I'm thinking that maybe, like, would the healing be higher if you took more damage? Is this like a flawed stat to be looking at for a tank? Heavy fails, meaning he never fails, I guess. 100 and never dies. That's pretty nuts. What other interesting people can we look up? We can look up Cop. I don't know what his actual name is now. Grass Kappa? Or Dalaran? That's not his name, I guess. Let's look well, he probably doesn't have any runs logged. Yeah, what about Harry? What was Harry's name? Is that his name? I actually don't remember his name. This is great. There's so many garbage-ass players that play this game nowadays. Time to weed them out. If it works well, it could be huge. Does it check average deaths? Yeah, I don't know. Where's Harry's channel? I haven't really pushed keys. Look me up. What's your name? I just want to see Harry's actual name. That's not, this is like US priest, I think. Airy. Go back a while. It's him on a shaman, balanced druid, or resto druid.
It's literally.
Oh, it's still Airy. I guess that's his actual name. Like that? 2 R's. Airy. See, now that says US priest. I keep checking his US priest. Well, alright. Let's see the US priest. So it's WoW. What did we type in before? WoW OP. Lookup. Airy. Dalaran. Like that. No data found somehow. That's confusing. Guess that just means he's never had a run logged. Or am I typing in wrong or something? DK on the Storm Rage server. Key. Storm Rage. Okay. So you're an exceptional interrupter, 90 percentile interrupter. That says unholy. Heavy fails, very, very good, and damage slightly lower, but still well above average. As unholy. I didn't see how to look people up. I don't know. I didn't. Somebody just told me to do it, basically. I don't know how to do it either. Look up. No, it's WoW OP lookup. This person. No data found for you. But actually, did we spell that right? I wonder if the name has to be caps. Because I caps Sargeras and it worked, and the Dalaran didn't work when I didn't do it. No, that also doesn't work. Are we full? No, we're not full. Let's try that one more time, though. This is really sloppy how this has to be done. Okay, anyway, we're filled up. We got Electric Girl. Oh, God. It's only 3 runs, though, total, so we can't really learn a lot from that. This Mistweaver Monk doesn't interrupt, basically. You can kind of see it there. 20 percentile interrupter. Overall, pretty weak in terms of both healing and damage. Below average. And then the Rogue, exceptional interrupter. 80% of the interrupt thing, but damage is very, very low. So we're expecting a relatively average performance. Like, this guy's going to be quite solid. The Enhance is a little bit too low to judge, but if we had to judge, they're going to be pretty weak. The Monk is going to be decent, but is going to struggle to interrupt and disrupt things. And then the Rogue is going to be the top. They should be the top interrupter in the group, besides me, maybe. And then they're going to be the worst damage dealer. That's what our expectations are based on this. And we'll see if it comes true. But we have to finish the run, obviously. What key is this even that we're doing? I don't even know what key we're doing. Looks like we're doing a dungeon in that zone. I can't look up Yoda's WoW OP. Why not? Oh, we just did it. It worked. I feel like I need to watch 10 plus runs before we know if WoW OP is a good metric or not. Yeah, that's why we were going to stream it, yeah. All of the poop players that have to wait 2 times as long for queues will bully Blizzard. Hey, Cannoli, welcome. Did you say I had none from Mirn? No, I never got to it. Sorry. What was there? I don't even know what your realm is. Sorry. I probably missed some comments because it's trying to do a bunch of things at once here. But it looks like we're doing Eric Hare or something. Again, just briefly looking at the miss page and what they count as heavy fails. I see a lot wrong. Gotcha. Yeah, sorry. I missed some of your guys' comments. So what on the WoW op.io page, there's information on what? Stuff about how they like rank it or something. Rating system. I don't really get this. Why is this 14 to 15? Like, what, there's nothing higher? What did it say about miss? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, yeah, Ceaseless Swarm. See, a lot of this stuff is... Yeah, okay. So it's going to be stuff like this where, like, it's not a fail at all to stand in this as a tank. Sometimes you have to stand in it to make sure the mechanic shoots the right direction. You know what I mean? Like, it's stuff like that. I knew that was going to be a problem. So, that being said, I'm still... Well, okay. I don't know. Like, there is no heavy fail thing for Death Knight tank. It just says mechanics. I assume that's what you would look at for that. I don't know where that's factored in. But yeah. Like, there's already an example of something that's just not true for tanks. You don't want to stand in it for 30 seconds, but you definitely need to stay in it at times. Wait, and Venom Volley is considered a heavy fail? What? That's okay. Well, anyway, they got a lot of work to do on that, but... Oh, Mirror and Storm Rage. Let's try it out. Ooh, okay, so WoW, OP, Lookup, Mirror and Storm Rage. There we go. Alright, so this is as a prop paladin. Again, just like Yoda, for some reason your healing is exceptionally low. But you're extremely good at not failing, I guess. Deaths, you're well above average on. Interrupts, you're slightly above average on. And damage, you're substantially above average on. And then on Ret, you're, yeah, very capable all around, it looks like. So that's good. Yeah, kicking Venom Volley is not that big of a priority, I've heard. Metroid's probably not showing grouping past 14 and 15 because keys 16 to 20 are so low and rare. Yeah, just the way it was worded was what concerned me, but we'll see. Okay, so we have the logs running. Yeah, alright, it's logging. Runs being logged, hopefully. Oh, I don't have...
4, 3, 2, 1. And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Need a mental health metric that tracks unhinged behavior? Yeah, well that's ultimately the problem with the add-on is it's likely not going to factor in much about the Pug World, and it's potentially going to make the Pug World even worse, so hopefully not. What's the add-on called? WoW OP. I'm so excited to see this. I love that something new is being attempted. Yes, it's exciting for sure for that reason. I don't know that, I don't know what's going to happen from this one run, but we'll definitely be eager to see how it unfolds. Their website needs work. Keeps freezing when I try to log in. Oh yeah, logging in was that. What's their login to? You make an account or something? It's only a 13 too, so nice warm up. Should be a finished key here. And then we'll see what it looks like. I remember I think the most notable thing was we expect the monk to not interrupt a lot. We expect the rogue to interrupt, be the top interrupter, and we expect him also to be the lowest damage dealer based on the stats that we saw. So we'll see if those end up being true. I thought you were going to be starting later. Yeah, I don't. My life's all a mess right now. Today I have to start early because I have to go to a basketball game at 3:30. So I will be ending the stream around 3. And I plan on starting earlier even than that because I wanted to get a nice long day in on the PTR, but the PTR is not, like, the dungeons aren't there for some reason, so I don't know what's happening. I hope those fires in California won't affect the update cycle of WoW. I don't think so. I think Irvine's good. Can somebody look up Root Monk on Dalaran? I mean, you can just do it yourself. The ratings don't have a background with LVY, so the numbers are hard to read. Oh, really? I looked up the best Warlock by IO. I have the same score as the guy, even though he's 550 points higher than me. Definitely not a great metric. Well, don't forget, it's based on it's supposed to be based on score, like level. So I don't know how that part works. That part doesn't make any sense. I saw the thing you posted in Discord. Kind of weird that guy won't give an actual conversation. Wants to stick to email. Could be an anxiety thing, yeah. I don't really get like how you can say like I didn't even specify like how long the call needed to be. Like I don't ever have time to get in a Discord call, not once. It's like, oh, I don't believe that, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully they'll reply to my message, maybe even on stream. Well, if they do though, I probably need to just make a video out of all this, honestly. More drama? No, just I tried to reach out to the person who makes the add-on for like an interview to see to ask some questions about what they were doing and why they were doing it, you know. But they basically said like, "Oh, I'm not ever gonna be free for a chat. Sorry." It's like, wait, what? No worries. We can just do it through text. So I just sent some comments or some questions through text. I figured they'd want to do some kind of interview and try to get their name out more, you know. But maybe they don't actually want that. I don't know. Hey SLB, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Making add-ons is a grind. No, I'm sure it is. If your goal is for people to use your add-on, then promoting your add-on will also be a grind. So it may be a good idea to get the word out there, I thought, but... You play Plunderstorm? No. Is it any different, or is it the exact same as it was last time? Imagine you went above average across the board versus 100% on something and 40% on another. I imagine, yeah, you obviously want like an even distribution, yeah. Like you don't want to be a 99th percentile damage dealer, but a 5 percentile interrupter, right? Like that's a big red flag. There's a couple of new spells, and you can choose your spawn. Oh, that's cool. Beware. Likely they're connected to the higher end players. A lot of them weak auras are additional on creators don't like to be in the spotlights. Oh really? Yeah, maybe, who knows? That's why one of the questions I asked was like, what are you gonna do? Like if this add-on blows up and it becomes like inexorably connected to the game's progression, like what are you gonna do about that? Because like I don't really feel like Raider IO had a plan. Like I think they just made their shit and then just like never tried to get better at making it, and then it just became like this behemoth of a thing that even they couldn't control, and that was it. Got contacted for a pretty good job yesterday. Much more money, stationary position, but it's 1 to 10 p.m. I don't know if I want to give up my nights every day. Yeah, that's gonna put a lot of stress on your home life, right? Yeah, I wouldn't do it personally, but Plus, like, sleeping, I don't know on how your situation is, but, like, I would imagine it would be a problem if you're trying to wake up. Like, what time would you go to bed then? You'd be waking up at, like, late, and everybody else would be waking up early, right? They became Blockbuster, and this WoW OP is a Netflix competitor. Well, that's not necessarily what I meant, but yeah, you're kind of right about that. I rest him. Probably go to bed around midnight and still wake up at 7. Oh, really? I would not be able to, like, come home from work and go right to bed, I don't think. I would be too stimulated. Okay, what, we just gonna wipe here? Like, what you guys, nobody, no, zero damage to the mobs. Not a single point of damage to any of the mobs. I don't know how far you can take it. I guess the boss is about to die, but...
Your survival
Oh, it died.
wasn't necessary.
Wow. Play games or do chores till work, then rinse and repeat. I don't know. Saying it out loud sounds kind of lame already. I don't think WoW OP will take off. A lot of people already don't like Greater IO for the elitism. That's the thing. You don't need the add-on. That's why it's going to take off. Like, it's not about an add-on or something. It's about, like, it just needs to exist. One person has the add-on and you can't avoid it, you know? It's like 100% going to take off. Like, I can't imagine how it wouldn't take off. It would have to be discontinued or not updated or something from here, I think, for it to not take off. It's like the fact that I heard about it the way I did. Oh, wow. What is that now?
Beware.
You died to Extraction Strike, cast by Bloodstain Assistant. The caster stabs deep into the current target, inflicting 1.3 million physical damage and leeching it to themselves. The caster then gains unnatural. So it's just literally a summary of what happened. That's not very helpful. That's not what I died to, brother. Once they figure out their rating system per dungeon, it would be a good tool for a metric for personal growth. If it was just purely personal, I think it would be a lot better of a tool, yeah. Okay, well, we lost all of our defense fighting that boss, now. This is really dangerous now. Oh, it's interesting that it said Extraction Strike, though, is what killed me. I guess I never realized it was that dangerous. I mean, it wasn't. Didn't it say it only did like 1 million damage or something? I don't think we've ever had this pull without Purgatory, so that was surprising there, I guess. Do I wonder, did grips count? Now we have to grip a lot. It probably the hit that killed you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was not why we died at all. I mean, the nuance of the death was that we lost all our defense to the boss. Yeah. Just an add-in that accurately displays what killed you and how to avoid it would be helpful. It's true. Yeah, that part goes well. It could be huge. That could be huge. There needs to be a way to vet players quickly, and IO score and item level is the quickest way to do it. Right, and they're very incomplete. So that's what we've been talking about for a long time. Like, we want there to be a better system than that. And hopefully that's what we're going to have here, but we'll see. I loved your commentary in your last video about the Prop Pally Necrotic Wake. Doing your best Blood Death Knight cosplay. Yeah, there was a lot of videos this weekend. Hopefully you guys saw them all, but if not, I get it. That was a lot of stuff, though. Excellent video this weekend. Nice to see you pumping out the content. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Certainly had no shortage of them.
Beware.
Oh, we didn't stop the cast, wow. Rare to see that mob even still alive.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
People pay for a sub and then the community denies them access to it. Well, you can still play the game. You just can't sign up to groups that people have recommended goals for.
Beware.
It's nice to see self-reflection in your own class and poking fun at its weakness. Oh, trust me. There's no shortage of that here.
Beware.
Carry on. What else? A little bit ago, someone mentioned you're posting something in Discord, but I only see the announcements channel. Nope, there's a reason for that. I will say there's a reason for that. You missed something. I'm not going to tell you what, though, because it's part of the thing, but you missed something. You're not entitled to someone else's keystone, that's why you have your own. Yep.
Beware.
Yeah, it's getting kind of tight now. But we do have lust here. You're entitled to watching some kick-ass Blood Death Knight gameplay here. Yes, you are entitled to that, I agree. Hey, BC Amazing, welcome. What Addon is saying beware? Not sure. Probably DBM, I assume. I think that's a DBM thing. I use big wigs, it doesn't use that, gotcha. Yeah, I think it's just a voice line that you can change the pack of. Probably the same way in big wigs, it's just not default. Is having a high heavy fail scare good? Yes. Means you don't fail a lot. Like that, fella. It's DBM. You're still using old school voice lines? Oh, yeah. That's funny. Because I've had DBM for like 20 years. So is there any indication anywhere with the add-on that you're going to be able to see individual runs and see how what their performance is, or no? That's probably not a thing, right? It's on the website. Oh, okay. I'll take a look at this afterwards then, if you can remind me. Doesn't look like we're going to be finishing this one, though, so one way or the other. The only way for this WoW OP add-on to take us if they add a transmog score alongside of it. Without that, it's a bad add-on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I could agree, to be honest. It's a big part of the success in dungeons, I think, showing up with good transmog. Surprise, it says I have no data with the add-on. All my characters are done Mythic Plus on. Do you have logs, though? You're going to need logs, yeah. A really bad headache already, too. Rough one. Rough day thinking all these PTR things were going to happen. Well, community treats this game like a job, and that's why no one wants to carry others. Yeah, it's more than just that. It's also like this weird, like, ego battle where people think like, well, I'm better than everybody else in the group, so I'm not gonna go out of my way to help them. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. My WoW OP score is 71 from 4 runs. My lowest stat is interrupts at 64, and my highest is mechanics at 75. Nice. Anna says, hey, I want to try some PTR. Yeah, I don't... Is it just me, or are people actually testing the new dungeons? Because they don't seem to be there. So disband does absolutely, like, it just doesn't count, I guess, from what I've been told. So that means that was just not, like, it's not gonna be factored in. People won't like OP score since it evaluates more than DPS. Yeah, but I mean, that's, you know, that's how it probably should be the whole time, you know. So that's the thing about this. Like, it may not be popular amongst people, especially who do not try to improve, but yeah, it's really hard to argue that it shouldn't exist. It just needs to be refined into a better system. I just call it a mutual, it's fine. A witness to disbanding live. Welcome, Bangladesh. WoW OP needs like a damage taken metric to see if DPS push their defensives. Oh, anyway, so we take a look. So remember we said we had some suppositions about this person, these people in the group. So we worried that the rogue was going to be the lowest damage healer. He was not. We expected him to be the highest interrupter. Let's see if that's true. Not even close. And but there's also like disruption and stuff. Where's that? I don't even have that, I guess. What is that under? I guess I don't have that. You need like a separate thing for that, I think I've been told. So as of that one key, it did not, the people did not live up to what we expected. And then, yeah, let's see if that worked. No. Why? It must be working though, because wait, it is working? It just wasn't. Oh yeah, it just took a minute, I guess, for some reason. I don't know what that was about. But yeah, so you can actually log unfinished runs now. I didn't think you could. That's interesting on its own. Alright, we can't do it because we're logged into the game. That's fine. This add-on should be fine for keys where it matters if everyone is good. Like the losers that have prop pally only in their 10s, it will be used in content where it doesn't matter. I think it always matters. It always matters. As a group leader, you want to make sure you're inviting people that appear to be the right person. And this gives you more info. It's not the info I would want to see, but it's still better than nothing. Definitely not gonna get invited to that, but we'll sign up to it anyway, and then we'll sign up to this key. Oh yeah, I wanted to go on the website. Yeah, I'm just all over the place. We'll pass on this for now. Let's take a look at the website. So we have to make a login. Wait, what do we have to do? Do we have to log in with our BattleNet or something? Like freaking out. It's like dancing a little bit. You have to log in with BattleNet. Oh no. People say it's hard because coming from DPS from Dragonflight Season 3 and 4 tanking was a joke. So it weeded out a lot of the bad tank players, right? Wait, what is Sammy posting? Details, elitism plugin gives extra data like avoidable damage taken and other data to show if DPS is using defensives, avoiding ground. You're saying that this is needed for this, or you're just bringing that up for another reason? I looked it up if I have logs, but still no score. I've never uploaded any logs myself though. Does that affect it? It may be, yeah. Future rants in this add-on is going to be funny. It's such a cancer of an add-on. That I don't agree with. What's going on with the login? Is this what you guys are having trouble with too? Problem with the elitism helper is it includes a lot of stuff that is wrong and they haven't improved it over the years. Yes, that's exactly why I sent the messages to the person that I did. Because I want to make sure this person actually cares about pugging and is going to actually feel like they have repercussions for their actions. Read some dungeons and I see some things considered heavy fail but shouldn't be, and mandatory non-magic damage are not considered at all for classes that can dispel. Oh yeah, there's a lot of problems with that for sure. Okay, it's just like not letting me log in, I guess. Someone commented on using details to check if DPS uses defensives. Gotcha. I wasn't sure if it had something to do with this add-on or not. Yeah, the add-on's fighting for its life, yeah. I don't know what it's doing. It also seems to be bugged or fucked up one way or the other. I think it's just lagging like crazy. We're just too many people are checking it out maybe now. I think it's like crashing my browser too. It's like making the whole browser laggy. It's really buggy. Do you play Plunderstorm? No. There's always one DPS that raw dogs the first necrotic boss spit and dies. Oh yeah. Alright, well anyway, I guess we'll go back to keys for now. I use details to check DPS using defensives. People say Omniseed is broken, so I back it up with details. Oh, why broken? I think maybe the most frustrating thing right now, though, is just the lack of finished keys. I really want to get a bunch of finished keys and see what the impact of that is. People never finish keys, so probably not going to even get any data this week on this. I'm glad we were able to upload the logs at least. Hopefully that was productive in some way. I don't know, this add-on or this website just won't let me log into it, so I guess that's it for today on the conversation of the website. It is like oh my god, like it is, the fucking browser is like about to crash. I feel like I need to close it. Something wrong. Lots of ads on that site by default. Maybe ad blockers wreaking havoc. Oh, maybe. Let's try that. It doesn't look like it. There's only 2 ads blocked, but we'll turn it off and see if it changes anything. Could be something to do with ad block, because other people are saying they're able to log in, but no, it's not any different now. Well, let's refresh though. It says ad blocker pro still on. Why is that? It like fucks up like hardcore when I try to log in. Like the website just lags and it's causing my whole browser to lag. The login worked fine yesterday when it was originally brought up, but now it seems broken. It's broken for everybody. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's probably a lot of traffic. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be related to AdBlock or anything. Alright, well, we'll come back to the website thing. Is there anything that we can learn from just the website without logging in, though? See, like, what is going on now? What the hell? Oh, well, that's because we have ads and shit, yeah. Alright, we're turning that back on, that's for sure. I heard it's pretty miserable if you're on a prop pally. You guys are talking to each other. How new is this? It can't be that new because somebody brought it up, I think it was 2 weeks ago on stream. I think it just hadn't been made public really yet. But I don't really know like what to look at. Like I'm not really sure where to go with it on this side of things. That's cool though about the completion rate. I don't know where it's getting that info from, frankly, but probably only from logged runs, which is obviously going to have a higher percentage than your actual average. But this is an interesting stat because it shows that like Prop Pally on average is completing way more keys than say Guardian Druid. I mean, more than everybody, really, but Guardian Druid especially. That's crazy. And it's really all you can see. There's not really a lot to see, unfortunately. Just popularity stats, and that's it. What happens if we go to Blood? Are you Team Pirate Software? Oh, that's an influencer? I don't know anything about that. You talking about the classic shit? No idea what that is, sorry. There's a play rate tab. That's interesting. 3.8% of all players are Frost Death Knights, I guess. Is that what this is showing? Interesting. Oh god, look at that. Deaths per hour. What the fuck? This is as what? Blood? That's interesting. So the hardest dungeon in the game for Blood is Necrotic Wake, apparently. That's a strange thing to hear. Stone Vault is higher than Grim Batol as well. And what about Performance Deep Dive?
3, 2, 1.
Back to that. Bears are often one-shot by magic damage. They can't do anything about it. Oh, really?
Lesson of the void.
Do you ever think about joining the hardcore hype? No.
Ah, you've arrived.
I do not enjoy hardcore, and I would never play it. What is it that gets you in as well? I thought you had to be like a big streamer or something. Necrotic Wake is the hardest key in its Giga Nerf state. Oh yeah. Money and exposure. Minimal shits are likely to be given in this chat about hardcore drama. Yeah, no, nobody's gonna care. I mean, it's just like stupid. It's like, do you care about the Jersey Shore or some bullshit? Like, it's like fake. Like, it's all like bullshit. Like, manufactured situations that they put themselves in just for content. Not interested in that kind of thing. But even if it wasn't for that, I still have no interest in hardcore. Too boring. I figured out why the score is not available. It's based on the past 30 days, and since I don't log myself, I have 0 runs in the past 30 days. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. So definitely going to want to start logging your runs one way or the other. Play all this. That was such a slow start.
Beware.
Only drama I care about is the excuses people give when they leave keys. Yeah, I don't really consider that drama. Somebody brought that up on the video. Something about drama. It's like, it's not drama. This is like a psychological analysis of a player. I don't. That's the thing that kind of scares me. It's like, I try to make these videos about very specific topics, and then it seems like a lot of people just like miss the whole point of the video. And I'm trying to reconcile why, and I think it's like probably a good portion of it is because they do not actually watch the full video. Even a 10-minute video is too long for a lot of these people's attention spans. So that it makes sense if you react the way you do and you don't even watch the video. I get it, but it's still frustrating. But then, like, the people who actually like watch the video and still react the way they do, it's like, what is going on here? Like, I don't know, I feel like I'm pretty deliberate with what I say and do in videos. Like, it takes me a long time to edit some of these videos for that reason. So I don't know. I got into this argument yesterday with somebody, and it's like I'm trying to like genuinely ask for feedback on what I can improve in the video, and he's basically just not. He just like refuses to give any actual thing about. Like, he was mad that I was critiquing the priest instead of just showing him overreacting, or her, I guess it's actually a woman. We spoke with her too. But it's like, I just like, I have to show it. Like, I can't not show that part. Like, it's not a video without that. Like, if you don't see what actually happens and you don't see my live reaction to it, it's barely a video. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just don't know how to help some of these people. I can't see the appeal to hardcore personally. The thought of losing all progress at a moment's notice. Right, that sounds like I would never even consider doing that. It's basically like a glorified leveling challenge, and I have plenty of leveling challenges I'd rather do than a hardcore on Classic, that's for sure.
Beware.
Pop Pally is just insane, to be honest. What did I miss a comment? If it's based on logging, people can just not upload logs. They could, but realistically, it's not going to matter. Like, everybody's going to have the logs. Like, you're eventually going to get caught up in somebody else's logging, you know? Yeah. She messaged me, and she apologized. It was a very good conversation, frankly. She didn't have an actual reason and didn't seem to take anything away from the fact that she overreacted, though, which was disappointing. But at least the good thing about that means that, like, it wasn't like something serious happened in real life. Like, I was definitely sensitive about that topic because I didn't want to, like, okay, you know, something serious happened in real life, but they're still choosing to play WoW, and now they're frustrated and it's causing issues. And it's like, all right, well, I kind of feel bad about making a video about that at this point. But I'm glad that it wasn't that. I guess I'm confused why it wasn't that, but I'm also glad that it wasn't that. Disc is only good at the top percentage of players. I don't know. What about reading the comments and then assuming what the video was about and reacting to it as another reason why people get it wrong? Possibly. There's been a lot of off-topic comments recently as well. I'm going to have to probably crack down on these. I don't like deleting comments, but yeah. It's like the top comment in the last video is somebody talking about getting a burrito or some bullshit. It's like, okay. Kind of funny, I get it, but it's like, I don't really want off-topic comments on the videos.
Beware.
Going to do any Thunderstorm? No.
Beware.
What is like the main reason to do Thunderstorm? Is there new rewards and mounts and stuff probably?
Beware.
You know, we never even looked at these people, by the way. So this mage is like green all day, like every slot green. Wait, it's not a mage, it's a hunter. I don't know why it said mage. Oops, I need to ping that guy. There's new mounts, got it. What about this guy? This guy's pretty green all day, but his mechanics are 53. Everything else is low. This guy, it's only one run though. Can't really look at only one run. His transmog score is low too, yeah. Yeah, that guy's the big one to keep an eye on. Very, very low all around. And 6 full runs, so. Doing pretty good damage right now.
Beware.
But yeah, their damage is 8 percentile. Holy shit. That's pretty nuts.
Beware.
The new store has 4 mounts, 2 pages of pets, and you can trade tenders for the monthly trading post mount. Oh yeah. I would look into it, but it's just like I have absolutely no time for that one way or the other, so. Doesn't really matter. Even if it was stuff I wanted from it, I wouldn't be able to get it. Thunder Store UI is available in game through the PvP LFG window. Oh yeah, you're right. I saw that earlier. What, these are just things from Thunderstorm here specifically?
Not even worthy of the
There's a lot of stuff. Wow. Oh, it's like not working. It's because I have the big upscaled UI icons. They don't fit in the frame properly. No renown needed. What does that mean? What's that? What's going on right now? I have no idea what just happened. You don't have the pheromones? Why not? You went up too far. Oh, really? Didn't know that was a thing. But why did everybody else die? You don't get the pheromones until the first ad gets low. Oh, so like everybody did the same thing and they all died to it? Yeah. Granted to cross the iron beam growing off the bridge. This? I go up there all the time, so I guess I was just like 1 foot too far or something. Does this add-on work with spec swapping? Does it average it all together? You mean like it's per roll, so yeah, I don't know about the specs. If you're talking about like in DPS spec, you're talking about switching from phase, say frost to fire or something like that. It should still be the same, I think, but I don't know. I'm just really confused, I guess. Switching from tank to DPS would be a different score. Actually, yeah, no, I was wrong about that anyway, because we saw before there was like a guy who had LE and enhanced scores. So yeah, it does matter. Everything's per spec regardless. WoW P log upload, we can just do personal logs, right? It's all log based, if that's your question. So yeah, you can just upload logs on your personal thing on Warcraft Logs. Yeah, obviously they have to be public, you know.
Another spy has fallen. This cannot be.
Oh. Healer, question mark? Question mark back. Azralan, Storm Rage, they're gonna fight. I'm here.
What are you doing here?
I still question how they log personal responsibility stats. I think between the video, like the post I read yesterday, and the website, it should answer most of the questions. There's even clarification on what like specific mechanics in the dungeons count as what. It's just not very well done, I feel like. But Queen Boy, welcome. Our keys this morning. How are keys this morning? Does the WoW OP add-on seem to do what it's trying to do properly? No, I would say no. But obviously we've only done one dungeon, so. Had a guildie complain about this add-on already. I can't get invited because the damage and interrupt parses are bad. I doubt anybody's taking it that serious this quickly, but. I mean, realistically, if you're playing a DPS and your damage parses are bad, it's like a huge issue, I'd imagine. Like, I don't know what other things are out there that would be more severe than that. Like, it's one thing if you have like if you had like a high damage parse and your interrupts and survival or something is bad. It's like, okay, well, yeah, you got to work on that. But like if you're a DPS and your DPS, like this guy's DPS score is gray. Look, see that? It's gray. I'm like, okay, it's either bugged, like it's not, like it's only 6 runs, I guess, but still, like it's either wrong or this guy blows. Like this guy should not be in this key. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the point of the add-on, and unfortunately for that guy, you know what I mean? Like that dude's getting carried if that's the case. And as of right now, it's kind of looking that way. So we'll see the overall though. Random thought: lollipops just flavor your spit and you drink it. No, you can also bite them and chew them and stuff, right? Where is what? Oh, it's in the house.
Where were you assigned?
I don't think very many people are using the add-on. Well, it doesn't matter if I'm the only person in the world using it because it's based on logs. I don't think having the add-on does a single thing other than showing you the data. I got it myself and I was purple, minus damage and interrupts. I don't run damage build for vengeance and generally don't kick first to not overlap unless it's a big prio. Yeah, I was really disappointed with my stats, so we'll see how it unfolds as the rest of the season progresses. The problem is we finished so few keys that's like it's hard to even. Yeah, I don't know. Can you pad your add-on stats in low keys? I don't know how that part works because the conversation that they posted about it said explicitly that I was going to be only comparing you as a 14, like a 13 City of Threads to other City of Threads 13s. But the add-on does not reflect that anywhere. Like, I don't I don't see that anywhere. Like the number hasn't changed. It's the same numbers. Nothing has changed that in this key compared to another key. So I don't know where that info is, like what that means or why it said that. I'm pretty sure 75% is really good. Past that would require a lot of nuance. Yeah, it looks like if you're purple, you're exceptionally good at that thing, from what I could tell. So for some reason, my survivability is very high, 76. And then my mechanics are 87, which I'm surprised at, to be honest, because I figured if anything that would be the lowest, because I'm always reading chat. And then shockingly, self-healing is 45. That's like, wow, what the fuck? That's really shocking. But maybe it has something to do with me just not taking a lot of damage too. I don't really know. And then interrupts, I guess I'm not really shocked at, because I don't usually go out of my way to use the globals on stopping spells. I'm sure a lot of people do a lot more than I do. But damage, definitely not surprised by it all, because that's obviously my lowest focus. But yeah, it's definitely self-healing is one. It's like, whoa, it's like a gut punch. It's like, wait, what do you mean? My self-healing is not above average? What? It's like the whole thing that we always talk about here. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know how you can improve it. Like, it's not like we very rarely die to a lack of self-healing, so I guess it doesn't really matter, but it's a weird stat to have on there and not have high. But then again, when we looked at Yoda, his self-healing was like gray for some reason, even though everything else was like a 95 percentile, so I don't know what that even means. The bad part is it won't score incompletes, but if you tough it out and complete it with there's a lot of fails, that is score. Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah. It's prioritizing the wrong things in the Pug world already, and I'm really worried about that. So we'll see. I reached out to the creator and would like to hear a little bit of insight about what they're planning and stuff. Last key I finished with Prot was for Vault, and we 3 chests at 11 Necrotic Wake. As a tank, I did nearly 1.5 million overall. Whoa. Yeah, that's pretty good. So 8 to 11 are ranked together, and 12 to 13s. Yeah, but I was saying like the actual general score. Like, what is that based off? I don't know. Because it specifically mentions, like, I thought it mentioned a specific dungeon too, but it doesn't seem to be anywhere on the add-on. But either way, yeah, I just don't know, like, how it's basing the actual player stats. Bring that up because you said my prot damage was way above average. Yeah, I just meant that the add-on seems to think that. I'm the only one that can't log into the website? No, definitely not. I tried and it like almost crashed my browser. There's something wrong with it. Your self-healing would be higher if you ran no healer runs. True. Can't imagine there's a lot of Death Knights doing that, but maybe. Also be very interested to see just how many actual Death Knights there are. Because, you know, we're comparing, if it's supposed to be at, like, how many actual Death Knight tanks are there at this level? Like, I imagine not that many. Hundreds, I think. Like, not thousands, right?
Must I do everything?
I'm guessing it can be padded. Yeah, it just depends on how the actual stats overall are calculated, because they said one thing and it doesn't seem like the add-on's doing that one thing, so that's what I was worried about. Like, a really skilled player can just go into a low key and just, you know, farm stats basically. And even if it is per dungeon, that's still a big concern, because then it means that people who are, say, trying to do a 7 are going to get compared against people who are not trying to do a 7. They're just there farming something, you know? And on average, they're going to look way worse. Whereas at this level, I'm sure there's very few people. Like, I don't think people who are doing 20s are coming down to 13s for any reason, you know? So at this level, it's pretty much only people trying to progress and improve at this level. How did you look up Yoda? I don't know. I was able to do the search, you know? / wow OP lookup space lookup. Like, 2 words, basically. And then somebody gave me his full name and realm, basically. If it doesn't count an untimed key, more people are going to leave. Yeah, that was one of the 5 questions I sent to this person. Like, what is your plan to combat people leaving when they know the run isn't going well? Because if the answer is nothing, then we're fucked. Like, fucked. This is going to be the worst thing that could ever happen, pretty much. Yeah, you have to do it in game, yeah. How does it calculate the damage and stuff with an AUG? Well, don't forget it uses logs, so. Logs are calculating AUG, I guess, accurately. I don't know exactly how accurately, but. What are these guys on about? Bravo, healer. WTF, what? Or Bravo, I think is what he's saying. Bravo. They exclude logs from people that have already done a higher key. It would at least somewhat help. If that's the case, you would never get to 15 runs, though. Obviously, it's going to have to eventually... Like, it could only be a maximum of 10 runs then if that was the way it was going to work. Logs aren't calculating AUGs accurately. It's been broken the entire expansion. Yeah, but one way or the other, it's accurate enough that it can compare like a log versus a log, don't you think? Or is it somehow bugged at an individual AUG level, like some AUGs are calculated right and some aren't? Is that what you're saying? Well, we foolishly used our pot on the previous pack. We're probably going to have a big issue here. Mythic participation is low. I guess I was right after all. No, you're actually wrong. We were just looking at it yesterday, too. If you want to take a look at it, we can see. Mythic participation is, it's actually the same as it normally is, which is weird considering it's so much harder. That was something we looked at, too. We can take another look at it if you need to see it. Okay, this pack's going to be a big fucking problem. Getting help on the grip there really helps us. Did Purgatory? No, somehow it didn't. Now we're Purgatorying. I have no runic power. Oh,
I wish you had lasted a little longer.
That was bad. Yeah, using that pot like that really fucked us. This is, I'd say, the hardest easy to ever get to 3k point by far. Oh, okay, I guess we're done. See you later. And we're lagging again, it looks like. Bravo means angry in Portuguese. Oh, really? Well, gotta finish keys for any of this to matter one way or the other, so back to our old problem. Stuck at 2965. Oh yeah. Hardest season to get to 3k. Oh well, yeah, it definitely. But that's also because of the way the game changed. Don't forget, like it's 3k is basically a whole new thing now. It was one wipe, yeah, but that dungeon's like really tight. People don't like staying after it's over, so that was probably gonna be over. But yeah, as we can take a look here, the add-on accurately predicted this guy was gonna be the lowest damage and probably the lowest interrupter too. Let's see that. Oh god, wow, yeah, okay, so that's real bad. Although everybody, I guess there's just not really that many things to interrupt in that dungeon though. But yeah. They're all kind of bad. So yeah, Addon was right about that guy. Big red flag guy. Or it could be a curse word and it's translating to angry. I don't know, but the red pally was not happy with the healer. What did we say we were gonna do? I've already forgotten. Not sure. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at the data. Competitive WoW Reds. Also a bad team comp in general, sure. Okay, so every week this gets posted here, I'm pretty sure, on both the Reddits, yeah. So there is our chart. It's got a lot of fucking fluff here, to be honest, but it does have all 4 seasons of Dragonflight. So we are currently in, I guess, in week 16, according to that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what we have as well. 2x8 basically. So we have 16 weeks in, and we have a extremely, like, almost identical to season 3 and 2. Like, it's seemingly extremely similar, I guess. I'm not exactly sure what this is showing, but the dots are like right on top of each other. So the orange is the War Within season 1, and the red is season 2 of Dragonflight, and then season 3 of Dragonflight's the yellow, which I believe people regarded as season 3 was the most popular season, or was it 2? That was, I don't remember which one people said that for, but yeah. In terms of the stats, it actually looks like Dragonflight season 1 was wildly more popular than every other one, and they're all pretty equal past that. And this means something more than it might be obvious as well. Now, it does say something about, like, adjusted. I don't know what that means. Normalized. I don't know what that actually means. But regardless, provided we just take the numbers at face value, this is a huge statement because keys are substantially harder. I think the strange part is that it went back up for some reason. But yeah, keys are substantially harder than ever before. And participation rates are higher. And it's also, there's less keys, right? The fact that there's less keys, like, there's only 10, like, the old 10 were removed, you know what I mean? So I don't know how that exactly is factored in, but you would expect there to be a serious drop. This is showing dropped based on population percentages. So what can we learn from that then? What you're saying, I'm wrong about that? Oh yeah, there was the holidays too. That's probably why that number was low and why it came back up. Which part of the WoW population is considering season 3 as the best? I think it was just like in terms of raw numbers, what I meant. Dragonflight season 3 had the easiest dungeons. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, yeah. So what else is in here? Just transmog. How do you get transmog? You have to buy it somewhere? What the hell? That cloak's neat, but that's the only thing I saw that was interesting. You can actually buy Trader's Tender, though. That's pretty crazy. I don't think the raw numbers actually show that Season 3 was noticeably more popular than any other season. At least based on that, what we just looked at. No, it doesn't show that. Wait, I didn't put it in the sheet, right? Is it differentiating that keys below 10 don't exist anymore? That's what I'm not sure about, but you would expect the number to be way lower this season than ever before because of that. Okay, so I guess, yeah, well, oh yeah, okay, so like that group, right? But that guy only has 2 runs. Okay, Miss 13, let's see. So the group, oh, there's Nina again, welcome. So yeah, that's a viewer. Pretty good all around. Interrupts a little low maybe, but other than that, pretty good. And then Owl Ragnaros is only got 5 runs, and as marksman, they're playing marksman apparently. They're well above average in most metrics. So we'll see what happens. It's just total number of runs, but yeah, the fact that there's, yeah, right, because all those people who used to do keys at 10 or lower don't exist anymore, right? Or they do very, very few keys comparatively. Yeah, now a lot of those people are just doing delves, that's what I was saying. So if it's truly what it seems like it is, then it means that this season is actually extremely popular compared to other seasons. But it is the first season of an expansion, so you would expect that. Like, that's usually the time when the game is the most popular. Okay, this guy has only 3 runs again, but he's also well above average. Yeah, I'm really disappointed with that. I gotta see like another Blood Death Knight. Can't believe that. Self-healing 45, that's weird. And then we have Azralan Priest. His interrupt's 15, but that's a priest. So I guess I don't know how you even interrupt stuff as a priest. So you can look up how people did from other seasons. What are we doing? The add-on itself, if that's what you're bringing up, I think it only works for the current season, obviously. If you want to see how popular the season is, you need a different graph. Wow, what does it show? Or what do we need changed? Okay, so this is missed, right? I just ran a 10 Grim Patrol where an Elemental Shaman did 0 interrupts. Oh, what is this link? I didn't even see this. What the fuck? Oh, I see. So this is like, in order to see it, we have to, you can only see yourself, basically. That's an interesting, okay, so it seems like they're already recognizing that. It seems like they're already recognizing that people might be like using this to marginalize each other. My favorite thing in Season 3 at the end was to speedrun 2s for fun and get lower skilled players' gear. Oh yeah, that's fun. I've never done that. Does it track overall overlap interrupts? I can't imagine it would. Like, I doubt it's tracking if you used the spell and didn't kick something with it, right? Who knows though? Download the add-on overall on 3 rolls and 56 best score is my main spec 82 score. Your main spec is 82. That's pretty good. What was ours? You mean like the blue number at the top, like the number at the top, spec score? Yeah, I'm quite bad at it. I guess I'm not understanding the whole self-healing thing. That's the only thing that's really tripping me up here. We should stop caring of lesser skilled players. Yeah, well, that's the reason the add-on is going to be good, because I think a lot of people out there are maybe like that hunter, you know what I mean? Like, that guy's got the same score as everybody else in the group, but he's like substantially less of a valuable player than the other people. So unfortunately, you know, knowing that is kind of important for pugging, and that guy's gonna get pushed out. But yeah, it's just a meritocracy at that point, you know.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. That's the wrong
Now
thing.
you learn the
If you want to look up another blood death. Oh yeah, Karasis. Definitely. I definitely need to look up other Death Knights. I just want to see what their self-healing thing is, because I'm really confused by that number. Pollock says only WoW OP rather. Was that? I missed a comment probably. God. Getting our ass kicked today, man. We need to upgrade our ring too. I don't know that I'm going to remember to do that. I don't know if it's easier to upgrade this week or harder or what. How does the karma system work? Oh, I didn't even see that part. Where is that? Is that on the website somewhere? Easy week takes 2 minutes. Oh, good. I guess they're all easy at this point. It's like an upvote thing, but how do you like upvote people, I guess? Easy this week, click on 3 ghosts and kill them. Gotcha. Yeah, we don't have Purgatory or Potion, so we're in serious danger again. Playing really poorly today. 3 dungeons in a row in situations I've not normally been in. Defensively. Dead, 100% dead here. Oh. Looks like the karma is managed on the website since it says you need to be logged in. It sounds like they had a whole nother section of stuff on their website and it's just they got rid of it. So I don't know if that feature still even exists, but we weren't able to log in this morning, so we'll try again maybe later, but doesn't seem like it works. You can only get exact score and a deep dive if you have played with one and then look at the run while being logged in on the website. Oh, really? Everybody in this group's like equally good. I guess the priest is low on average, but I think that's kind of the use case of the add-on right now. It's really the only use case. I have a big problem with that typically because I think a lot of people try to compare granularity. Like, okay, that guy's 73, I'm 76, I'm better than him. You know what I mean? Like, in reality, it's like, I don't think it's precise enough to be 100% sure that you're better than him because of that, you know? But yeah, if you see somebody who's great, it's like, oh, that's a big problem, especially at this level. Maybe for lower keys, it doesn't matter, obviously, but if you got a gray damage dealer in your key, you're probably dealing with somebody who's been carried a lot. And I think that's the best and most optimistic use case of the add-on right now. Probably ever. I mean, I don't know how much it's going to change, but that's the number one thing I would want to see from the add-on. Hey, Bynum, welcome. Well played. Thought you pooched it there. We got lucky. Yeah. Should have died there, honestly. Just got lucky with a couple parries. Losing Purgatory in that first pack was devastating, and we didn't get punished for it somehow. Yeah, that's a really good first burn too, by the way. Crazy. Spec power would matter as well. Like a 50 enhance is probably more DPS than a 65 havoc. It's supposed to only be, the scoring is supposed to be average of your actual spec versus itself. So, I mean, I see your point, but at the end of the day, like, there's probably more than one enhanced signing up, right? So you're still going to want to try to take a better guy. How's Blood Death Knight looking for Season 2? It doesn't seem like anything's changed. Like, not a single change. My real hope is that Blizzard stops allowing these add-ons to drive their gaming community. Yeah, they're not gonna. Well, your real hope should be is that the people who make these add-ons actually care about the community and aren't just trying to do it to get famous or some bullshit, like trying to make money or something. I don't know what their motivations could be. That's my ultimate issue with Radio.io. It doesn't feel like they actually cared about the game's community at all, and they just made an add-on that totally impacted the game in a very, very strange way, and they just did nothing to ever improve that or take responsibility for the things they changed. I think the add-on is beneficial for high keys, not low keys. It's beneficial for any type of situation where all 5 players are going to matter. So that may not always be low keys, but I think on average, if you're doing a low key, you're not going to want to invite somebody who looks like they're not very qualified for the key, no matter what level it is. Seems like whenever you log in issues, the website has been fixed. Oh, really? Okay, we'll take a look at it after this. Somebody aggroing trash? I guess not. Two players could have done it, right? Hunter and Unholy, I believe, can do it. What did Raider.io do? You mean like what I was referring to? Like they made the Raider.io scoring system, which like totally changed the way the game was played. And mostly because of how it does not calculate keys outside of your first timed run of that difficulty. Like no, like failed keys are calculated, no keys lower than it are calculated. It has encouraged players to only do keys for score and to leave as soon as the key is not for score, and that is clearly not how Blizzard would have designed the game. So they had like a massive impact on the way the game was played, and they took zero responsibility for it. Like they never made any adjustments to their scoring system. They never improved their metrics. Like they never changed anything about it whatsoever to try to make the problem that they created better or lessen. And then it became so pervasive that Blizzard had pretty much no choice but to basically buy them out. Like now, Raider.io score is just part of the game, you know? Which is a real shame. So that's why I wanted to talk to this guy making this new add-on, because it's like extremely likely that if this add-on does catch on like we expect it to, it's gonna eventually get to that point where everybody cares only about it. And I want to make sure that this is somebody who knows that that's a reality and that cares about that. Like, and they're not just gonna be like, well, I can't, you know, if the answer to that question is like, well, I can't stop people from misusing the add-on, then I'm gonna be really, really worried. Because I assume that's what like the people who made Raider.io would have said if you asked them that question back in 2015 or 16, whenever it got made. If one of these add-ons, like if that add-on of an add-on type, that type of add-on got made by people who actually pug and actually care about pugging and actually care about the game and the add-on they're producing and making the game better, it would be fucking gigantic. It would be one of the best things that could ever happen in the pug world. But if it's made by somebody who's just like, yeah, I'm making this mostly for high-end players, I don't really care about pugs, I don't know anything about pugs, I'm not going to be concerning myself with people misusing it and mistreating each other in pugs, then it could be one of the worst things ever. Like, it could actually be one of the worst things ever. So it's like how this question gets answered and how the add-on gets developed, like what mantra the add-on development is under, could be the most important thing that's ever happened to this game. In the pug world, that is. Wait, so before Raider, how did people calculate score? There wasn't score, yeah. It wasn't. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't even grasp the concept, right? Like, that's how insanely different the game is now. People just did keys for gear, and, you know, obviously to push higher and higher. There was a leaderboard, but 99% of the people probably never even thought about it. And it was just, you just do keys for higher and higher success and try your best to improve in each run so you can be more successful, but that was it. There was no actual numerical measurement. You can fail upwards with the Raider.io system. You mean like just keep running until you eventually succeed? That's a big problem with the system, yeah. It's just disappointing that they had such a huge impact on the game and they did nothing to try to make it better. Like, if you had that kind of power as an individual, you should be exercising as much restraint as humanly possible to make it as good as possible, you know? But it's basically like the laziest approach ever to developing something that had this big of an impact on the game. And for some reason, there's never been a competitor, I guess, because it's become way too popular and synonymous with the success rate. Although, to be fair, there was WoW progress before Raider.io, I think, but... Is this Mythic Plus Dungeon tab part of Raider.io? I thought that was Blizzard's score. What are we talking about? The tab, like, the thing that, like, extends from the default UI, that's part of the Raider.io add-on, yeah. WoW progress is still there. Are they still calculating score? I never even looked. Blizzard score is a copy paste of Radar.io's system. Yep. They actually, what they actually did, they actually like basically bought out the IP or whatever that's making that score. They tweaked it, and now Radar.io is only allowed to use their score. So it's not the exact way Radar.io's score used to be calculated. Blizzard has changed their calculations of it a little bit. I don't think it's like a significant change, to be honest. But it has changed, and now Radar.io is forced into using Blizzard's score algorithm, or whatever you would say. Theirs is a little bit more precise. Blizzard doesn't actually show you down to the decimal point, I don't think, anywhere. Other than that, it's the same, I believe. WoW Progress is still there just for prog guild raid teams. Yeah, we were talking about the score, because I'm pretty sure WoW Progress's scoring system came out first. And they also used to have a karma thing too, which is funny. After all these years, we're getting back to that topic. Maybe thinking of WoW Hero? No. WoW Progress definitely had a score at one point. Actually, our first video on the topic was on the WoW Progress score on this channel. Back in Legion.
We're gonna have so much fun.
If there was a leaderboard back then as well, then there was a score. It was just hidden, no? No, it was just about time. So like a 13 in time that was 36 minutes instead of 37 minutes was just higher up on the leaderboard.
Beware.
Just based off time.
Beware. Beware.
One of us is moving like the other. A special game just for us.
Okay, that one. Hey Metro, what do you think Mythic Plus? Why do you think Mythic Plus participation is so low? We just looked at it. It's not. Where are you guys seeing that? You're not the first person who brought that up today. I don't know where you guys are seeing that. It seems like it's actually well above average based on how much difficulty there is compared to other seasons. Even before any algorithm was created for a number representation there, you could have easily created a leaderboard just based on who had the highest keys timed. Okay. Yeah, we were just saying there wasn't before. I don't know how we even got on this conversation, but obviously it's not. Yeah, it's a pretty logical step. I agree. But it didn't exist, and people didn't care about it before it existed. And even when it did start existing, I don't think it really became super popular until like BFA, pretty much. I don't ever remember people like leaving keys over it until BFA. Legion was like very, very, very few leavers. I really wish I had all the stats collected in Legion somehow, because I bet it was probably like 90% finish rate. I can't even remember people leaving keys in Legion, like not a single instance of it. I'm sure it happened, certainly, but there's no like memorable ones.
Beware.
I figured out how to manually look at reports on the website. I linked one of your runs. Basically, you have to manually put in the WoW log report number into the link.
Beware.
Oh yeah, we're doing it in Discord. We'll take a look at it.
Beware. Beware.
I'm saying I don't understand why you think it's so negative when it's a natural part of the game that has people competing to do the hardest content. Because it wasn't like that at first, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody doing a 7 would have cared about score back when there was no score. Like that was only a thing for the absolute top-end people. Everybody else just did the content for fun and for gear and stuff. Is this the right one? I don't think it is. I can't tell which one is the right one, though. I guess we're about to find out. It was, okay. But yeah, either way, they had, like, it's very traceable. Substantial change to the way the game is played now. Where people basically only care about score in many avenues. And, like I said, Radio had pretty much no response to that pack. They just let it happen without any concern. Metro, with all the bad happening right now, the FDA just banned red number 3. Oh yeah, is that... Wait, the FDA, is that the Trump shit? Or is that... he's not even in office yet, right? I've heard a lot about that, and I'm really eager to see what comes of that. I've seen you talk about people jumping into keys they aren't ready for, even in the lower end. You don't think score helps circumvent that? I'm not saying it does or doesn't. I'm just saying it's changed the game, and Radio did nothing about what it changed. Like, they just allow it to be exactly what it has been for 10 years, basically, and no changes to it. Which doesn't make any sense. Like, it obviously should have been an improved, like, it should have gotten better over the years, and it's not done anything. Love your work. Thank you for the good content. Oh, Joe, thanks for saying that. I appreciate that. Love your comments. That's good. I definitely prefer red number 4 in my food. Oh, really? Which red is like the darker. Red 4 is a little bit darker, right? I think. I prefer red 69. Oh, wow. That was really funny. Just kidding. I guess I'm struggling to see what they could change for the better. Alright, no worries, man. Thanks for chat. Okay. Well, it looks like we should have an upgrade here, so we'll see what a finish run does. I really want to get on the website again and take a look at that. They can take red 40 from my cold dead hands. Oh, you really like 40? You're crushing this key, yep. It's just crazy reading food labels, and I needed a degree in chemistry to be able to say the words. Yeah, that's a big fucking issue in this country. I mean, I think it's an issue everywhere, but a lot of places have it, like, limited. Did you have any ideas for how it could be better? We've made, like, hundreds of videos on this topic, brother. No worries if you're new here. It just doesn't really feel like you're arguing in good faith on this, so I'm not really interested in engaging with you right now on this. But yes, we have many ideas. I think it's pretty clear that Raider.io had a substantial impact on the way the game's played, so even you just saying you don't think it did is like, okay, just the end of the conversation for me. And especially since it sounds like you didn't actually play during Legion, so no offense, but you kind of need to have been there at the beginning to know exactly what we're talking about here. Y'all worried about food? Your shampoo is probably making you go bald. Wait, really? Why? Just because the world is big doesn't mean it's bad, though. The word is big doesn't mean it's bad, though. I think it means it's unnatural, which is what a lot of people are worried about. Whether or not it being unnatural is directly bad, that's probably true. It's not the case, but I think most people probably do not. Like, they would rather eat stuff that purely is natural than the opposing side of that. If I make a product, wouldn't I want continued customers? What do you mean?
Beware.
Procter & Gamble owns 95% of your shampoo aisle, and they've been sued for billions for making people go bald. In what way? I use Head & Shoulders, so I don't know.
Beware.
It's the only shampoo I've ever used. I had bad dandruff for a while.
Beware.
Don't anymore, thanks to the shampoo, I suppose. Head & Shoulders also nice. Just got here, but that hunter is good. Oh yeah. Well, in terms of their score, they seem to be... Well, they only have a few runs, but yeah, they do seem to be pretty solid. There isn't anybody bad in this run. It's a good group all around, so... That's actually enough count? I don't think it is. We have no kick left, though. See, like, that's a mistake. Like, that's a way bigger mistake than just kicking more, like, or not more, or whatever you want to say. Like, it's far more important that we kick that than anything else, so... Yeah, that's something that's... The nuance is lacking in this situation. I guess it's the same idea as cigarette companies selling quit smoking patches. Oh yeah.
Beware.
Troy Polamalu uses Head & Shoulders. Huge fan of Troy. When I cared about the NFL, he was my favorite player. He's partially why my hair is so long, because the guitarist in our band loved, I've told the story a lot, but they were like, they would fucking kill for the Steelers basically. And every Sunday we'd go over there and he'd have like a big tailgate, like a in-house tailgate basically for the game. And they all were huge Polamalu fans, and he wanted to grow his hair because he said that he heard people were criticizing Troy for having his hair over the name on his jersey, and apparently Troy's response to that was, "My name is my hair," or "My hair is my name," or something like that. And yeah, Brian really liked that idea, so that was why he grew his hair. And then other people, like pretty much everybody in the band, grew their hair, so I was like, all right, I guess I'll do it too.
Beware.
Do you think it would be fair if your kick score went down every time a cast got over and your kick wasn't up? Was up.
Beware.
I mean, I don't know how it's calculated, but I assume that's exactly what's happening. Like, there's only so many kicks per dungeon, so I don't know how you could derive a 100-point score off, you know, the 40-some possible kicks that I can make in the course of a dungeon. That's why I was saying it's like, it potentially is like hugely flawed, because if there's, say, 40 potential kicks needed in a dungeon, and everybody fights for them, and I just don't get them because somebody's fighting for them better than I am, it's like, it sounds like I'm losing points on that, you know what I mean? Like, that's not how interrupts work. Like, it shouldn't be like that. I don't know that you can have it in a better way either. Like, there's not a better system. It's just how the game works. Like, only one person can kick the spell, you know? And you could easily say, like, hey, you will kick every spell. All right, and then nothing else gets kicked, and you still upgrade the key. Like, that's a viable way to play that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a bad thing. You can succeed doing that. So it's like a weird thing to be judging it based on that, I feel like. This one we're going to have to... Oh, we're based on all different spots. Do priests get a kick score? Yep, everybody gets one, yeah. And we're about to wipe. Same nonsense as always here. Stupidest fucking fight design in the game. I think we can actually, if I can just finish this and then res people, I think we can still upgrade them. Some studies show that nicotine has pharmaceutical benefits, but when you smoke it, oh god. It's not just the tar, it's everything else they put in it, yes. Yeah, that's the big problem with nicotine, with cigarettes, is there's actually tons of like preservatives that are like really, 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 really unhealthy. Okay. Res people.
Beware.
I don't know at this point. We gotta get Nina up. Oh, Nina onks. The person almost dies again. Okay, we got 4 out of the 5 people up. I messed that one. What do you play? I play keyboard. If you're asking about the band, somebody asked about the band. I assume you were a singer? Yeah, I sang in the band, and then I played keyboards as well, but I haven't touched keyboards much at all recently. It's been a very long time. I tried to get back into it well, after my father passed away, I tried to get back into it, but it just didn't. It's just hard to be engaged in them anymore. It's a hard instrument to play, and you have to spend a lot of time on it. Same with any game or IRL sport. An NFL team can make it to the playoffs or be rated 3rd in division, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Right, and you would want that to be told, right? That's pretty obvious. That's why I'm confused why you're even arguing about it. Like, you think that Radar.io score is absolutely perfect and it shouldn't have ever been iterated over the last 8 years? Like, I don't know how you could even say that. The fact that they made no adjustment to their score, even though tons and tons of people complained about it and were marginalized by it, and it negatively impacted the pugging world, even though they had no, their goal was not to impact pugging, but it still impacted pugging, and they did nothing to change that. Like, that's fucking bullshit. Like, total negligence. The company or whoever's involved in that decision should be, like, they should feel awful about that. They have a huge, huge, huge impact on the game and how it's played, and they just don't care. But that's all we were saying, that hopefully the person who's making the new add-on understands pugging, cares about the game, cares about these things, and they will make a better system with respect to what the players are doing with their own system. Every character has way more stats too. You can find some of them if you want, but they don't have any impact on your score at the end of the day, and they shouldn't. Well, they definitely should, yeah, 100% they should, and that's why this new add-on and website is quickly growing in popularity. Because people know that the Radar score is garbage and it does not tell you much at all, honestly. Yeah, that was a hell of a fucking ending, too. Don't let that get glossed over. The fact that we actually didn't wipe there is crazy. What's the new add-on called? It's called WoW OP. I made a video on it yesterday. You gotta make a YouTube channel with you singing? I don't think I would do it, but you need like a studio to make good singing content on YouTube. I don't have the time or the resources to put into it. Okay, so this is what? Okay, let's get this in the sheet, and then we're going to take like a little bit of a break and look at this a little bit more here, because I'm kind of all in on this right now. Yeah, that marksman, very low damage. Yeah, I'm good on keys for a bit. I want to get back to this topic of WoW OP. That's not really relevant. The players in the NFL teams do have those stats, and that is how they get picked for the teams. Right, that's actually a good point, a good counterpoint. I'm not sure what the original point even was. An NFL team can make it to the playoffs or be rated number 3 in the division, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Right, yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know why I even brought that up. So do you think, like, every single player on the NFL team that made it to the playoffs is now looked at as one of the best players in the league? Of course not. Everybody knows that there's, like, individual stats and differences in why they got there and why they didn't get there. Okay, yeah, this website is actually utter garbage with ads on, I'll tell you that. Anyway, so Miss 13 upgrade. Get that in the books. Then hopefully we can look at it. Yeah, the hunter actually was, yeah, you invited everybody on that group was good, so I was actually probably the worst one in there in terms of average scores. So the fact that he did so poorly kind of is surprising, but the developer definitely needs to change the name of the add-on. Yeah, am I the only one who thinks it's going to be called Opioid Score? Maybe I'm just crazy or too involved in like pharmaceutical conversations, but like op.io. D. It's like opioid score. That's what people are gonna call that, because people already call it Rio score, right? It's like the dumbest shit. Like what Rio? Like what? I definitely think that's gonna happen. Okay, so there's the mists. So what do we do? I missed. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. If you, whoever posted that before, tell me exactly what to do with this, and when we get back, we're gonna take a look at it. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm impressed you don't get burned out on Mythic plus Pugging. Oh no, there's too many. Now we got the whole add-on conversation. Like it feels like it's fucking day one of the season again, man. Yeah, Zycos, man, I don't know. Like if you're not trying to, like, it really doesn't feel like you're even like listening to these conversations. It doesn't feel like you're arguing in good faith, man. So I don't know what the point of your argument is even at this point. Like, does anybody agree that Raider IO score has not had a huge impact on the game and that it should have been like in some way improved over the last 8 years? Like, are you the only person who agrees with this? I don't know. Anyway, I don't know that we got any answer on that question. So, shouldn't everyone have a good score at the moment since it's so unpopular? Are you talking about marksman? Maybe, yeah. It only gives me caught and not missed. Could be due to you uploading multiple runs. Oh, what? Like you type in the actual URL? Is that what you do? I'm not sure what to do with this link is what I was asking. I just meant overall. Are you talking about the add-on being not popular? No, it's just based on logs. So the only reason it would be a problem was because there's just not a lot of people logging their keys, but that's gonna probably go up. Okay. So where you just put the letters in, is that what you're saying? Is there like a tab for that? How do you know to do that? I guess it said to do it somewhere. You have to keep the 2. What? That's weird. Oh yeah, so that's the city of threads that's out of time. But we didn't even finish it, so I'm surprised it's on here. You can say that score is superficial because it has no context, but it still needs to exist. But that's not a point that anybody is arguing. Like, I don't know why you're arguing it. We're not talking about whether or not score needs to exist. We're talking about score needing to improve after it had a huge impact on the game. I never said it didn't have a huge impact. I did, and you're arguing with me, so. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, and I dropped it, but now I'm chatting with the fellow. Yeah, alright, well, just unfortunately, you know, the way the channel works is, like, I read every comment, so. I would appreciate if we can move on from it if you're not actually going to continue to try to argue it, but I don't understand, like, I'm not sure why you argued it in the first place, I guess. But anyway, so, yeah, we can't actually see It's kind of weird. Is maybe the 2 a number that's important there? Is there a 3? Ah. Yes. You see? I changed it to 3. Uh-huh. That's the number that... Okay, so this is very interesting. So if we type in 4, nothing happens, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So this is why. Because there's 3 runs. IO is still relevant? Not true. Yeah, we're going to move on from this conversation, all right, guys? Because we got way bigger fish to fry right now, so... You guys wrap up your conversation on that, please. It looks like it's only using logs from the past 30 days. Yeah, maybe. I think that might be a part of it, yeah. Okay, so here's the run that we just did. What is this? Oh, this is their analysis of that run. Oh, shit. This is a fucking good feature. Whoa, this is a good feature. This is a really, really good feature. Okay. Holy shit, this is a huge, huge feature. Whoa. Alright, man, I'm gonna time you out, man. Just because we're not trying to talk about this for the rest of the day. Anyway, this is a huge feature. This is huge. This is the best feature. This is the reason to add on and shit. Like, all of this should exist just for this feature. Okay? Because you can compare individual runs as well. Does it track stops? I was told it does, but I don't know how it could, because sometimes, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like that would be a easy thing to do, but I guess it does. Okay, so we're going to look at mine first. So I got a 73. It's because, well, it shows exactly why. I did a terrible job at damage, obviously. I don't prioritize that, so that's not surprising. And interrupts surprisingly low. I actually want to see what that looks like in game, because I'm not sure why I would say that is that low in that dungeon. So let's see what interrupts look like. Yeah, I mean, still, I mean, there's not really that many dungeons in Mist, so I'm still confused by that. And then healing, I guess, was better, 60 still, but not. I would definitely expect it to be higher, but anyway, 0 heavy fails and 0 deaths. Even though we were really close to dying at one point, we did not die, so that means we played well. So deaths per hour, we had 0. The roll median for apparently this key level, I think, is above 0, so that means we played very well. Interrupts per minute is usually much higher in that dungeon, which I'm kind of shocked by. Interrupts per minute. Would that mean that the faster you do the dungeon? Yeah, the faster you do the dungeon, the easier that gets. So that means that it could be partially due to the fact that we had that last boss take so long, is why my interrupts per minute are low. If that's the only thing that's being measured there, that's very flawed. Is healing more a good thing as a Death Knight? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yeah. I don't think so, to be honest. But I don't know. And then damage per second is, yeah, that's almost 100k lower than average. So that's a pretty big jump. And we see the spec median and roll median. Oh, so roll median is all tanks. Oh, that's very interesting. I was comparing it against the roll. Oh, actually, so it's actually substantially different here. So yeah, Blood Death Knights in general are interrupting less, and they're having less deaths. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, very interesting, because this means that Blood Death Knight is having less deaths per average of Mist 13 than other than all tanks. Very interesting. Very interesting. And then we have healing per second. I actually slightly above average on the spec median, but still, it's really strange. But I guess 59.9 is actually quite good, I guess. So, but yeah, I think the conversation is that you don't want to be like, if I was at 100, this needs to change. This just needs to change. Because if I was at 2 million HPS, that means I'm getting my fucking ass kicked. You know what I mean? But I guess at the same time, it's like, if you're getting your ass kicked and you're also having 0 deaths, and it doesn't mean you're playing the spec well. But in general, yeah, I don't think you're gonna get much out of that, very, very much there. So some poor monk is out there bringing down the percentages. Yeah, right. And then in terms of heavy fails, it's like the number's so low that it's kind of irrelevant. Like, we're talking about 0.08 per, what is that? It just says 0.08. It doesn't say what it's per. But I assume per dungeon, meaning that, like, you can't really have pretty much like if you want to upgrade that key, you can't have a heavy fail in that dungeon. Okay, so that's our stats. Then we can look at the other players. This is the priest, Dick's priest. This would be very interesting to compare because of the roll median. I'm very interested to compare against the roll. So this player had a lot of deaths. I mean, they did die a lot, I guess. It says 4.18 per hour. How many deaths did they actually have? I was going to look up Kyrastis. We'll do that next, yeah. Interrupt per minute. They didn't disrupt a single spell. 0 spells disrupted in the dungeon as a priest. That's not surprising. Damage per second. Above average. So this does say that this priest is actually above average in terms of their actual theoretical output, if you can compare the medians. A lot of people suggest that that's the case, even at this level. I personally haven't seen it. Can you see what counts as heavy fails? Yes, you can. It's on the dungeon segment. Like if you go here and then go to mists, you'll be able to do that. And so then in terms of actual HPS, which is still calculated here, that's a little bit of a tough one because obviously the more damage you take, the more healing you need. So it's not necessarily a good thing. But yeah, they're kind of above average on that. So they did a good job healing, I guess, reacting to the healing. And then in terms of heavy fails, they did not do well. They had 2 heavy fails, which I don't know what they would have. Like if you died 4 times, but you only had 2 heavy fails, I'm not really sure what that means. So they're, I guess a big part of their failure in that run was their 0 interrupts, and that's just kind of unfortunate because I don't know how that works. Anyway, Heine, that was the guy who was talking about me helping him play Blood Death Knight, basically. So his situation, interrupting, was exceptional. He had far more interrupts than the average Unholy Death Knight in that run. And his damage, though, was above average. Like, it was solid. Nothing crazy. His damage per second, he did... Is that his actual number? Not even close. But that's the number on the log, which is different, I guess. So he did 1.5 million overall, where most Death Knights in that group do 1.50. He did 1.53, basically. But on average, it's actually... that's interesting, because now we can actually see what the average DPS is in a Myth 13. That's really interesting. Very interesting. 1.5 million is the average for that dungeon. That's very interesting. That's in the logs, so we don't usually look at the log number. And then the Hunter, who had a lot of problems. Deaths per hour. They don't count it, but I guess, like, whoa, he had some big issues. Honestly, I think uptime. What do you guys think? You think uptime, needing to log this, is going to stop a lot of people from doing it? You're probably right, yeah. But still, even if one person just like me logs as much as they can, then it won't be a problem. Hunter was just not having a good day. Yeah, no, it could just be one run, no doubt. But either way, this is very interesting. That healing could be a talent swap or 2 metro. Do you run Voracious? I do. Yeah, but I think the healing thing is a misnomer. I don't think this was actually... I don't think it's important. Anyway, Marksmanship Hunter. That guy really struggled, but it doesn't actually calculate the deaths into a score for some reason. I do think, like, uptime should matter, though. Like, he was dead for the entire last boss, pretty much. But yeah, anyway, interrupts above average. Well above average, but it's just, like, such a small... above average amount, I feel like, but I guess it matters. And then damage per second was very, very low, even lower than the spec median, which is very low compared to the roll median. So we actually can see that Marksman is substantially worse than the average DPS right now in this key. And then Nina crushing it, but still not getting the flowers. That's nuts. Substantially better than the average. 1.8 million overall, even 150,000 over the spec median. Still only getting 71. That's wow. What the fuck do you have to do to get 100? You gotta do like 3 million overall or something, I guess. Deaths per hour, though, I guess we did have a few deaths. And then interrupts were pretty much right on average. So this is very interesting. Ellie is broken. Well, yeah, I mean, it's above the average, but this player did even well above. I mean, that's a huge jump compared to everybody else, right? Most people are kind of sitting on the average. Not me, obviously, but what is the actual average for blood? 768, and I did. So actually, blood is one of the highest DPS specs right now, which is interesting. And then, yeah, so this is fucking cool. This is a really, 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 really cool thing right here. There's death analysis. Oh, a couple deaths to the bloodletting from the... Oh, yeah, that was like in the first pull, right? This ability can be avoided by moving away. No, that's the opposite of that, by the way. But yeah, I think it's just like a generic thing to be like, it's a positional thing. Don't move away from it, move closer. But anyway, a lot of stats here. Oh, it's like every single death. Every single death is... Oh, shit. Every single death is shown. Damn, this is fucking good, dude. This is really good. Yes, so we can see disbanded keys, too. So we can go to the first run of the day. This was our Eric Era 13 that got a disband. It doesn't give stats, though, so it's kind of pointless. But you could still see... although it doesn't even matter, though, right? Because like, we can't compare a run that didn't finish to a run that did finish, right? That's kind of pointless. But you can still see every death, though. I don't think that's that helpful, but... Yeah, pounding hunt again, you know? This is cool. This is really cool. What about interrupt overlaps? You attempted to interrupt, but someone sniped? Yeah, that's what I said. That's going to be a big failure point with the add-on. Anything with calculations, more data will paint a better picture of who is good and who sucks generally. I like this a lot, dude. I like this a lot. Being able to be like, all right, let's see how the run went. You know what I mean? Like, we know the run was successful. And just, again, not like, whatever. I was the best player in the run, just statistically. I'm not saying I did anything special there. But yeah, like, you can see, like, okay, I was the best player in the run. The priest kind of got carried. The hunter definitely got carried compared to the other DPS. Like, you can learn a lot from this. This is fucking huge. This is huge. This is so cool. This is such a good fucking thing. Delete the goddamn add-on. Get that nonsense out of the game. Make it only personal or whatever. And then we have like a crazy good system here. Like one of the best things that's ever happened out of the gate, I would say. And I was able to log in now. So what do we do now that we can log in? What can I do with this? We can make a character, sync characters. You can really add to the real world analysis of your keys. I'm going to check this every fucking run. Like, this is such a cool feature. Okay, we added our character. Oh, and it's got all kinds of... Oh, it's got runs from the past, too. Viewer WoW OP runs when? Well, like, I'll analyze your run. I mean, I'm not that good at data analysis like that, to be honest, but I can. All right. So what was a run? Let's find our Mists, or our Dawnbreaker 14. Is it on here? Oh, it's not even on here. Wait, how many runs is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Only 9. That's weird. Well. Okay, so we can't actually look at anything that's relevant. Let's look at a log, though, because we have the actual logs, too. So I want to see what our best run is and analyze it on there if we can. How do we do this again? We have to go to my character. I think we can click it, I think. No, how does it work? Spelling stuff wrong. Stop it. Metro Nick. Who's that? That's not a person. Didn't work. All around. Okay. So let's find that Dawnbreaker 14 if we can. You can click on details on your name for a bit more detail on the WoW op add-on or website. Under your name. Oh, view details. Okay. I can really see some people who care about the score will just quit a key if it's going bad. Yeah, that's going to be a big issue. 100%. Okay. All right. There's more runs here now. All right. So Dawnbreaker 14. Here it is. Is this the one that we actually upgraded, though? January 9th. Yeah, it's got to be, right? It says completed, which that's really not. Okay, that's got to get worked on, but... Alright, so that's got to be our Dawnbreaker. That's got to be it, right? So let's take a look at this one. Man, this is such a good idea. Okay, so again... Oh, there's 2 DPS who did crazy well. We did have an AUG. Oh yeah, and you could upvote people. Damn. Damn. Alright, I don't remember the group very well, but let's upvote that guy. That's it, nothing happens. Remove vote. I don't like him anymore, actually. Forget it. Oh wait, Restoration Druid. Is that the viewer? We ran a lot with Restoration Druid recently. But yeah, okay, so in terms of me in that run, we did good. We did above average for 14 Dawnbreaker, but it was mostly because we had 0 deaths. We didn't do great interrupting. Again, I know that I can do better on that. Heavy fails, 0 heavy fails, so that's really ultimately the reason we upgrade the key. And then again, healing per second, extremely low. Even though that means, you know, we had no deaths, so I don't know how it could get any higher. I think it's just probably because I take a lot more versatility than most people, maybe. And then damage per second is embarrassingly low, but it's over 100k lower than the median. But I do think a lot of people are probably... See, that's the other problem. Like, I think if you can compare Deathbringer to Deathbringer, I would probably be a lot higher up in terms of offense. And then in terms of these guys, they crushed it, but I do think it's not going to be... No, it should be, right? Because the log... Yeah, my damage definitely blows. I know, I've known that, though. We don't need a website to tell me that. But it's weird, right? Because why is that the case? This AUG... Was this guy really bad? I think this was like the really bad AUG, wasn't this? This was the guy who was like a 45% or 50% uptime on his shit. Was this like the really bad AUG? I think it might have been. Yeah, the real bad one. That's what I thought. And so these guys did well, but it's not because of AUG. They're just good. His little bar was so small. So small. Yeah, Light's Light. I remember that guy. Okay, that's a viewer. 100%. That guy's a viewer. Yeah, so he did pretty well damage-wise. And then nobody had any actual fails. Oh, yeah, the Evoker got fucking hard carried, too. He died 6 times or something. I don't know what that means. Deaths per hour. I don't really know why they're calculating. Shouldn't it just be deaths per key? Oh, I guess it can't be. It can't be deaths per key because if the run, it goes 3 hours long. Okay, that's why. That's interesting. I don't love that. Deaths per hour. Maybe it should be deaths per timer length. Like if it's a 35-minute dungeon, we definitely want to know how many deaths they had in that 35 minutes, right? But I don't know, because then it would get extrapolated if you beat it in like 5 minutes faster. I don't know. It's interesting. Interesting problem there. But yeah, that guy kind of got carried, so. Deaths before depletion could be its own stat. Okay. Very interesting stuff here. So yeah, a solid run for me. It's really, if I did, like, yeah, if I focus more on offense, both of these would go way up. And I know I definitely have trouble weaving in the globals for the interrupts. But yeah, if I focus more on offense, both of these would go way up. And so we would probably be in a much higher percentile. But it's very interesting. Very interesting. This is really, really cool. Anything else to do with the website? I don't think there's much else, right? Automatic links to stuff. What is ranked? If you want to look at only the ones that aren't finished. Because these do not... Like, these are not finished, right? I think. It only counts finished runs, even ones... The fuck? It only counts finished runs, even ones that are out of time. So our best run ever was this Dawnbreaker. Or at least our best run that I guess is recently showing up for some reason. Can we actually sort by score? No. You can only look at completed and then look at it individually. Let's look at this one then. 88.3. Everybody did well that one. But yeah, my damage was a lot better. Comparatively for some reason. I don't know what would have changed. And that's really the difference. Like, yeah. If my damage is higher and my healing per second gets higher because I'm taking more damage probably, then I'm... Yeah, well above average. But there's not really a lot being calculated here because deaths per hour and heavy fails, like you can't really upgrade keys if you have a lot of deaths per hour as a tank, so it's a bit of a weird thing. It looks like though somehow on average tanks are dying 1.5 times per key and still upgrading 13s. That's kind of shocking to hear that, to be honest. All right, well this is interesting, very interesting. Where's Alex Central? I don't know, I haven't talked to him in a long time. He tried to come back, but I don't think he came back organically. He just was hyped up by all the classic stuff. All right, so how about we find some runs with some interesting people? Where are the tanks at? Sounds like a run we might enjoy. Well, it's hard to find a group. Okay, so that guy's... That's a stone vault, though. That's not going to go well. Find, like, a group that has, like, a high damage number, but, like, not a lot of interrupts or something. Andre, what's up? Welcome. Your worst score and best score are both Dawnbreakers. Yeah, it's very, it doesn't seem like it's calculating a lot of runs, so... We'll have to see how... I definitely don't know. Maybe that's, like, a limitation on their website right now. But I would like to see more runs than just whatever there was there, because... It seems like, you know, I especially since I uploaded like all those logs of the season so far, I would definitely like to analyze my progression over time and see if I've gotten better or worse, you know. But unfortunately, since it's only showing runs for the last few weeks. Do you ever play your Holy Pally anymore? No, I don't even have my Holy Pally. Like, I think my Paladin's like 72 or something. Never even leveled it. What run are we doing? Eric Kara, I think, right? Yeah. That's pretty exciting stuff, though, I'll tell you what. Have you seen anyone in game at more than 15 runs? No, 15 is the max. Yeah, I think that's like I think they said that somewhere. I don't know where, but I think they did say that. Still no answer for my comment on Reddit. Hopefully that'll come.
Badges again. We're like.
Oh, I keep forgetting about Kyrasis. Yeah, what's his realm? Is it Area 52? Does it need to be one word? I guess I don't know. I don't know, maybe stuff has to be capitalized. Glad to hear that too, yeah. Could be that I didn't capitalize this K. There we go. Okay, so stuff has to be capitalized. Capitalize the 5? No, that's not. Okay, so yeah, even his healing is really low, which that really doesn't make sense. So it's don't know what's going on there, but that's the #1 thing I wanted to see. In terms of damage, he's slightly above average. Okay. What untaken talents do you think would give you better damage? Talents? I'm not really sure, to be honest. I like don't know. I don't even know what to do to improve my damage other than trinkets and Ghost Alien. I just don't even think about it. I guess Soul Reaper would definitely help. Oh, and Slappy Hands too, yeah. But other than that, I'm not sure there's any actual spells that would improve the damage substantially. Maybe the whole consumption into more Death Strike thing, I don't know. Improved Heart Strike and Bloodshot, but yeah, who knows. Okay, let's look at Jixip. But don't forget, I think it's... You haven't done keys in a while, right? So I think it's not going to show anything because you haven't done recently. Yeah, is that right? It has to be recent, I think, for some reason. He's using DR better than average. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's almost like kind of a misnomer, right? I don't know how to fix that. Because like high HPS indicates you're taking a lot more damage, but at the same time, if you have high HPS and you're not dying a lot, then it's also, you know, that means you're playing very well. So I don't know what the fix to that is. This is really fucking cool. I really like this website though. I like that log analysis thing. We're definitely gonna, I mean, I think we can take a look at every run that we finish and see. I think it'd be really interesting. Too much talking, yeah. Well, you can already tell by the name of this, by the way this group was set up.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I keep opening that when I'm trying to record.
And now you learn the truth.
Yeah, we need a, now we need like a pug, like, all right, words per minute. Oh, it's above average. Azralons per group. Ooh, 1.3. That's pretty low. What website is it? It's called wowop.io. Very interesting, though. I guess somehow we missed the fact that logs actually can show non-finished keys now. So I really don't understand. Like now, that whole conversation about Radar Arrow really gets offensive because originally it was their defense was that like they can't. There's no way to tell if a run isn't finished, but that's no longer true apparently. So that's really bad. Nedra, is it fun to keep up a log with prediction, like a group with higher score? I kind of like it for now. I mean, it's going to get old eventually, but yeah, like, so what about these guys? That guy has no stats. This guy's like, this healer is like slightly average, like they're a little bit above average. They are not very good at healing, apparently. This guy's like pretty much average. This guy's, oh wow. His damage is way, did you see that? I don't know if you could see it. 95.5. Whoa. Arcane. So this guy better top the charts like crazy. We expect him to be topped by a lot. Haven't seen anybody in the 90s anywhere yet, so that's the first guy we've seen. That guy's 3090. And then it's very interesting because if you like run into somebody who's like seemingly playing their spec exceptionally well, like if you got some guy who's like top interrupts, like 90% interrupter, 90% death rate or whatever, 90% DPS, but he's still the same score as you, what does that tell you? Does that tell you that maybe he just started? Maybe it tells you that like he's constantly in bad groups? I don't know. It's very interesting. You could always log not finished keys. What do you mean? Yeah, the logs of not finished keys just don't count for the score. Doesn't that just take their last 15 runs? That's what it says, yeah. Hopefully it'll get expanded eventually. It might tell you he's toxic. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, it could. It very much could. It could be that like the guy's an exceptional player, but he's constantly a problem in every group he's in. Can't wait until you see Oggs and they just break the Addon with their top tier skills. Oh, we're going to be looking at Oggs, brother. We are going to be looking at Oggs. Don't you worry about that. I cannot fucking wait to start looking at Oggs, man. I hope it's going to happen. They've been a lot less common recently, though. I'd be very interested to see like the first actual good Og. We played with that one a while ago who I thought was actually good, and I don't remember his name, but if we could look that guy up, I bet we'd learn a lot about what a bad Og looks like.
Beware.
This is still not on me.
Beware. Beware.
Was there any other stats that you guys think like should be included? I definitely think uptime is a huge, like for DPS, there needs to be an uptime stat. That's already something that's in the logs too. Like, it's really definitely a big, like, it's not just about deaths. Because if you die and miss the whole fight, that is a way, way, way bigger issue than just one death. So there definitely should be an uptime one for DPS, but other than that, I'm not really sure. I think the self-healing thing for tanks is a bit weird, especially blood, but at the end of the day, it probably can stay. It's just kind of, unfortunately, is going to change a lot about your average compared to maybe other specs. Like a tank, it's going to have a lot lower average than a mage, because the mage doesn't have to worry about that kind of stat. Does the add-on rely only on logged runs? Yep. Yeah, so I would recommend everybody starts logging their runs. Defensive uptime for tanks, consecration for pally. I think that's just going to be wrapped into defensive, like the damage taken stat, which they have a survivability stat there, even though it wasn't on the actual log. I'm not sure why, but I assume that's enough. Like, we don't need an actual uptime because, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have, but it's just not going to tell you a lot mostly. Like, if you had really high defensive uptime, but you have bad survivability, I guess it just means you're under geared at that point, right? Or maybe it means your healer is also, I don't know how survivability is calculated, but perhaps it means that your healer is not helping much. I don't know that there's much nuance there. Okay, mage is doing well, but warlock's definitely doing well too. Nice little dance me in the melee there. Moria Nith. Thanks for over there. Time to fight them. I wonder if like stuns, like it has to interrupt the mob, right? But like, yeah, I bet a lot of people just get like random stun credit without even like people just stun shit and it just gets picked no matter what. Okay, you guys gonna kill that? 9-10 stacks, it goes away, right? Okay, I guess not. 11, 12. In terms of pure DPS, would you say class really matters? Well, we can see the stats better now, so yeah, I guess it definitely does. Like, we just showed that Marksman Hunter way below average as a class or a spec. Instead of overall damage, maybe damage to trash or damage to bosses. It would be interesting to see if someone's just a patter. Boss damage versus trash damage could be interesting. Yeah, that could be I think that maybe is getting a bit too in the weeds, but that I wouldn't mind seeing that stat. Especially on certain runs. But now that they got rid of Tyrannical, I think it's probably not necessarily needed. Or whatever, Tyrannical is just in every key now, I mean. Prior target versus pad damage. Yeah, that's I feel like that's a little too in the weeds at that point. Like, you're getting into the opinion range too much. Because like everything in the dungeon has to die, right? It's a speed run, so there isn't a single mob in the dungeon that doesn't have to die, unless you're overcount, I guess. But Everything has to die, so it's not really... Oh, shit. It's not really fair to say, like, oh, you attacked something that didn't need to die a lot. It's, well, it had to die eventually, right? Like, you can't just carry it through the whole dungeon with you. Padding it does, in fact, slow your run down. Yeah, I don't subscribe to that idea. That is not my opinion. I don't think padding actually exists. It's a raid thing. It's like a phrase and a concept that exists in raids. But outside of, like, I mean, if there's bosses that have like a similar problem, like in a raid boss where there's a lot of ads that are slowing your single target down, then you can say that. But like trash, every single mob needs to die. You can't. There's not a single mob in the dungeon that is like, it's not important that it dies. When you have two times HP mob in a pack and it lives 3 times longer than the rest, you lose time overall. Right, but that's just like, that does not necessarily happen because somebody AoE'd versus single targeted. So you can't measure it by, like, you know what I mean? Like, if every single person just single targeted and did 0 AoE, the pack would take way, way longer too, you know what I mean? There's too much like nuance there to just say that out loud. The problem is usually when like damage profiles overlap in a way that everybody's just AoEing and shit's not dying fast because of that, not because one guy is attacking stuff he doesn't necessarily prioritize. Just remember bolstering when padding actually made a big difference. Right, yeah. It's like nowadays it's very different. How do you log a run? There's a thing on the website on Raider.io or on Warcraft Logs explaining how to do it. Are the new instances on the PTR yet? Doesn't look like it. I went on there this morning. That was my goal for today's stream. It's just not there, so I don't know. Not sure why, but that really pissed me off, honestly. I don't know. Like they're really. Oh, that's Purgatory. What the hell? That guy have threat.
Beware.
He's kicking our ass here. Trying to save rune weapon. It's really not a good idea, but need to walk in it now without Purgatory. I definitely need to walk into this next pack with it. Do you have a dungeon you never want to see back in the rotation? Yeah, Toldagor would be the worst one possible. At this point, now that they've added some of the other ones that I also would not have liked to see, like Siege of Brawls and stuff. I feel like Siege ended up being a win. Yep, exactly. Pretty much all the ones I would have feared ended up being great, honestly. So at this point, don't even ask me that question because I'm going to end up predicting it wrong anyway. Toldagor is going to end up being the best dungeon when it finally comes back. Warcraft Logs HPS is also broken for some healers by counting healing on all pets and minions. Oh, you wouldn't say that counts? Addon's already working though. Like I'm more aware of interrupting stuff, even though a lot of this is not helping. Just I guess it's better to do it than not do it. Certainly makes playing the spec harder, but they remove some trash in the jail area and 10,000% made not pulling through a wall a thing, Toldagor could be good. My big issue with Toldagor was that last boss and how stupid that fucking mechanic was. So as long as that last boss is changed, and then yeah, all the stuff you mentioned also changes, I think it's probably a fine dungeon. I just don't like fighting in those like narrow ass hallways, but you know, they've already done Grim Patrol, which is I always do that. They already did Grim Rail Depot, which is way worse in that front, so, and that was ended up being a fine dungeon. It wasn't really a problem. Toldagor was the worst, but also had one of the best pulls ever on the beach. Yeah, it was kind of cool to start the dungeon with that giant ass shit, right? The only other thing I check on Warcraft Logs is dispels. I think that'd be beneficial. Oh yeah, dispels aren't on there at all, are they? That's interesting. That would be heavily dungeon dependent though, unfortunately. I don't know that they can add that for non-healers. Because there's some dungeons that you simply cannot use your dispel on, right? Like, is there a single curse in this entire dungeon? I don't know.
Beware.
I think everything in here is a poison. Yeah, I don't think there's a single curse. So this mage can't dispel once. Okay, kind of going nuts here damage-wise, though. I think we're going to have a really good key. Can't wait to see the mage, considering the add-on tells us he's one of the best arcane mages at this level. Well above average. I hope people with non-meta classes will get... I don't know what that is. What is those words? Get invite. Get invite because of score. Yeah, I think that the one good thing that might come with this is you'll be able to actually see like a good non-meta pick will be very obvious now. Although I don't know, because it's probably gonna be less people playing it too, so it's like on average it's gonna be harder to be a good, like an outstanding player on that spec. Yeah, we should have listed here. Yep. What the hell? I don't think we want that, do we? Do we want that thing just CC'd permanently? Hey Jeremy, what's up buddy? Welcome. Do you enable action targeting, or do you make sure you always have to be in range of your target? I don't know what action targeting is, so no, I haven't enabled it. This is the thing about this, like counting this as a failure to stand in this, it's like, it's not. It doesn't do any damage to me, and it's better that I keep this boss facing this direction. Is the Pally score low? He has no, it's like, he has no log runs or something, I guess. It doesn't show anything at all for him. Oh, he's gonna after this one. And yeah, as of right now, he did die in the fight, but yeah. It's gonna be a bad start for his logging. Yeah, we'll I'll be looking at, like, especially today, I'll be looking at every single finish key. Every log of every finish key. The least played classes definitely have inflated score. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's probably a lot more complicated for that. That's why I was interested to seeing other Blood Death Knights, because I bet there's just very few Blood Death Knights, I think, so.
Guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Nephros refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Answereth and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
Why is the Overseer? Oh, somebody used like the tailoring thing to like sun the Overseer, I guess. It was in a web. I never saw that before. Another death for the Pally. He's gonna be gray after this one. Getting that boost. Mori Metro, day off. Storm knocked our power, so watching via shitty data and major lag. Oh well. Hope everything's okay for you. I guess he's DCing or something. No, shit, man. I'm really playing poor today. I feel like I'm just taking more damage than normal. Days off, I guess that'll do it.
Beware. Beware.
I simply wish you had lasted a little.
Could have used the 5th player. Why not run down the middle? I feel like it's worse, yeah. The Silkstone is good for the second mini boss. Yeah, I've heard about that. Feel like running down the middle is easier as a tank? Yeah, maybe as a tank, but definitely harder for everybody else. Well, so much for our analyzed run. Still gotta finish keys. That's still a fucking kick in the balls. Maybe he rage quit because he blew ass, this guy said. That's funny. Middle is insane in 14 plus. People die to random damage from flying mobs. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be going that way, that's for sure. Those are over there. Yeah, it's just not gonna work out.
Only the strongest
All right, so much for that.
survive.
Why did he leave? Probably his. Oh, he's back. Why you pulled double flying mobs before big guy? Are you talking to him? I guess. I don't know. No. Stop hurting. Stop that. I wonder if that site thinks proccing a cheat death is a mistake. Oh, I don't know. Probably not, right? I think it's just going to be raw deaths. What is this guy? Just like AFK? What's going on right now? I don't even know where they are. Guess we're not getting our log. Do you want the patrols in this route? Yeah. I'm the Aflock. Oh, Joseph. Yeah, it's frustrating. I thought we were going to have a great run here. I wanted to see how that worked out. Thunderstorm Metro? No. Okay. Let's see. Disband still suck. We got all this new stuff to talk about, and we still got fucking nonsense. Would using Sark Cloak with no stamina be considered a big fail? Is that a Dragonflight item?
I simply wish you would last.
I got a win last night during raid. It's so fun. Oh, fun. Well, you can just do it in the middle of a raid? That's crazy. If I'm an Aflock topping meters, there's something wrong. Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny because we were looking at that mage and his score. Thanks a lot, man. You're here, right? I don't know why she typed that in the game. Anyway, yeah, the mage was like a 95th percentile arcane mage or something like that. So we were shocked. I don't know how good his damage ended up being overall, but oh god, wow. But yeah, it's obviously a very flawed run. Pat D, what's up, buddy? I've seen people that just go TP to Dornegal and go AFK and not respond after a wipe. That way they try to game the reports. Now, the reports aren't... You don't have to report. It's not a thing that you report. The way it works is Blizzard, they look at it, like, on their own, basically. Like, they have the stats themselves. So, you're not going to be able to game it. If you do what you said there constantly, you'll be actioned. I was kind of nervous knowing you were tanking. Oh, well. Don't be nervous. Alright, Eric Hero 14. Disband again. Killing us with these disbands. If we just had more finished keys, it'd be a really interesting conversation today. We still have a few hours though. I started so early, so we'll end up with a long one today. Then hopefully tomorrow we'll be on the PTR, maybe for the rest of the week now. I really do want to test the new dungeons on the PTR, but for some reason they're not available. I have an arcane recently, I guess. Should have been easily timed. I only play AF. 3 years of AF lock only. Oh, that's cool. I do like that. AF's in a good spot too, I feel like. It's not bad. Is it fun? Do you find it fun right now compared to previous iterations? I guess you didn't play it like many years ago, so I don't know. Okay, arcane. How do you spell his name? Moranath. Moranath. Legion Alpha is the best spec in the game most of that expansion. Yeah. It is super fun. Did you see the posted changes to the minecart thing? Yeah, I reacted to them at the start of the stream. Hey, Bliss, how the hell are you? Lunchtime, yeah. It's actually been live for 3.5 hours already, and it's only noon. Usually, you're eating lunch as we're just starting the stream, but today we're deep into it. Alright, anyway, let's get some more. What are they doing to minecarts? They're basically making that whole area a lot more lenient on its mechanics, which is very good. Honestly, like, don't even want to sign up to I just want to finish keys right now. Hopefully we can just finish some keys. I wonder if Blizzard ever plans on getting the PTR dungeons out. Yeah, it's like really bizarre how nobody's talking about it. Man. Very frustrating, to be honest. There's not even a blue post on the forums. And there's nobody talking about it, not a single person. I didn't see a single post on the forums about it, so that's why I thought I was missing some. But I started the stream expecting to do PTR stuff. And I couldn't figure out how to do it, so I just had to log off. Everyone's plunger storming, so it's under the radar. Yeah, maybe. I didn't realize that's why the servers were down, though. Is this from Nintendo? Holy shit. We're aware that some fans may experience difficulty purchasing certain Pokemon TCG Scarlet and Violet Prismatic Evolutions products at launch due to high demand impacting availability. We understand this inconvenience can be disappointing for fans, and we are actively working to print more of the impacted Pokemon TCG products as quickly as possible and at the maximum capacity to acknowledge this. Reprinted products are expected to be available at participating retailers as soon as possible to help ensure fans receive opportunities to access all this stuff. In addition, more new products from the lineup will be coming. Oh yeah, no shit, we already know about that. So it's basically nothing. They don't say anything. We understand some of you guys may be murdered by angry mobs trying to get our short printed cards. I can assure you, we don't care. Please continue buying our products. See you soon. Just returned. How's the new add-on working you spoke about in your video? The add-on itself is a little weak, but the website is strong. Fucking strong. I really hope we can finish more keys, because I want to keep looking at this website. I love that it's like this big breaking news. The Pokemon Center International promises to print more prismatic evolutions. Oh, really? Thanks for letting us know. What website? It's called wowop.io. This is gonna break the game. It's gonna change the whole game. Stay tuned. In a year from now, you guys will. Anybody who hasn't heard of it today is gonna be. You're gonna be heavily affected by it, one way or the other. For better or for worse, I did reach out to the owner, or whatever, the creator. Hoping to schedule an interview. They don't seem to want to do that, so... I did ask some questions that hopefully they will answer. We'll see. Alright, Joe, thanks for stopping by, man. Good key. Is Blood Knight a good tank because of heals or defense, or a mixture of both? You're asking, like, what is their strength defensively? It's mostly self-healing, yeah. You take far more damage than most tanks, but you self-heal it an enormous amount. I'm okay if they needed extra time, but simply putting a blue post out saying it's going to be delayed is pretty minimum. Well, you know what they did? Like, this is the thing. Like, they did the opposite. Like, it's actually completely fucked up. There's a blue post saying it should have started from yesterday. No offense, but you keep talking about this proposed interview and acting like it's a negative when the add-on creator probably has a full-time job and it's likely a hobby project. No, this isn't a hobby project. This is something that's like, well, they may think of it as a hobby, but this is not. It's not okay to think of it that way. I'm not sure why you think the lack of interview matters, because it's really important that this, like, I don't know how to, like, do you know that this is probably going to be one of the most important things that's ever happened in the pug world? Like, do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that, or what? Why is it not okay to think of it as a hobby? Because it's going to dramatically change the way the video game's played. Do you agree with that or disagree with that? What's your thoughts on the new Pokemon set Journey Together? Yeah, I have very negative thoughts on Pokemon TCG right now. I'm trying not to continue to be negative about it. So is the DPS version like a Blood Mage from Vanguard in armor? I don't know what that means, sorry. What changed? Your stance yesterday sounded like the Addon would be pretty irrelevant. Did it? I disagree strongly with that. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay, well, what makes you disagree strongly with that? You don't think that, like, do you not experience a lot of people like gatekeeping, quote unquote? Like, what specifically do you disagree strongly with, I guess? You don't feel like there's already problems with, like, people are using these add-ons to the implement of, like, creating a social, I don't even know how to describe it, like, it's heavily impacting who does keys and how, right? I really don't know how you can disagree with it. Vanguard was an MMO. It didn't last very long, though. Oh, really? I don't know anything about it. But, yeah, so... Nope, I don't at all. I pugged to 3.4 on multiple characters, and Radio IO has 0 influence on my ability to do that. 0? What? I mean, I assume you're exaggerating, right? You can't mean 0. So you just invite people, like, at, like, 1.5k score to a 14 or a 15, and, like, it doesn't matter at all? An interview is far better than a list of questions. It opens up more questions that you may not have included. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I wanted to sit down and do, like, almost like a podcast with them. Because it's like, this is going to be fucking major. And I think people will trust them. Like, there's already people who don't trust them, right? I got told about this because people don't trust them. They don't trust this add-on. They are not looking forward to this add-on. They don't want this in the game. I want to trust them. Because it sounds like if it's done by the right person for the right reasons, it could be the best fucking thing that's ever happened to Pugging. But if it's done by the wrong person for the wrong reasons, it could be the worst thing that's ever happened to Pugging. So I just wanted to get to know the person. You know what I mean? And hear why they're doing it. Like, especially, I would love to hear why. Like, why bother with this? Especially since you just said it's probably a hobby for them. Like, why bother then? If you genuinely believe that it's not something they're taking serious and they're just doing in their free time, then why bother in the first place? There must be a reason, you know? So that's why I wanted to get to the bottom of, basically. Do people who do Radar IO and WoW OP earn money from it? Yes. Yes, definitely. If the add-on was purely focused on your own individual performance and it means to improve, that is fine. The website itself seems to be that, and that's spectacular. From what I've seen, it's spectacular. The add-on, though, got some problems, I think. But either way, it's a very, very interesting thing. So once it starts sharing another player's performance and keys during the forming process, it ends up that there will be some that base their entire decision to invite you. Yeah, I mean, it's really not debatable. Like, I think you're just lying to yourself if you think it's not impacting you whatsoever. I could see, you can say it's like not having a major impact on it, but it's like obviously fucking the case that people are inviting people based on score. It's just not even debatable, I don't think. That's how open source works. All people are pitching in some bits to work and it becomes a bigger thing. So you think it's an open source project? Do you think that's the case? I didn't think that was the case. It felt like it was worked on just by one person, maybe? I could be wrong, though, I guess. Or not necessarily one person, but like one group, not just like a random group. There are lots of things in the world that depend on things that people did as a hobby. Sure, but this is not one of them, I would say. Doesn't look like it to me. I mean, do you feel like it does? But I think the original point, I don't know why we started talking about whatever we talked about, but the original point that I was talking about was, it seems like you're releasing this big add-on, you have a website, you have a post on the competitive WoW Reddit, it's blowing up, and to say like, I will never have time to have a conversation about this with anybody, it's like, what? Yeah, like it doesn't match up. Like, well, how did you have time to make the add-on then? Like, I don't really get it. Like, I didn't even specify the link. Like, it could have been like a 10-minute conversation. You know what I mean? That would have been. That's still better than nothing. It's not open source unless they have the source code available to the public. That, yeah, I don't know if somebody was suggesting they do or what. My biggest concern is people still probably just gonna invite the meta spec over someone with a slightly better add-on score. Yeah, at the end of the day, okay. So I think my best case scenario with this add-on is that it's more of like a pass or fail. Like, you don't like, I hate it when people use add-ons like this and they're like, well, that guy is a 73 and I'm a 71, so, or he's a 73 and I'm a 76, so I'm better than him. I fucking, that's so stupid, dude. If you really put your self-worth that minutely on these projects that are made by actual players and not like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know that this is that accurate, that to be basing your self-worth on this. So I hate when that happens. But if it's like, okay, well, that dude's 19 and I'm 80, like, yeah, he's not coming. You know what I mean? That's how it should be. It should be like a pass or fail. I think that's the big thing. Like, if it's used like a pass or fail thing, then it would be great. It would be really good, I think. And hopefully that's how it's going to end up being. Issue is you're a small fish. If, say, Maximum Limit wants an interview, I'm sure they'll get it. Well, Maximum Limit, I mean, he wouldn't even want, like, that's what I mean. Like, who else wants to interview this person? There's, like, nobody else who even cares about Pugging anywhere near as much as I do. Like, I mean, I guess you're just saying the guy's lying to me and just pretending like he's busy? I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but either way. We'll see if they reply. Like I said, I sent some messages, so hopefully they'll reply to those questions and we'll get some answers. I like small fish. I eat sardines all the time. Oh yeah, do you like sardines on pizza? I've never had it, but I don't know what it even tastes like. Is it like really salty or something? I don't even know what it tastes like. My father's friend used to own a pizza restaurant, and apparently he had sardine, like something maybe in the sauce or something. I don't know exactly what, but everybody liked it for some reason, but I don't know what it exactly does to the flavor. Did he say no? I posted the picture in Discord. I don't want to misquote it, but I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I'm going to just give you a quick answer besides making you go to the Discord. Oh, is it anchovies? That's what it is. Anchovies, yeah. Anyway, the short answer to the question is he says he won't ever have time for a conversation about it, basically. Here, let me just get it up and I'll read what it says. It says, thanks for responding to our idea. We always are interested in hearing feedback and ideas for the project. Currently setting up a Discord server for this purpose, basically. A sit down to talk will be impossible for time reasons for me, but I would be down to answer a few questions per DMs, is the answer, basically. And it's just like, I don't... Why? Like, why would it be impossible? I don't get it. But yeah, either way, hopefully they'll answer and we'll have a good conversation after that. And fish enjoyers in chat? Oh no. Well, that's why it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you never have time for a chat? Like, it's just not a priority for the person, I think, is the real answer to the question. So if it was me, I would want, like, you know, you would want as much exposure as possible. And you would want to, like, set the record straight on goals, you know, I feel like. If you level up a fresh 80 now, how feasible is it to get Mythic Plus ready by the time the patch goes live? Extremely feasible. Gearing has never been easier and faster, especially now that you can craft a ton of gear and all you have to do is just... Like, there's no cap on currency now. So it's, like, very, very easy. Some people just don't have time. Do you think the same people who don't have time also make a giant add-on and website to aggregate stats from every player who's doing Mythic Plus? Like, that's the thing. It's like, this is supposed to be like a enormous project for this person, right? Like, how do you also not have time to discuss the same project? Like, fucking Mark Zuckerberg does interviews, brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure you got time. You just don't want to do it. Can 600 plus in the first. You can get 600 plus in the first few weeks of hitting 80. Oh, more than yeah. You can be geared before the season starts easily. I'm ready, tempted to jump this weekend. Been doing a lot of classic. Oh yeah. Oh cool. Hope you have fun. And if you have any questions, let me know. Even Elon has time to post on Twitter. Oh, that dude's addicted to Twitter though. That dude posts more on Twitter than does anything else. You made a Pokemon game and hundreds of leveling challenges, and your common phrase is, "I have no time." No, you're twisting my words, dude. I don't appreciate that. I say I have no free time, but if somebody who's like, hey, I have a 30K sub YouTube channel, I want to talk about your Pokemon game and help you raise awareness about it, I wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm never going to have time to do that. That doesn't even make sense. But like I said, hopefully it's just whatever. It doesn't matter. If they reply to me, we will see what happens. I can see not wanting to set expectations and getting backlash, especially from the unhinged WoW player base. It's possible that they're just nervous to talk about it. Yeah, I think that may be the case. If it was me, though, like me as the person I am, I would want to get ahead of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you should, at least. You should know that this is going to have serious, serious implications on the game. It's going to be a dramatic shift in the way people aggregate groups and the way people talk about the game. So I would want to get ahead of that. Like, hey, listen, I know this is going to be crazy. Here's my thoughts on it. If you don't agree with them, well, I'm sorry. This is what we're doing. But like to say nothing about it, it's like, I don't know. Could be an issue with an inflated ego. I wouldn't say that based on the way they replied. And I mean, it was a very quick response. So they seem like down to earth on that front. It's just kind of strange to not want to discuss it further, I feel like. It could also be that they just don't really think it needs further discussion. Who knows? I don't know. Reading too far into it at this point, but you offered to mentor someone and they can't make time. Sounds like the sound of having a goal but is unwilling to put in the time. Yeah, not mentor, just interview. If you didn't hear the original conversation, it's somebody's making an add-on that's going to have extremely heavy impact on the way the game is played. And as somebody who's seriously invested in talking about this topic, I wanted to have a conversation with them to help get their, get their experience, their knowledge, all that stuff out so people can look back at it and be like, oh, okay. Because like I think a lot of people just don't trust it, you know what I mean? So I feel like it can be really, really, really beneficial for them to get out ahead of this. But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, Jix is probably right. They probably just don't want to talk. I don't really get why you lie about that, but maybe that's the case. I think they just don't want to talk. I would agree with you if they just said they didn't want to talk. So to sit down to talk will be impossible for time reasons is the answer. That I don't like.
Beware.
Should have called it do-op? Do-wop. Well, am I the only one who thinks it's going to be called opioid score? Maybe I am, I guess. I'm crazy, but the fact that it's op.io, people already call it Rio for no reason, so I bet people just call it opioid. I'm surprised you're convinced it's going to be a huge deal. Oh, it's going to be it's definitely. Do you guys really not think it's going to be? It doesn't matter how good the scoring system, though. That's the thing. Like, Raider.io scoring system is fucking trash. Like, that's the point. Like, people are literally fucking beating off to this kind of shit in this game. Like, look at Classic, right? Like, the most irrelevant bullshit ever, right? And people still like, oh, 99 percentile parse only to do MC, you know? It's such nonsense. But people beat off to this shit. Like, they marry it. Like, they love it. You know what I mean? So 100% this is going to take off. The only way it won't take off is if it's actually like something about it is structurally really very, very bad. Like if the add-on like doesn't work, never gets updated, doesn't function in some way, like they find out that it's like malware or the website's crashing constantly, or like there's really like something bad about it physically. The concept is definitely it's going to take off.
No fooling you.
They need their own logging system. Yeah, if they did have their own logging system, which even Raider.io doesn't have. I think because they're not trying to step on that kind of toes. But like if they did, it would be, yeah, that would be it. Like the game would forever be different. Raider.io seems to be fundamentally different from this thing. Not sure why you compared it all. Because Raider.io is like the predecessor, right? Like Raider.io was like step one of this. Like we're trying to influence the way people look at each other in the Pug world. And now this is step two. You know what I mean? This is the next step, basically. So like you would look at Raider.io as like the pioneer of it, like AOL, you know what I mean? And so you would want to, if you were whatever, Google Chrome, or I don't know what you'd say compared to AOL, but like if you were the next big browser, you want to look at AOL and learn from their mistakes. And that's why I wanted to talk to this person, because I'd like to hear how much they know about it. Like that was one of the questions I asked. How much have you followed the way the Raider.io scoring system has impacted the game? Are you concerned that your add-on and system will take off to a degree that is eventually inexorably connected to Mythic Plus progression in such a way that Blizzard has to integrate it into their game? That's the number one question I'd like to hear them answer. Because if they haven't discussed it or thought about it all internally, then they should. Like, they may not even want that, you know what I mean? They may not want to have that big of an impact on the game. They may not realize it can trend that way. Do you think one will consume the other? No, I think both will continue to exist. It's just Raider.io is going to become... Like, Raider.io will still be the reason a lot of people do keys, but it will be in tandem with both. Like, people will care about both a lot now. You won't ever have just one be the thing anymore. I would say Gear Score was the originator of using some sort of metric when pugging. Gear Score was not based on skill, though. It was just based on you acquiring gear. This is a much different topic, because it's based on potential like subjective expression of said skill of a player inside group content, whereas like Gear Score is literally just a fact. Like there's no, the gear is aggregated by stats in the game. Item level was already a thing. I think it was just hidden at the time or something. So I don't even really know why people look back at Gear Score and think of anything other than item level that's in the game right now. Like it really had no, I don't know. People used to inspect people all the time. I think maybe you just don't realize that. What's the new system you're talking about? It's called wowop.io. I guess the big difference to me is that Gear Score and Raider.io are fair and objective. Right, yeah, that's what I mean. That's why this is such a big deal, because this is a lot more potentially subjective. Like I said, it's a subjective expression of skill in a group content piece. Like a single player skill in a group content piece. That's insane. Like that's one of the biggest things that could ever happen in the game. Because there's a lot of people out there getting carried, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people are not putting in their fair share. And being able to, you know, express that numerically is going to change the game. Like there's not a 0% chance that Blizzard doesn't allow it, you know what I mean? I think they will allow it, but like it's very possible. It's like this kind of stuff is already a big problem for the game, and if they're already concerned with people kind of down, like looking down on each other because of these types of things, then they may very well want to not allow this add-on too, you know? It's going to cause that kind of level of comparison. From what I understand, one is a leaderboard, another is a way to get more in-depth information about players to make informed decisions. You mean, what, Raider.io? No, Raider.io is also that. It's just a weak version of it. Like, that's why the score exists, because it's a way to get more in-depth information about players to make informed decisions about players you want to invite. That's what Raider.io score is. Now, they didn't intend it to be that. That's why we had this conversation, because they did not intend it to be that. They intended it to be a ranking website, just like WoW Progress. And they had to make a score, because in keys, there's no, like, binary progression, you know what I mean? It's not like a raid where it's like, okay, we killed the boss, that's it, you know what I mean? There's the timer, there's the levels, there's everything else is going on. So they had to make something that was more granular, and that's how score came about. And so they did not make it to potentially segregate the Pug community from each other. They did it for something else, and by accident, that's what happened. And that's what I was criticizing before, is that they take absolutely no ownership of that, they take no responsibility for that, and have not worked to improve that situation that they've created. Even though they did not create it on purpose, you know, their behemoth of a situation still impacts the game to an insane degree. So, like, the fact that Radar Arrow never took any type of ownership for that is not okay. Like, I really don't like that, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. So that's why I wanted to talk to this person, because I just want to see if they're aware of all that, if they have opinions on all that. Maybe they disagree on that. Like, I don't know. Like, I just like to hear where they're starting from and what motivated them to want to do this in the first place. It's like, I could very well see it be like, somebody's like, yeah, I also agree that, like, the Radar Arrow system is very flawed and not, like, it's not enough. It needs to be expanded upon. That's why I want to make this. Like, I could see that being the answer to the question. If that's the answer to the question, it's like, oh, good. Like, good. You understand the problem. You know what I mean? That's like the exact situation that we want to avoid, basically. Expand. I feel like Blizzard will not like this if people start calling people out saying, hey, your interrupts suck. That's what I'm saying. There's definitely a chance that they do. There's definitely a chance that they do that. I don't know how high. I would say it's a low chance, but there's definitely some likelihood. So that's why I just want to hear, you know, the thoughts on that. I'm not sure they should be taking ownership. They're not Blizzard. No, they created a system that everybody, like, it's, do you understand? Like, it's part of the game now, right? So it's like you can't not take ownership for it. You created a system that, like, heavily impacts the way people play the game. Many people look at it as like a detriment to their game lives, and they can't avoid it. Like, it's not possible to avoid Radar Arrow score when you're making a group. It's like, unless you're forming the group and like, I will not look at Radar, I'll just blindly pick you. You know, there's no actual way to avoid it. And I think many people are, you know, they don't like the game because of it. Like, it's impacted the sales of the game, basically. If you want to pug Mythic Plus Dungeons, you have to deal with the Radar Arrow score. So whether that's a good or a bad thing, you know, you can debate that. We obviously have different opinions on both, but the fact that they just, like, never, you know what I mean? It's just like, oh yeah, we don't care really. Like, when I talked to the guys from Radar Arrow, their answer to this question was basically like, yeah, we didn't make it for that. I was like, but it's still happening. And they're like, yeah, we can't control that. It's like, okay. Isn't scoring in the base game? Yep, exactly. Like, their system was so influential that Blizzard had to buy them out, effectively. Like, they had no choice. Blizzard had no choice. They can't let a third party dictate the way the game is looked at like that. Do fears and stuns and knockups count as interrupts? I've heard they do, yes. Although I don't know how exactly it would be looked at, but I think it is the case. That's a sound point. I was not thinking that it affects even non-users. Yep. I mean, yeah, it impacts the game, like, one way or the other. Like, people play the game differently because Radar Arrow score exists. So the fact that they just are just like, yeah, well, oh, didn't realize that was going to happen. Oh, well. I mean, that's just what I'm looking to avoid, you know what I mean? Or I'm looking to hear if it's going to, at least if it happens again, at least now we'll know, you know what I mean? Like, if we can get a conversation to be started on this new add-on, then it's like, all right, well, yeah, maybe, you know, we can just prepare for it. You know, it'd be a little bit better this time around because it's more stats, more predictability on the success. It could be better, you know? I just want to hear what they have to say about it. Kind of a weird argument to suggest that because I'm not inviting 1.4K Radar Arrow players to 12, it has anything to do with it. No, that's exactly what it means, yeah. Yeah, but you wouldn't have the experience, right? How would you know? How do you invite people if it's not based on score then? That was my question. Then you just 30 minutes later you're finally talking about it. But have you played with a lot of people that are using WoW OP add-on yet? Are you noticing big differences? You don't need the add-on. The add-on is just getting stats from logs. That's why this is so potentially important. The add-on is not important at all. It's just like Radar IO. The add-on is not needed to be impacting you. So there's no way you can avoid this. If people want to use this add-on, then you will be impacted by it. But I'm not sure exactly what. So sometimes there's people that have no stats. Like, nobody in this group. This guy only has 1. His interrupts is a 4 out of 100, by the way, so we'll take a look at that. But there's some people who have 0 runs, and I guess it's just meaning they never had a log run.
Beware.
If score didn't exist, I'd still be able to see if they did the content before. That wasn't my question. My question was, are you currently using Radar.io score to invite people? And you don't even need to answer that. The question is yes. I don't know why we're even arguing about this stuff. What do you think is like the point of this argument? Do you think I'm like going on this like impassioned rant for 5 hours, 2 videos, all this, and you think you're like, oh, I'm going to be able to convince him that Radar.io does not have an impact on the game?
Beware.
It's just like a waste of your time. Radar.io is basically integrated into the core game, though. Yes, that's exactly what we're saying. I don't believe you, man. Like, there's just no way you can convince me of that.
Beware. Beware.
Okay. As long as we don't wipe on this boss, we'll have another finished key we can look at. Yeah, they just don't even, like, I don't know why there's, like, a couple people today that are trying to do this. Okay, so you're saying that if a guy had 1 completed key, like, I'll try to be generous, like, you're doing a, say, 14 miss, whatever, it doesn't matter what number, 14 miss, and this guy has 1 run. He's got a single 14 miss upgraded. You would take that guy? %, chance you'll see their score and determine if they're even good enough to qualify your run. Right, it's just like, I don't know why you would even try to argue that. Like, obviously, everybody uses Mythic Plus score for that. You would take that guy. I don't believe you. Like, that's, come on, man. Like, what are we even talking about right now? I can't log for some reason. Have not invested into fixing it. You're unable to get logs, is that what you're saying? There's on Warcraft Logs, there's like a document on there that tells you how to get it all set up if you want to look at it. It's not as complicated as it sounds. I hope they make money out of this. Well, their website is already like riddled with ads, so I think they're already making money, but let's say host a GB 14 key and people applying don't have all the easy ones done at 14. I would never invite them. Score doesn't matter to me at this point. What does that mean?
Beware.
People applying don't have all the easy ones done at 14. So that means score does matter, right? I don't get what your point is there. If you start up at 14 and someone did a 14 Dawn, you would have 2400 IO. You aren't even going to look at them regardless. That's like it. Yeah. I don't know. It's whatever. It doesn't really matter if you agree or not. The game disagrees. So if there's 1 or 2 people out there who disagree that Radar.io add-on and website have had a huge impact on the game, it's like whatever. You can say that if you want, but it's like pointless to even say it because obviously everybody else disagrees. Otherwise, you wouldn't constantly see people arguing about it and constantly people saying like my Radar.io score is not high enough to get into this key, or it is high enough to get into this key and people still don't invite me, and all these nonsense arguments you see constantly. So it's just not a functional argument to have. It looks to me that WoW OP is a team or something like a company in Germany, so maybe that would explain why there isn't a single person willing to talk. Yeah, maybe, but 1 single person replied to my message, it sounded like, so I don't know. I don't know, maybe. Probably overreading the whole message thing, but at the end of the day, I think it would be really good. If it was me doing this, I would definitely want to get my thoughts on paper before things go nuts. Your reply to this, I'm sure it's going to be super insightful. You don't agree with my argument based on a shitload of assumptions about the future of an add-on that may or may not be successful. That's not what we're talking about. Your argument doesn't matter because it's like 1 of a million people. That's why I said it doesn't matter. Like, do you think like 99% of the people who play this game don't care about Radar.io as well? Or you think it's just you? I don't know what we're even talking about at this point. Would this new add-on cause more gatekeeping? It would be a substantial difference in the way people form groups, 100%. I find it funny how well players find new ways to quantify performance. Yup, they're like addicted to it. That's what I was saying. Like that's why I'm so sure it's gonna go this way. Like people fucking beat off to this shit. And like I said, you can literally just look at Classic to see it. Like, look at how people treat parses in a game that has absolutely no reason to care about that. And you think people aren't going to use this in Mythic Plus? Like that, I mean, like, what the fuck? Are you even playing the same game?
Beware.
I care to a certain extent. I guess what you guys are arguing about is how much it matters. I'm not even really sure what we're arguing about at this point. I don't think we are arguing.
I told you that you were destined.
I hadn't considered that the metric might be absolutely terrible and people will still use it. Yes, that's what I'm concerned with. That's what I'm concerned with. Like, that's what I said in the video. Like, that's why I wanted to talk to this person. Because I want to understand where they're coming from and how they're, you know what I mean? Like, how their shit's going. Because I think, like, if they have a good mindset about it, like I said this like 6 times already today. If these people are, like, the most, like, super in tune with Pugging, they're seriously invested in the game, they care a lot about it, they're, like, working to be the best they possibly can be on this, it could be the best possible fucking thing ever. It'd be the best possible thing ever. But if they're just, like, ready to go, they're like, yeah, hands off, we're just going to make the system, see what happens, you know, maybe make money off it. Like, if it's not, like, they're not super focused on what the day-to-day implications of the add-on are going to be, it could be the worst thing that's ever happened. You know what I mean? Like, it could swing that hard. So, yeah. That's what we're talking about here. What's wrong with quantifying and comparing performance in a competitive environment? Oh, absolutely nothing. But that's the thing. Most people are, like, tricking themselves into thinking they're in a competitive environment when in reality they're not. And that's usually why it's looked at as a bad thing. Because you see this trickle down into non-competitive environments. Like, I mean, I think you could even say, like, the environment I'm playing in right now is not a very competitive environment. Like, we're not going to ever make money off this. There's no real reason to care about this. We're not going to get score at this level. Like, we're not going to get a title, I mean, at this level. Like, it's just for personal progression. It's not really for competition at this level. But people still, like, beat the fuck. I mean, like, literally, like, it's their whole identity. Some of these people, you know? If I start a key, I'll invite a certain IO, but I also go to logs to verify that they're still decent. Yeah, it's everybody does it. I mean, it's very normal, and I think most people do think about it that way. Like, very, very few people are going to look at the success of the player and think it doesn't matter, you know what I mean? And the amount of dedication they have and the amount of things they have. I'd love to see some logs from someone claiming they don't use IO to build a group. The argument is basically just like this flimsy, like, they're like, well, I could not use Raider IO if it didn't exist, bro. Like, that's basically the argument. Obviously, everybody uses Raider IO. It's like not, I mean, the fact it's in the game. Like, Blizzard bought the fucking thing off them, you know? It's like, it's not debatable. It's having a huge, huge, huge impact on the game. People love to call themselves pro, but a professional is defined as making money. That's true, yep. Hey, Netherstraws, what's up? Welcome. Maybe Blizzard could just make their own rating system that is good and people could stop trying to make their own system, but good luck, Blizzard, to do anything that doesn't instantly benefit them. It's just one of those things that I didn't think Blizzard would ever want to do, and that's why I think this is such a big deal. Like, maybe it's not clear to you guys. Like, I think this is such a big deal because of that. Blizzard could and maybe should do this, but they don't want to because they don't like it when people treat each other this way. You know what I mean? I think that's really what the heart of the problem is here. Blizzard could have done this, and maybe they should have done this, but they didn't. It wasn't necessarily just because they're, like, incompetent or boring or lazy or some bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? I think it was a choice. I think they don't want people judging each other like this. But when Raider IO became as popular as it did, they had no choice but to take it off them because it was too impacting the game. Like, it had to be done by them. They wouldn't have done it on their own, but they had to do it. And that's what I think is going to happen with this new website and this new add-on. Like, it's going to happen if it gets to be the level of Raider IO. The game will be heavily impacted by it. And again, WoW will change, and Blizzard will probably have to buy it or take it off them again. Anyway, it's a competitive environment as you are competing to get into a key. Once you're in, it should be a team effort, but until that happens, you're competing against everyone else signing up to the key. I see your point. It's a literal competitive thing to do, but that's not what people mean when they say competitive environments. They mean like we're, you know, getting into the key is just a pugging thing. You don't even have to pug. That's something else entirely. I get what you mean. It's like a cutthroat marketplace to get into a key, but that's not what we're talking about. Can you imagine League of Legends be as popular without a ranking system? No, of course not. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, these systems are inexorably connected to progression in these video games. They always exist. Without them, the game is totally different. And people like this shit. They really do. They like this connective, like they're connected to the score, like in League, right? Like, oh, I'm a bronze, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like, you identify as that. And that's why this is going to take off. Like, it's just, I mean, you can look at any game that has anything similar. It's obviously popular. It's just about whether or not it's handled well. That's the big question. So, speaking of, we looked at this already, and if you guys didn't see it earlier, this is insanely cool. So we're going to look at it again. We can go to, I believe the best way to do it is to go to My Characters. Here's the run we just did. 1234, 1238, this is it. So here's the run we just did. We could take a look at everything based on what they're giving us here. And you can learn a little bit about the run. You can learn a little bit about who was in the run and did well. And you can learn a little bit about, you know, ways that everybody can improve in the run. And, you know, you yourself, obviously. Like, I think, again, their express written consent was to say, we want you to look at this yourself. I'm like, oh, my interrupts were really low. Again, I still don't. I tried hard in that one, I thought. But still really low. So I got to work on that in that dungeon. That's what you're supposed to do. But instead, look at this. I was the second best player in the group. You know, that's what's good. That's what people are going to do. Like, you know, people are going to do that. Look, I was the second best player in the group. I carried these other idiots. This guy fucking sucks. He sucks. I can't believe I wasted my time playing with. That's what people are going to do. You know what I mean? But it can be learned from, and it's interesting to see. Because it's now another, like, I mean, the guy's damage was terrible. I mean, really bad. But we don't necessarily know the whole story without looking at why. So we can look at his damage. We can look at his stats. 4.5 deaths per hour. That part is still kind of complicated to look at, but we know he died probably. I assume that means he died a lot. Because if he had 4 deaths per hour and the run was only 30 some minutes, then that means he probably died 8 times or something. I don't know about that number. But anyway, he died a lot. Interrupts per minute, he did fine. He was like average, a little bit above average actually. Slightly, well, for some reason, I guess the numbers aren't the same because it says there is a difference even though there isn't a difference numerically. Then we have damage per second, substantially below average. And as we see, Rhett is actually not as above average as you would think. This is the roll median. This is well, it's not average, it's median. That means the middle value, I believe, right? But anyway, yeah, the median is 1.5 million overall. Red is not substantially above that, which is shocking. We looked at Ellie before. Enhance is also the same. They're substantially above it, and so is Assassination Rogue a little bit. They're a full 100,000 above it. So Red is actually not as good as we thought it was in terms of overall damage. This is only going to be for a 13 miss, by the way. These numbers come from 13 miss exclusively. And then in terms of heavy fails, he had 1. Although I don't know what would be, like, it doesn't tell you what it was. But yeah, his damage is horrendous. 6.4 score component there. It's insanely bad. Clip that and remove the context. Anyone else can't make an account on WoWP? Yeah, it was like that when we tried to. It was really bad this morning. I just stopped being like that for a while, but I don't know. I guess it went back to being like that. Metro, they just want a reaction from you. They're just trolling. Who? I think Raid Royale is a very good thing for the game's health. I mean, for Mythic Plus, I've never experienced any substantial gatekeeping. Oh, really? Yeah, we definitely have. But like I said, Raid Royale is great. It is great, but it should be better than it is. That's my point. That was how this all started. Because it just, they launched it and just left it there and just never touched it after that. His death, there was almost 3 million overkill. That was probably his heavy fail. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. It shows the death, too, right? Yeah, so you can see his deaths. So how many times did he actually die? 1, 2. He only had 2 actual deaths. That's interesting. Oh, right, because 2 times, yeah, it'd be 4. I'm an idiot. Bad at math. So he got 7 million overkill on this one. Acid expulsion. Yeah, he died to that. Okay. This would these guys were trying to like blame me for that. I guess I didn't even see what they were saying. This tank is kind of lazy. What? This move boss is bad. The guy who died heal. So they're just trying to like pass the blame around, I guess, basically. Anyway, yeah. So this is what we got, and we see, you know, and so like if you look at it statistically, it's like okay, that guy got carried. Now if he does this a lot, reliably the case. Do we want to keep playing with them? Like, that's the point of the add-on. That's the point of the website. Like, I think it's good. It could potentially be better. I'm sure it's going to get better, but it could potentially involve things that make it definitely better. And as long as the people who make it and are developing it care about these things, we're in really good hands. I think this is really cool. I'm excited to see the future of it. So let's keep doing more runs. The people that gatekeep are probably people you don't want to play as, like probably with as a person. Maybe streamer does want to play with them. Yeah, either way, I'm just saying people definitely do it. I can't log into the website. Yeah, it's been up and down, I guess, yeah. I do fear people who have no idea what this add-on is will be getting declined because of it, without even knowing they have a crap score. Yeah, that's another thing to be worried about for sure. That's like another reason why I think the guy should want to do interviews and want to get his name out there more, to tell people that it's coming. Like I said, this is, I mean, I get it. Some of you guys think I'm like overreacting. I can see why you're saying that because it seems out of nowhere, but I don't think I'm overreacting. I think this is definitely happening. People against Radar Arrow and this add-on are people who expect to be brought to content they don't belong in. I do agree with that, yeah. I do agree with that in general, that most of the pushback is coming from people who are just scared of being judged for being mediocre. But yeah, I mean, like you can look at like what I was definitely surprised at some of my stats. So it's like some of it could be valid. I think it's just like, not ready. Like it could be better. Obviously the damage I expected to be low, but like really surprised by the self-healing thing. The one's confused the hell out of me. Slightly below average only, I guess, at this point. Originally I thought like you want to be 100. But I guess you want to be a 50. You basically want to be a 50. Gilly said the same thing and was complaining about that last night. About people wanting to get in keys they don't belong in. Just to clarify, does this force you to be a sweaty every run? A sweat, I guess, to keep your score up for every run. I mean, yeah, you should be trying your hardest, Do you think what season 2 dungeon gonna be hardest to rely on pugs? Is that your question? Probably the Dawn, or what's it called? The dark one, whatever that one's called, dark flame cleft. I'm a 50 on everything but interrupts. All right, so yeah, you're pretty solid. Valve implemented a behavior score system in Dota 2 when you lose in-game privileges as a result of bad behavior. Do you think this kind of system would be possible / beneficial in WoW? I do think it would be possible. I don't think Blizzard is going to do it. Like, Blizzard has a very, like, they just don't want to police their community that way approach. I'm excited to try this add-on out. I do decent damage, and it'll be nice to see other metrics I'm lacking in. In terms of actually helping you improve, it has substantial benefits. That's really good. But instead, look at this. I was the second best player in the group. That's what they're going to do. I'm so addicted to Plunder Storm Metro. Will you try it? I tried it before. It's not for me. I don't like PvP, really. If they ever did a Plunder Storm PvE mode, where it's like you have like everything as a skill shot and your auto attack is a spell, and it's like, man, it would be really, I'd definitely try it. I did a lot of miss today. Let's try to do a not miss now. I release my rights to that clip for use in the future. Thank you. You can PvE in Plunder Storm. Just do the quest and wander off into the storm. Well, no, you know what I mean. Like, if there was, like, an actual, like, functional, like, almost like a leveling challenge type realm thing where it was, like, content like that as the way you played the game, I think that would be an awesome way to play WoW. People are trying to find a system to prevent bad people from going into your runs. It'll never happen. All it does is make things more toxic and nitpick every detail. I think it definitely can happen, and that's the good thing about this system is that it's going to be. Oh, his name is Young Metro. Anyway, I think it's going to be a good thing. Like we were talking about with Raid Royale, right? This is why we keep talking about Raid Royale, because they created a very incomplete system. They never tried to improve it. They just sat there and just reaped the benefits of that, frankly, mediocre system they created. Got all the publicity, you know, Blizzard bought them out, but they're a name brand now at this point. Never try to innovate, never try to get better at it. And I think people desperately yearn for improvement on it, like, obviously, because a lot of people look at their score as like a marginalization of themselves. Like you hear it all the time where people talk about it as like a credit score and, you know, all the criticisms of that kind of thing and why it's unfair that like the stuff is public and people like you guys may not be aware of this. Like if you only watch this channel and you don't look at the forums, you don't go on Reddit, you don't see these things. This is constant, and it's usually like was said before, it's usually just like kind of casuals who just don't really want to work hard. They don't want to really get better, but you know, at the end of the day, it gets said a lot. And I think, you know, I can see why it's getting said, because, you know, a lot of these people just don't care about the content they're doing, and they think they should be able to get by with just that level of caring, because at one point they were, you know what I mean? But yeah, the storm is coming, I think, so. So Jonkler says, just do content around level, and if your performance isn't good enough, that's on you. Well, I think the problem is right now. Like, so let's put it this way. If this was like retroactively existing, like if you can go back and all of a sudden like every run you ever did was gathered and measured this way, then it'd be fine. Like it'd be one thing, right? But I think right now it's a big problem because we're late in a season. A lot of it seems to be incomplete. And I think, frankly, the person or people who made this do not fully understand what they're ranking. A lot of, like, we looked at some examples before in some dungeons that they're listing as like fails, and it's like, this is not right. You can't do that. That's not how it should work. So like, yeah, there's some concerns with that. But like, the thing is, like, if the season started today and an add-on was out today, it would be a different story because everybody would be starting fresh. But when you're this late into the season, if you're like a fucking six parser, like your shit, like garbage, you know what I mean? Like the worst, how do you continue? Like if all of a sudden every single person cared about it, like we know they will eventually, or we expect they will eventually, how does that person go forward? Like they're really fucked, you know what I mean? Like it's actually kind of a problem. Now it's a problem that they made themselves. They didn't try hard, but they also didn't expect they needed to try hard. You know what I mean? Because up until today, effectively, we're just saying this theoretically, but regardless, up until the day when the event horizon of this add-on became a thing, they didn't feel like Blizzard was telling them they needed to work any harder than they did. Do you understand? Like Blizzard says it's group content. You existed in the group, even though you like basically got carried, you still were part of the team. You get success. Here's your score. You know, that's how Blizzard's system worked. And how also Raider.io's system worked for years, and that's why people thought it was flawed. So that's how it worked for years. And now all of a sudden in the middle of the season, people are like, no, we're doing something different now. So it's a problem for that, you know? But like next season, if it goes well and it hits the ground running and people actually, you know that they need to try, then it's good. And this is a benefit for everybody because now people want to get better. They'll want to care about each and every spell that gets casted, you know, all of this stuff that constantly gets complained about in low keys. It's going to be a lot better now. So that's like saying the people with the gray in raids are fucked forever, but in the end they will still get into groups that just don't look at those things. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, theoretically, we're just talking like theoretically, like assuming every single person in the world cares about this stuff. Obviously not, but I'm just saying, like, that's why people are going to be frustrated with it and going to be upset with it. And that's why I think Blizzard might care about it, because it might be looked at as, it's like, well, hold on a second. We're not, you know what I mean? Like, think about it from Blizzard's perspective. It's like, wait, hold on. We're not judging people like that. You're not allowed to either. You know what I mean? Because if Blizzard, like I said, Blizzard wanted to judge people like that, they would have did this years ago. It's obvious. Like, there's a lot of metrics that are individual about the success in Mythic Plus that they could easily make a bigger deal than they already are. But they never chose to do that. And I think a lot of people look at that as just neglect or negligence or not caring, but I don't look at it like that. I think they had the means to do it and they just chose not to do it, or they intentionally avoided making stuff like that because it is supposed to be team only. Like, it's not ever meant to be anything but a team, and if you were part of the team, then you deserve credit. That's how they look at it, because otherwise they would ban boosting. Otherwise, you know, they would take shit away from people. Like, you wouldn't be able to get the title unless somehow you proved that you deserved it, not just the team you're on, stuff like that. Like, the game would be very different if they cared about it that way. So I think the fact that they don't might mean that this add-on can actually become something that they try to ban or something. Maybe people actually try their best in keys out of fear that people won't invite them. It's a good incentive. I totally agree. And it should exist, like I said. Red Arrow is an incomplete picture. Yeah, we need a better picture. Nobody would use this. Wait, you were playing. I just put a way to queue for Mythic Plus. I can queue for Heroic, for example. I do think a solo queue is coming, and actually, Raphael's been saying that a lot today too. I think it's coming, and I think, like, actually Raphael said that it's coming probably going to be coming because of this. This is going to push the game again into a direction that it's just going to be more and more people asking for solo queue. I have a Metro conspiracy. What if the guy who stole the $500 back then is the guy making WoW OP, and now that's why he doesn't want to speak to us? That would be crazy, but no, that guy is definitely not. Well, maybe, I guess. There's a chance, but... I've never had a problem getting invited to 10s on new alts, even before Red Arrow updates my main. Nice. It's good to hear that, I guess. More gatekeeping is just going to kill the scene more, but if you really think it's a good idea... Yeah, see, it's actually kind of great. Like, we have these strong opinions on both sides, and this is why I'm sure it's going to take off, because anything this controversial is obviously going to be popular, just because it gets talked a lot about. But yeah, the whole gatekeeping thing, I don't like. I don't think it's like, the gatekeeping is not a bad thing. It's you should be allowed to know who you're inviting to your group. Like, if you watch this channel, you know for years I've criticized Red Arrow for not allowing that information, right? Like, I don't want to invite somebody who leaves tons of keys. I want to know that, but they won't give me that information. Now, their defense to that is that Blizzard won't allow us to have that information. Meanwhile, this fella doesn't know when to list. His damage 48. I mean, he's pretty solid, but anyway, yeah, regardless, I don't know. Just kind of going on these tangents, but yeah, that's what, I agree with Faxy's stance on it. Like, to call that gatekeeping is just, I think you're on the side that we were just talking about, where you kind of want to be in keys that you probably don't deserve to be in. His young Metro viewer, he did comment that he had seen the streams before, and he thought it was funny that we have the same name. If you play well and have good scores, you won't be gatekept, right? And that's the point. Like, so that's what I said before. Like, I think the best case scenario here is like a pass or fail situation. Like, I don't like it if people are gonna try to, like, oh, that guy's a 76 instead of a 70, I'm gonna take him, that's really stupid. I don't like that at all. But I think if we're like, all right, well, that guy's a 6, like, yeah, nah, you know what I mean? Like, you know, that doesn't seem wrong, does it? Like, the guy is a 3K player and he's demonstrated that he's actually just being carried reliably. Like, why would you want that guy in your key? That information is needed. That's exactly what's going to happen, though. What? You're talking about what I said about the 70 versus 76? It's an inevitability, unfortunately, because people are stupid, yes. And that's why I want to see the system be the best it can be, and that's why I wanted to contact the person and have an interview with them, and that's why I want to hear their experience, and that's why I want to know how they're going to react to this and how they're going to react to people trying to gamify their own game. Like, I want to hear that from them, but it doesn't really matter. Like, the rest of the the rest of the system is so important that it does need to happen eventually. So, Fame just wasn't out earlier. Well, yeah, that's that's what we were saying. I can't wait to look at Augs. Hopefully, we'll be able to. It's good info. If anything, better players with lower radar IO would have more chances to get invited. That's true too. It could potentially flip the radar IO conversation on its head, and I think that's actually kind of what they were saying. They're hoping that that will be a better way to aggregate and not just on meta and radar IO. I think the difficulty of the dungeons has made people very picky about invites, and opioid will be a new tool for people to be even more picky, and that is their right, because it is hard, yeah. Like, as long as the keystone system works the way it does, I would never expect a group leader to not be picky. It'd be really weird to say that they shouldn't be picky. Sometimes I'll invite a guy with 50 IO more than another guy, but for all I know, 50 IO lower is a way better player. Yes, exact. That's what I've been saying. Like, and that's been a big issue with Radar IO since the day it came out. Like, you can literally buy the key. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no evidence the guy even ran the dungeon. So the score is super flawed. And one good thing about this add-on is, like, it's going to be pretty much impossible to be boosted to that, you know? If you're a 90 percentile player in this add-on, like, you're good. You didn't buy it. Like, there's no way. Because you would see everything about it. It would be clear as day, you know? I still lean towards this just not doing enough. The value is mainly avoiding people that are boosted. That's what I said, yeah. I hope the best case scenario is that it's like a pass or fail. Like, again, that's probably not going to happen because people are stupid and beat off this shit, but best case scenario for us, normal, well-adjusted human beings who want to improve, it's a pass or fail. Like, okay, this guy's good enough. He can come. Doesn't matter how good he is past being good enough. And then this guy is definitely not good enough, so he can't come. That's the way it should be used, and hopefully the way it will be used. And just like the people who leave keys to try to avoid having depleted keys on their radar IO, these people are just idiots. But there will be idiots, obviously. But at the end of the day, just try to not care about them, I guess. They'll just sell carries where they guide you to boost your score. I guess there'll probably be some people who try to do it, but it's like, at the end of the day, it's such a convoluted system, and like, it has to be per level too, you know what I mean? Like, the amount of effort you'd have to be in, like, you'd have to put so much effort in to get boosted. Like, think about that, right? Like, you're putting more effort in to get boosted at this point than just being better at the game. It's almost like, at that point, it's like a paid guide. You're almost like inviting like a Sherpa into the game. Like, okay, I will walk you through being good at the game. It's actually kind of funny, but it's like probably a good thing. The metric can never be accurate. There's too many variables in each group. The interrupts are going to be naturally lower. It doesn't work that way. You're talking about prop pally versus other stuff. Oh, wait, you're saying, like, if the group had a prop pally? Yeah, no, I agree with all that. Like, interrupts is a big one. The big flaw is interrupts, yes. It doesn't need to be fully accurate. Like I said in the video last night, like, it doesn't need to be perfect for it to be valuable, though. It just needs to be good in a way that isn't misrepresenting the situation. If they can make it so it does accurately represent what it means to be a good Mythic Plus pugger and group member, then we win. And even if it's not perfect, it doesn't need to be perfect. But if it's gonna be like this shit where you like are heavily influenced by this add-on and it's actually like really flawed, like you're bopping each other to try to get a higher parse on your, you know what I mean? Like, it can be really, really, really detrimental too. So it just needs to be handled and like made by somebody who actually cares about what they make. And that's why I wanted to reach out to the person. Well, this is the best thing, dude. AUG is getting they're getting exposed, dude. Between the nerfs and then this add-on, AUG is gonna get fucking exposed. Like, I cannot wait to see AUG. Because the one thing that you can say about AUG is that the logs are certainly exposing more of their flaws and showing more of their strengths and weaknesses. And now that this is going to be deeply analyzing the logs themselves, it's like, oh, there's going to be some gray ogs out there, brother. They're going to be 3.1k gray ogs, like 100%. You're going to see them. So this is going to be huge, I think, for that at least. People fighting over who gets to interrupt is better than nobody interrupting it. On paper. I would agree with you on paper, yeah. In theory, no. Or in reality, no. Because then it might mean people don't have interrupts for the next thing. But yeah, on paper, you'd be right about that. Like if we just look at a vacuum, like, okay, we're in a dungeon. Only one spell ever needs to be kicked. It's better if everybody tries to kick it and 4 people miss than 5 people don't try to kick it. That is theoretically better and, you know, objectively better. But the problem is the second kick, you know? So. The whole it's impossible to quantify AUG performance is such a cope. It's just really hard to do it in real time, and now you're going to be able to do it much, much easier. If someone else leaves the key, then you leave. Can the add-on tell the difference? The add-on has nothing to do with leaving. Unfortunately. That's, yeah. As impassioned as we are, you would think it has something to do with leaving and disband rate, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with that. I listened to one of the top AUG's take on the PTR changes, and he said it's still likely going to be meta. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much it's going to change, but regardless, hopefully these culmination of things will give a better landscape for the AUG carry problem. We do need a lever add-on, and that actually would be one of the main things I would like to talk about that guy. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. Because it sounds like they actually have the technology built into their system to differentiate between a failed key and a non-failed key. Like a non-upgraded key versus a completion versus a disband versus a finish and an upgrade key, you know? So I'd be very interested in hearing if they'd be open to expanding what they have there. Because I think that would really, if we had that, then we'd really be in good shape. Then a lot of problems would be solved very quickly. Somebody put the time into making that a thing.
Beware.
I don't think it's that hard to see AUG's performance. Just like at Evermind and Prescience uptime already. From that, like 99% of the time you can see it, if AUG is terrible or not. I don't fully understand the spec very well, to be honest, so I don't really look at it. But I think in general, it's like you can see like pack-to-pack performance pretty easily. Like, okay, everybody's doing well in this pack. I can just look down and look at it, you know? But yeah, I actually agree that AUG is more complex than just buff uptime, and that makes them hard to see in real time. And so, you know, this isn't necessarily going to change it as it's unfolding, but you'll be able to see like, okay, past performances, this guy did not play well. They only have access to what Warcraft Log gives them. How many people log disbanded runs? You don't, like, I don't know why you wouldn't. Like, I think most people just press the button and the log is uploaded. Like, that's it. You're not going to be like sitting out there like cropping out disbanded runs, right? I think there's some people who probably, I know there's a few people who still only upload the log and they don't actually live log it. Which I'm not really sure why, but some people still do it that way. So if, for example, like in your play session, you only had disbanded runs, then you would just not upload that log maybe. But in general, I think it doesn't really matter. Like, there's going to be disbanded runs logged by accident, so. Ironically, they changed the AUG as a buff to Prop Pally because they're the strongest tank. It will make other tanks even more unplayable. Oh, really? Well, I don't think that the thing about AUG that buffs the tank is the survival, right? And we've already seen Prop Pally is actually not the best survival tank right now. Metro make a tutorial on logging keys. Oh, you don't need a video. Like, there's a document on Warcraft Logs that explains every single part of it. I could make a video on that, but that's just like, no, there's a very comprehensive text document on there to help you with that. I haven't messed around with Og yet, so I can't comment too much. Did go from Feral to an Unholy VK, and now I'm learning Affliction. Got it.
Clear the deck!
Run away, little girl.
Having played nearly every spec in the War Within, Og is just boring to play. It's super difficult to tell if you're actually doing good or not. I agree. Compared to every other spec in the game, it's obviously way more difficult.
Our southern wall. Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Barracks.
Uh-oh.
I'll rally the militia and secure the castle.
Heroes, Ashvane's forces are attempting to break through our southern wall. Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Barracks.
Beware.
Like on DPS specs, it's pretty easy. Big damage number, not dying, using CC is easy. And it's just like the way I look at it is like, you're meant to just glance down at it and be like, oh yeah, he's doing well, you know? Where Og, you have to do more than that. You think that's my nephew? That's not my nephew. That's definitely not my nephew.
Beware.
As an Og player, it really isn't hard. Maybe I can't tell percentage uptime, but it's really not a hard rotation. Nah, it's probably not a hard rotation. When I played it, it was actually kind of fun. Og is like all the roles in one. You have to track defensives like a healer, track offensives like a tank, and off heal and do damage. CC, gotcha. I've heard that, yeah. I'm surprised I haven't messed with it much. Gotcha. Yes, it's actually kind of fun. On tank, you just die. On DPS spec, your damage is low. On healer, the team dies. On Og, you can't tell if at all if you made those mistakes. It's a lot more complicated. I agree. And the problem is, I can't tell if they made the mistakes either. That's the big thing. Ugh. I was still arguing about Og. Can we make a guild filled with nothing but DKs that have variation of the name Metro Nice, Metro Mean, Metro Tired? No. What's even being said? What kind of tank looks at nothing and either just lives or dies? There's just an example, like there's a more binary understanding of failure as a tank.
We need your aid. That sea giant is demolishing everything in its path.
Like, you know, if the tank dies a lot, then they're a bad player. Whereas Og, there's a lot more to understand. They were actually agreeing with you. The reason that was brought up was because that you need to be able to do it all as an Og, whereas as a tank, you can get away with not doing it all. Even if you should still do it all, is not relevant. The fact that it's not actually your role at that point was what was being described. Okay. Looks like a cruising, really good ending here, hopefully. Any thoughts on Pirates Downfall? Pirates Downfall. Oh, you talking about this classic shit? I don't even know what it is. People keep asking me, why do, I don't know what this means. I don't know why anybody cares, I guess, is the bigger thing. Dylan, what's up, buddy? Welcome. He ran out of an instance while the rest of his group died and almost died. Was so like really selfish behavior or something? And what, like now everybody's mad at him or something? People are getting butthurt. A hardcore player at 60 didn't want to die. It's kind of odd. Yeah, I don't. That shit is all fake bullshit drama, man. I don't know. Instead of owning up to it, he made a ton of excuses. So yeah. Do these people even play WoW? Like I keep seeing all these names that it's like, what, do these guys even play World of Warcraft? It's about him. It's not about him roaching out of the dungeon. It's about his narcissistic attitude afterwards. Damn. Pirate is the son of a Blizzard developer, really? He's the son of the cinematic director. Whoa, really? I need to spend more time on retail. Lately, I've been having to work on my blood spec for Cat of Death Knight. Our bear tank got banned last week. Gotcha. Sorry to hear about that. He's a tool bag. Oh no. You know that South Park episode, the fat guy that has no life, is based on his dad. Wait, really? That's, I don't know. I don't know that. Oh yeah, OnlyFans shit is. I'm glad Athene, like, I've been following the Athene stuff because I love that dude, but it is such fabricated bullshit. I don't. It's like watching a fucking reality show. His dad was friends with the South Park guy. Damn, that's cool. Didn't know that. People looking for any reason to dog on Pirate because they have nothing else. That's what's really going on. Sounds like people are taking it way too serious, yeah. They're doing a bullshit leveling challenge and making it out to be like some like fucking grand event, and in reality it's just literally just like a fucking way to get views. Like none of, like, I mean, I don't know who that dude is. I guess maybe I was wrong about my initial reaction to him, but it's like I really don't think that guy plays WoW. And if he does, he doesn't do it seriously or with any passion. So I don't know why anybody cares. Yeah, it's like a soap opera, yeah. I just laughed when the rogue in there never once crippling poison slowed the mobs with throwing knife, but went after no blizzards. It's quite comical, no one noticed that. Oh, dude, if you want to watch the worst of World of Warcraft players, go watch the death clips from hardcore. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but these people, like, they look like they actually have never played WoW before in their lives. Me and Alex were watching a bunch a while ago, and it's like these people are like incompetent. Like they couldn't possibly survive these situations. They have no hope of surviving. These situations occur, and they're like, they just start pressing random buttons and doing really weird and nonsense things. Like, it's almost like it's fake. Alex thought they were fake, and I was like, I think these people just fucking suck dick at this game. Like, I think they actually have never played this game seriously before in their life. They've never had a stressful situation in the game come up for them, and they have like zero instincts. Like, that was my thought on it. He thought it was all fake, but it's like, to me, it's just a lack of instincts. Like, when you panic in Mythic Plus, it often causes these failures. And obviously, if you're doing it for the first time ever, you're going to make a fool out of yourself, right? So that's what's going on with these hardcore things. Like, they've only played Classic, joke mode, level fucking takes 8 weeks, and you never face any real danger along the way. And then all of a sudden, your life's on the line, your fucking streaming career depends on it, and, you know, you're in serious stress mode, and you have no way to deal with it. Like, you have just no experience dealing with that whatsoever. So you want to see the worst gameplay ever, go watch those death clips. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. People like literally just sit there and just die. Like, they don't even take action to try to avoid it. I thought OnlyFans was mainly for new WoW players. I mean, I don't think so, considering Soda Poppin', but yeah, I don't know. I think it probably is mostly non-WoW players playing it. A lot of OnlyFans people are 100% new to the game, but it's good because it's bringing new eyes to the game. Yeah. Not the eyes I would want to see brought to the game, unfortunately. Probably good for Blizzard, though. As they were running out, the rogue danced around doing 0 globals for 2 minutes, never slowed them, complained at others saying no accountability. Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but that we watched. I don't even remember who it was, but it was another big name. They died in like Scarlet Monastery. And it's just them talking about dying as it's happening. It's like, wait, are we gonna die here? No. Just run. We're gonna, oh, no, it's fine. It's not even a we're gonna die. Oh my god, it's like literally they're not even pressing buttons. They're just walking. And it's like, you guys are a 5-player group. There's like 10 mobs. You can fucking do something about this. Like, it's really weird. I don't know. That hardcore shit is like ultimate. It's just, I could never be interested in that whatsoever. Doing it on my own would not be interesting, but playing with these people, like, that's why I've been enjoying Athene's videos, because it's like, I know he's mostly fucking around about his skill level, but it's like, it's like so relatable. It's like, if I, as a person who does very stressful and difficult content daily, went to play with these idiots who are just fucking floundering around when stress comes, it would be like, okay, I can't play with you guys. Like, it's just not worth it. Just a total waste of time. Meanwhile, said rogue was flaming the mage for doing nothing and running. So these people like aren't even friends or what? Like, I don't really understand this. I thought it was like all people who knew each other in those guilds. It's not even the case, I guess. Most of the deaths from the veterans are from being too comfortable in WoW. We know that we can AoE farm and get caught up in the bad. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't remember who it was. It was maybe, I don't even remember who it was, but it was somebody that should definitely know. Like, they had played, like, we know they play WoW at some point, you know? I don't remember who it was, but me and Alex were watching them a while back when he was streaming. Again, for that 2-week period. It's literally view-based. Most don't even know each other. It's like 500 strangers in a room. Yeah, that's weird. I can't watch Athene. All he does is beg for crypto on his stream. Well, all I know is his humor and his character, like the Athene character, is like hugely influential on my type of humor, so I will always love that whenever he does that character and goes that, you know, that approach. I will always love it. Zaryu died, Pika died, and now Snoopy. Oh, that's who it was. It was Zaryu. That's who it was. That's like a top PvPer in the world, right? Died in Scarlet Monastery. Just runs. Like, he literally runs. He doesn't sprint. He doesn't use a spell. He just gets hit in the back for like a minute and a half and just dies. It's like, what? Doesn't even make sense. I don't know. I guess that one, yeah, Alex was probably right. That one's probably fake. Yeah, those ones probably are fake, yeah. Do the people quit after they die? Like, what I saw people talking about S-Fan or whatever. Like, he's not even playing anymore, right? Did he just quit after dying?
Don't let this beast eat me. Don't let this beast eat me.
Hey, Game Secret, what's up, buddy? Welcome. S-Fan hates OnlyFans? Oh,
Get this. You have my thanks. Now I'll get this.
takes a month to hit 60?
For some
I mean,
payback.
yeah, 60 is, that's the reason why I stopped playing 1X Classic. It's just too much
Ready to
time, and there's too many pitfalls along the way. Alright, another finished key. Good, we'll take a look at the log. Oh, we got a point. Oh, shit.
Beautiful pet.
1 point.
I tire of this game. I'll reduce Morales to cinders before I allow you to win.
You've done well.
So the Shaman's got the lowest DPS score in the group out of all these people, but he actually was the top damage, so yeah.
Need to put an end to Ashvane's
I think that's just because Shaman's so much more powerful. Oh yeah, that priest has got. Oh no, that's his holy. Forget it. 2 runs only is holy. We did get a point. Yeah, how about that? He hates the content and guild aspect of it. He has the same complaints as you. Oh, that's good. I always liked S-Fan. He came through the same pathway as I did. We both played private servers a ton, and we both actually liked the game, and we liked playing the game in fun ways and engaging in Azeroth. So, even though he's kind of gone in a weird direction since, I have a lot of respect for where he started. How are you going about managing the logs? Companion app? Yeah, just the app, yeah. Metro, get in on the pirate content train. Oh, no, I'm not. I don't make content like that one way or the other. I don't know the guy. I don't care. It's all bullshit. It's probably not even real. Finally, I can log on to WowP. Yeah, it might be working again. Make sure you guys try again if you didn't have it work before. All right, so let's see. That should be automatically updated, right? Pirate is known for copyright striking smaller channels. Oh, really? Ow. No, what's happening? Oh, it's lagging or something now? Well, we can also do it this way. Which isn't ideal, but it can be done this way too. So that is the 2, 4, 6 run. So that should be number 6 on there. Hey, Cop, what's up, buddy? How goes your new opioid addiction? It's actually really good. Alright, there's the run. I told you, he's a tool. You can watch 2 minutes of his content and be like, he's a tool. Logging in doesn't work for me on any browser. Yeah, it's been fucked up. It might be lagging. Yeah, a lot of people are syncing their characters too, yeah. They're crashing the site already, so it'll be popular for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think probably they just have a lot of data computation going on here. Okay, so let's see. All right, hey, Warlock actually, why did he say weak link? What is that comment? He said something about that, didn't he? I don't know, that got brought up in the middle of the key and I missed it or something. But anyway, yeah, the Warlock was the best player in the group, statistically. Let's take a look at everything. The Disc Priest was actually the worst. Oh, look at that interrupt, though. He actually used his spell, so he got a 99.6 That's funny. Yeah, so again, 0 deaths and 0 fails. That's pretty much like all you need. Like if I don't die, then I'm going to be well above average, it looks like. And then damage is always going to be really bad. But I'm still really shocked about... I did a lot better on healing that, or interrupting that time. I tried a lot to try to get a lot more interrupts on that dungeon. Healing per second is just really strangely low. I don't really get that. But again, I think it's just flawed because it's saying the only thing that matters is the actual HPS number, which obviously, like, I don't know, doesn't really matter that way. So it's unfortunate that if these two didn't exist, well, this is fair. This is totally fair. I do very bad damage, but it's not really that bad. I don't get the delta being that high. But anyway, yeah, this one though just doesn't really make a lot of sense. If that didn't exist, it'd probably be like more like 85 or something like that. I guess it's just an average, right? Isn't it average? The actual number? 100 plus 100 plus 22.6 plus 19.9 plus 64.8 divided by 5. No, it's not an average. Okay. Oh yeah, because they're weighted too, right? They said they talked about the weights on the article. 694k is the 50% medium, but that far under 50%. If blood does more damage, does it do more healing as a result? Sometimes, but not often. Will you get the title of the season? No. I can make a Blood Death Knight and can compare mine directly against yours. Yeah, I mean, this is a good thing. Although you can't actually on the website, I don't think. If you're that far under 50%, that seems to be why. Well, I'm just saying it's like the number itself. I think it's just like about the amount of people that do that little damage. There's probably a lot less people because the number itself is not that low. But anyway, yeah, so pretty much as a tank, just don't die at all and you're going to be very successful on this. And yeah, just try to interrupt as much as possible, and then I guess try to focus more on offense maybe. And in terms of healing, we can continue to see that damage per second is like, yeah, discontinues. This is the first time we looked at Siege, so discontinues to be well above average in terms of actual DPS at this level. And this guy did not very well compared to other Disc Priests, but he did so much better than the roll median, so that's pretty crazy. 23% of the roll median, but bad compared to other Disc Priests. But then interrupts, the complete opposite. Most people barely interrupt at all, it looks like, as a Disc Priest, and this guy actually got a few, so that's pretty good. He actually got a lot, I guess. And then heavy fails, though, pretty bad there. We had 2 heavy fails and 4 deaths per hour. But then the Warlock crushed it. I don't know if it was mostly the damage. Not really. It's just 0 mistakes, effectively. And then they did a good amount of interrupting compared to other Warlocks. And then the damage per second was, it was definitely higher. Warlock is slightly above average. Very, very close to the median. I keep saying the average, but the median. Slightly above median. And he did even better than that. And then this fella actually did better than we thought he did. Even though he was, well, he was the top damage, but he did have a lot of deaths, I think. They only credited him with 1 heavy fail. That's interesting. And then interrupts, a very well handled interrupter. Let's see the actual interrupts on details. Interrupts. So yeah, 19 interrupts. That's pretty good for that guy. But yeah, everybody was pretty solid. Nobody really got carried, I would say. I mean, the priest, I guess, but it's mostly just because they died a lot, I guess, or died a few times that were pretty bad or something. And then I guess the other damage was weak. That one's a bit of a stretch. Did you say earlier you looked up Yoda? Yeah. Does it say what the heavy fail is? No, that's not something I could figure out. At least maybe it says it somewhere, but I don't know where it would say it. It does say what qualifies as a heavy fail. So example, Siege of Belarus. Here's things that we consider as heavy fail. Dying to broadside, I guess. Or I guess even if you get hit by it and don't die, I don't know. Iron volley. That's, oh yeah. Who died to that? Somebody died to that. Wasn't that the shaman? So that's his one heavy fail probably, because I'm pretty sure he died to that. Sighted artillery, burning tar, gore crash. What is gore crash? That's the boss AoE. Heavy ordnance. I don't even know what these mechanics are. Are these wowhead links? Oops. Yeah, they're wowhead links. But it doesn't really help you when you look at it. There's a lot of stuff. Wow. Slobber knocker. We know that one. I just don't know, like, if you die to it or if you survive it, does it still count? This looks like the heavy fails were all determined by hand. Yeah, they definitely were. Yeah. And that's what you were saying before. Like, some of them are not. They're not. Like, it just depends on if you die to it, does it count? Because if not, then that's stupid shit. It's really stupid. Oh, this guy replied, I'm working on answering your questions. Might take a day or two since I want to give full answers to everything and explain our thoughts about everything as good as possible. Great. Till then, we've created a Discord server. It's a bit empty at the moment, but we'll post updates and everything. Oh, I'm going in there, 100%. A bit empty at the moment. 2 members. You were right. So the heavy fails are the easily avoidable mechanics, I'm guessing. Theoretically, that's what they should be. We were looking at Mist before, and there's a couple examples that are like not really that good of things to be on there, but I think these stats for tanks are pretty useless unless you compare only to your own spec. Yeah, that's what the add-on and website do. 2 things I was confused about. How is it calculating the heavy falls, and is it doing interrupts in general, or are they weighted? Weighted. I don't know what that means, but yeah, the heavy falls are just basically, I think, if you get hit by these mechanics, it considers it. Do you know anything about the AI blockchain technology? Yes, I am a level 3 grandmaster in blockchain guruism. Can you drop the link in here? For the Discord, I won't publish. That's their thing if they want to publish that. They just invited me to it so we can keep in touch easier. I'm sure you'll hear about it shortly. Yeah, that's funny. Just me in there. Me and the dev. You must complete a few steps before you can talk. I have read and agreed to the rules. Yeah, I don't think it's public yet. You a comment in there. Rasbara, welcome. This can be huge if the DUR listens to you, especially for the Pug community. Well, I don't want to try to influence the way they make it. I just want to hear more about what their thoughts are, just to make sure that we're on the right page. Good evening from the UK. Just got home from work, ready to watch. Sweet. Yeah, we got a little bit of time left. I got to go and I got one more key basically, and then I got to go. So let's get one more in. Wouldn't mind a Dawnbreaker. We haven't done Dawnbreaker yet today. No Dawnbreakers though. Sign up to the 14. Okay, so you can kind of see like, right, like, okay, this guy's like, you know, what do you guys think? You think he's a good player? Like, a little below average. I mean, I think the damage one is the one that stands out the most. Because, like, you would think that that one is, like, surely the one that could be potentially the most, like, it's definitely going to be right. You know what I mean? You can't really say, like, oh, okay, that guy's damage is low on average after 15 runs. He's, what could you say about it? It's his job. It's a damage dealer. You know what I mean? it's really not that one's I think the one that should be the most upfront and noticeable. Like, so then we see this guy, right? He's only got 3 runs, but some of these, like, okay, and then so you see a guy like that, right, where it's like, oh, all right, that guy's definitely a better damage dealer than average, but I mean, I think above average is good no matter what, so one way or the other. But it's like, I think if you see somebody who's got like a really high damage score but like only kind of average or maybe even below average at the other stuff, then you kind of know, all right, I kind of can figure out what we're getting ourselves into here, you know? Hey, Deguino, long time no see. I think the problem with this new system is that it depends on uploading logs. Saw a 3400 healer last night with 50 average score, so can't really trust that. Well, no, the score is based on the keys, yeah, so it doesn't have anything. I don't know how exactly, because it doesn't seem obvious with the add-on. But they did make it clear that the score is based on the key. So it's not like him being 3400 has nothing to do with the score. How can you see damage and mechanics score? Is that new? We're talking about a whole new add-on here. It's called wowop.io is the name of the website, and the add-on just wowop. I think this add-on makes more problems than it solves. I don't. What are the okay, like, elaborate on that. What do you think it solves, and what do you think it makes a new problem? Like, what are the cost benefit ratios in your head? I hate this dungeon, Siege Brawlers. Yeah. This one's become a pretty good one for us. Now, you know what the next step is, right? Well, not necessarily the next step, but you know what an end game step is? That website and all that info pops up in the game. Because it's cool to go out to the website and take a look at it and stuff, but it's like, yeah, this is pretty crucial. I feel like this info, really crucial. So having to go to the website, it's like, yeah, I think a lot of people probably won't do it. Mainly, how much of a pain would it be to keep updated? I don't use Radar add-on for that exact reason. I mean, if you don't like updating your add-ons every day, then yeah, I guess it's kind of a pain in the ass. But it doesn't need to be, like, I really do think the add-on is shit. Like, I don't think the add-on, I really, they could just make the add-on personal, and it would probably be better. I think this, what we just showed here, this is like 11 out of 10. This is one of the best things that's ever existed in the game. Is Faxi on the queue? Yeah. Ooh. Oh, it's only 1 run, though. He's probably too busy watching Tom Brady highlights or something like that, so his damage was low. What's the add-on that links your health card to your PC so I can verify that someone's fat ass won't have a heart attack mid-run? I don't think that exists currently, yeah. I think a first endgame step would have to be to have the website stop flashing and let me log in. Yeah, be careful. It's like going to crash your browser. It was like going nuts. I don't know why. I haven't done this on 13. How would it know that? That I don't know. I don't understand that part. That I don't know. It says, like, they are saying the words that make you believe it's something to do based on the current. I don't know how it works at all. It doesn't make sense, and I thought the add-on would make it make sense, but it doesn't still. You didn't invite him anyway. Okay, last key of the day. And maybe last key of the week. I did want to get on the PTR. I was planning on getting on the PTR this morning when we started the stream, but the PTR does not function for some reason, so we did not. But if it does work tomorrow, I want to be on the PTR, so. Are you going to stay Blood for Season 2? I'll be staying Blood for Season 22. I ain't switching. Ever. Okay, so we got overall 54, overall 87. That Paladin, wow. 5 runs. You can kind of see it, right? 5 runs, 100 out of 100 for mechanics. That's really good. Overall 87. His damage is exceptional, and his interrupts are exceptional. Frankenberry, solid. 75 overall. A little rough on interrupts, but other than that, good. And then Haskstenian, a little weak on interrupts. That's a shaman. That's probably going to be a problem. But other than that, exceptional damage dealer. and well above average on most things. And then, yeah, really the weak link. But I think it's a bit unfair because the self-healing thing is definitely dragging it down when that doesn't even really make sense. So that one should just probably be gone. I don't know what the survivability number is, but self-healing and survivability should be the same thing, right? And my survivability is quite high. Now pay attention to those numbers because the next time we log on, it's going to be different. So I'd be eager to see. My interrupt should go way up now that I'm like thinking about the number mattering. I already had a couple good interrupt keys, I think. Unfortunately, it looks like they only tested it for Chrome. What, the website? No, it didn't work. We used Chrome, and it didn't work before either. It has nothing to do with the browser. The specific issue Cobb is experiencing is a browser thing. Oh, what did he say? No, that happened to me too. That's what I'm saying. It happened on Chrome. I was on the stream. You use Opera GX, so would that impact it any? You mean like you're an opera singer? I don't think it has anything to do with singing. If so, I'd be very eager to hear like how many other Blood Death Knights sing a lot, right? Ah, there's Wormy. Welcome. Good luck today. Thank you. We've actually been very engaged in the WoW OP add-on thing that we've been checking out, but Wormy is the cake bread priest from the run that we uploaded and went through last week, and we had a great chat, and yeah, very productive chat. So good to see you. I hope you're well. Opera isn't Chromium based, so no.
With any luck, we'll drive this
I will keep trying. I'm eager to get this to work. Yeah, basically I think once you log in once, you're good. So just maybe just try it late at night or something and you'll probably be fine. I wonder if it stopped, like if I stop a spell like that with my like grips and stuff, does that count as interrupting? I don't know. The website is linked to Battle.net, yep. Thoughts on the courtyard before first boss? I have so much trouble with that bit of this dungeon. It's hard, yeah. The mobs do a lot of physical damage. I missed my kick there. That's it. I'm gonna leave. My score is too important. Only here to raise my interrupt score at this point. Stop kicking. I'm trying to kick. I'll kick. Since the priest had interrupts, it probably counts CCs too. It definitely does. I just don't know if it counts things that can only be interrupted or things that are just tasks that can't be interrupted. I assume it's probably everything. Great. I hope they add weights to kickable spells so that people won't farm non-important ones. The idea of them farming it is a big concern for me. I think we're very far away from that being a reality, but it will, if things catch on the way we expect them to, it will become a problem. Did paladins get nerfed? No. I don't think there was any class changes or anything recently. Oh, that guy, see? That fucking guy, he kicked my spell. Brother, I'm kicking. I'm gonna kick him out of the group, lol. I'm trying to pad. Stop killing the mobs so fast. I can't kick. I would have to count stuns and displacements. It does definitely do that stuff. I saw them specifically reply about Ring of Peace. Picking any spells a boon. It is outside the GCD. Using the interrupt, yeah. That's why I've always had trouble with it, though. It's because Death Grip is part of the GCD, so. They're really going for that damage score. Yeah, well. They better chill out. Yeah, we need to just farm one pack over and over again. See, got to the pack first, so I get my kick first. What is this? I don't know how this keeps getting aggroed anymore. It's like that old Asmongold video where he's like teaching people how to like be the best parser on the backs of other players, like fuck other players over to get better parses and stuff. I've never noticed. Do people usually hero at the start? Yeah, the second pull usually, yeah. I wonder how it treats upgrades versus completions and disbands. Disbands are not scored. They do still have the metrics that we've been looking at, but you do not get a score for them. And completions and disbands, or completions and upgrades, are treated equally, it seems. No changes. As long as you finish the dungeon, you get score. Which is a bit of a thing that I don't know about, but we'll see how it plays out. Now imagine this scenario. Key's over, but you now have 10 minutes left. You go pad stat. Oh, I'm gonna do that, yeah. Oh shit. That's a great idea. Just like get all the bosses killed and then just like go around fighting trash and interrupting them over and over again instead of killing them. 99th percentile, boys. Is a double or triple upgrade scored? No, it doesn't seem to have anything. Like I said, it's not even just about key. Like, it doesn't matter as long as you finish it. Nothing matters other than finishing it. Parse drafting, stand close behind a pumper so that you can gain some of that pump as well. Oh, that's an interesting idea as well. Might not work. Surely the logging stops when the key completes. Oh yeah, he was saying like, yeah, don't finish the actual dungeon part of it, yeah. Leave the last boss alive. Yeah, you can just leave the boss alive maybe, yeah. Since it's all per minute, though, you have to be like really tactical with it, because if you spend too long, it's like actually going to be harmful. You need to be like efficient. Every second in the dungeon, you have to be interrupting something. I'm always looking for the next mob to interrupt. Like this double cleaver spawn is horrible because you can't interrupt them. Powder shot. Yeah, time to interrupt. Keep fucking gripping this mob. Don't kill it! These fucking idiots killing this shit. It's noobs, dude. They don't know. Alright, the tank route is shit. He didn't pull enough casters to kick. Oh, that's great. That's really good. Come on over here and get fucking gripped. Look at this mob getting gripped. I'm gonna stun it. Stunned it. Boom. Yeah, we can go grab trash and bring it with... Oh, that's a great idea. We should have did that. That's funny, but I think it would be good for people to focus on interrupting. Yeah, in general, I agree. I'm just fucking around. I do that anyway. I'm a total fiend for interrupts. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm surprised your initial reaction to this was negative, because you're like the perfect example of this. You're playing like a super non-meta spec. People constantly discount you for that, but in reality, you're an incredible mechanical player, and you're totally dedicated to being a team player. So if anybody was going to benefit from an add-on like this, it'd be you. Or a situation, whatever you want to say, like a website, add-on, etc.
I'll remove the rest of this filth.
Wonder if the WoW add-on could. Oh wait, Venruki had a video about PvP add-on that basically had a public and private version. Private version where the guys pre-made dodge. Oh, they're pre-mades basically. Wonder if the WoW add-on could also be corrupted that way. I don't know what that means. Oh my god, Metro Gorfiends and Slappy Hands is why your score is so low. It's definitely hurting the damage, yeah. I don't know about Slappy Hands interrupting that many things, but yeah, Gorfiends would help definitely. The new -1 in chat is for Miss Kicks, like they do Miss Cannon Minion in League. Oh, really? This guy, you're losing. That's one major fail, brother. One major fail. One heavy fail. You're down already, brother. Gamer down. Heavy fail. Yep. Hey, I'm one. Oh, there's Alrisha. Sweet. I'm so glad to see you here. We've been talking about your add-on and project all day. I just opened your stream and heard you talking about our add-on. I have a few minutes. Do you have any questions about how everything works? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to just go back in the question I sent you, or maybe you aren't the person I sent it to. I don't remember. But yeah, if you want to just take one of the questions and just answer it. Or did you mean you wanted to hop in Discord, or? Because I will make time for that 100%, but. Yes, we've been discussing it all day, though. Very, very heavily interested in this as a pugger and somebody who's been around the block on the pug scene for this long. Getting those kicks. Joking about that too, obviously. Paintball method engaged. That'd be funny. Jambo messaging me. I thought it was somebody important. I heard you talking about playing the key longer to farm interrupts. The metric worked based on a timer, so playing a dungeon longer doesn't really do it, as it's take the time into account. Yeah, it was mostly a joke, to be honest. We're just making a joke out of it, but that's good to hear that you've already considered that for sure, because that's the big concern I have is that people are gonna start wrapping their heads around this in such a way that they're gonna like identify their personality based on it. You know what I mean? Like that's why I asked a question about the Radar IO and how much experience you have knowing like what happened with their project, because you know it started as just like a thing and then it became this thing where people now like totally attach their profession and all identity they have on their character to it, and I think it's very, very unhealthy if that happens. Now it's inexorably like you're not going to be able to stop that on its own, but I just, as long as you're aware and you're potentially going to monitor how it works, then I'm happy, because I think when it becomes like that pervasive where everybody's just like playing the game just for these things, like obviously now at this point Radar IO score is like the #1 reason why people do keys. Like they don't finish keys, they don't look to do keys that aren't for score. Like people constantly come in. Did we just aggro the boss? People constantly come in here asking like, why are you doing this key? You don't need it for score, you know, like as if there's no other reason to play the game. It becomes really bad, I think, for everybody, and I think Radar IO did a very poor job kind of getting out ahead of that and expecting it, and to the point now where it's just too far gone. Like now the game is like it's totally impacted by it. Like you can't think about Radar IO, or you can't think about Mythic Plus and not think about Radar IO. And I can easily see your add-on and website that being the case. Good news, right? I'm sure you want that, but it's also going to mean like, you know, heavy is the crown kind of thing. Like with great something comes great responsibility thing, whatever the quote is. You should aggro before you pull the caster so it counts as a kick. Yeah, I mean there's lots of ways to game it, I think. Currently, players who do not have the add-on are being tracked and graded without their knowledge. Will there be any way to opt out of being tracked by WoW OP? I do think there's a way to go private on logs. I don't know how that factors in. I know people talk about it all the time. Blizzard like basically had to add it because people were basically saying their like identities were being used without their consent or some bullshit. The log itself, but so like if you're in the group with me and I'm logging it, there's no way for you to be protected against it. You shouldn't want it. I mean, I get why everybody asks about it, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. People should just embrace getting better at the game. I do think progression is not related to raid or arrow. It's just in the nature of the content. Progressing means you try to do higher keys. Yeah, but I mean, like, you can't, like, you know, they're totally eclipsed. Like, raid or arrow and Mythic plus progression are inexorably connected at this point. I think the raid or arrow score has many flaws. I'm not sure if our add-on can replace the score because we intend to focus on the range of 8 to 13 and 14 where most people pug keys. That's fucking amazing to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that out loud. Yeah, no, and you don't even need to try to replace it. In fact, I think that's the best thing about it is it's going to work very in tandem with it. Like, it sounds like it's the perfect kind of combination of things. Like, if you have both, it's really, really, really good. Because we were talking about this before, but, like, if the person has, like, a high, you know, whatever, OP score, and they have a low raid or IO score, that might be indicative of somebody who's, like, very much worth your time to invite. Because they are, you know, playing well above their weight class, basically, you know. It's not really possible to rate keys above or for organized groups or really high keys because there are other things that matter there. Another great thing to hear you say that. I'm really happy to hear you say that. We were looking at some of the top players, though, and it does seem like the add-on is trying to do it. So I guess there's probably no way to stop the add-on from trying to do it, but maybe that will cause confusion or something that's worth considering. I would love to know how far back this add-on tracks your logs. It seems like it's maybe like there's a time limit too, but it's like only your last 15 runs. Is that how that works? Is there any plans on expanding the number of 15, or is that like maybe a technical limitation, or I guess how did we come to 15? Because I spent like 2.5 hours uploading all my logs. I normally never log keys, but after I heard about this, I was like, oh, well, now I should definitely upload them all. I spent like hours last night uploading them all. And then I logged on today and realized, like, oh, it's actually not. That was like a total waste of time. Not that I mad or anything, but it's just, yeah, it could, I think, maybe it's also a good idea to do it that way, though, because you don't want to be, like, looking at keys from, like, months ago when you're under geared and stuff. I'm concerned about how your add-on addresses specs and builds. I personally play a spec that's different from most Windwalkers, and I'm curious if you parse different ways of playing the same spec. Yeah, and I guess like a more broad question could be just, is there any idea about hero talents? Like, considering like hero talent, especially for tanks and healers, could be wildly different. Like, even just interrupts, but I think mostly defense and offense. Like, oh shit, heavy fail. Heavy fail, guys. That's gonna be a wipe. I did not mean to pull that.
Beware.
Yeah, definitely might be a decent idea to try to look at hero talents too. But there may not be enough logs or something for it. I don't know. Maybe that's a problem.
Beware.
Oh no.
Beware.
Oh, it's still in purgatory. There's just too many friggin' bananas. We're getting carved up. Now we're purgatory. Don't think we're surviving this, but somehow still kind of going here. Keep walking into more bananas. Fucking bananas, man.
Beware. Beware.
Okay. Got to it. The number 15 is just something we came up with to not have too big of a sample size. To have too bad key influencing your score for a long time. Okay. It's probably a good number. I don't have any like major complaints with the number.
Beware. Beware.
Cool Tip is turning me into a bigger asshole, judging everyone standing around Dornagal. Before I was just flexing IO. Now you're great parsing mechanics and interrupts. Yeah, and I think there's some, you know, there's concern that that's going to be a problem. But I think ultimately the goal is to just get more information, which it should exist. Like, it really should. There's so many people out there who just get carried, and it's going to be hopefully easier to see that now. I wonder if the devs are planning on playing PTR to have heavy fall information on patch launch. Yeah, they had a whole thing on about what they plan on doing for launch, and I assume getting ahead of that conversation for Season 2 is going to be a requirement for the add-on to work. Because otherwise, I guess there'd just be time where there's no way to calculate score if you're not prepared for it launching. But if you're still here, I guess one question that I would love to have answered, just no matter what, just an easy, quick question, is like, what motivated you to want to put all this time and make this? Was there something specifically that you thought we should do this and this is how we should do it? That would be one great question to answer. I gotta run after this key, but as a healer, I like that we'll be able to see the healers who aren't doing damage and are helping out interrupting. Yeah, the damage part on the healing is definitely, it's beneficial in that way. I've been talking a lot about it because I think it's like a really good system to have as like a pass or fail system. Like, basically, like if you're well below average, then you know that person is going to be a problem. And if you're above average or better, then it's just like, oh, perfect. Like, that's a good invite, you know what I mean? I just hope that people won't like judge it like to the nth degree. Like if it's, we said like 76 versus 70. Like I don't think that's like hugely statistically different, you know? So you should not be like worrying about that granularity of it. But I know people are obsessed with that kind of stuff, so they'll probably do it regardless. If Blizzard decided to remove add-ons from World of Warcraft, many players would have to rethink their approach to the game. I mean, if Blizzard decided to remove add-ons, Blizzard would have to rethink their approach to the game, so I don't see that happening. It's just really not. And I know a lot of people like talk about it and think it's going to happen or something. It's just not happening. Add-ons are not going to be removed from the game. There's way too many like UI and small add-ons that like people love and hugely like the game is because of that. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's zero chance. I agree. Try it in Classic maybe. Oh, there we go. We started on how we can help people get better in Mythic Plus. We know many people that just don't like playing Mythic Plus and therefore not knowing much about the dungeons. Okay, interesting. And then so what segued it into this like public add-on and all that? Because I really, we talked about this in the video last night, but I really like the idea of it helping people. That's like a 10 out of 10 smash home run kind of thing, you know? But then there's some concern with some of the other stuff, like and people judging each other and all that. But I think if it was just like purely a kind of like a WoW analyzer type thing where you just look at your own personal performance and use that for your own benefit, it would be, oh my god, the best thing. Like we were looking at the website and like, yeah, it's insane. Like, oh my god, that tool on the website, I've been looking at this here where you're able to analyze the run as soon as it happens. Like, oh my god, that's one of the best things I've ever seen in WoW. So stuff like that is really good. People misunderstood what Blizzard said. They aren't talking about removing add-ons entirely, but scaling it back and what add-ons can do. Yeah, they were talking about potentially like making it so like DBM and add-ons like that. Maybe weak ores probably in certain raids and certain circumstances aren't going to work, but They're certainly not going to be removing LVUI or something like that, or like better, or like Bagnon, or things that like what's the point in them removing them? That has no impact on much at all. Someone like me definitely needs the extra help. I raid mainly. Yeah. Well, I think like what we showed today, and I'll be making a video and cutting this up into clips for the channel this week. Oh my god, it is so good. The actual like instant analysis of the website is the best thing. Like I'm head over heels with that. That was the initial idea on how it's guarded. We started thinking about how we can do an automatic analysis on dungeons and show people stats and things they can improve on or how they died. Well, yeah, I will again reiterate, like the website, 10 out of 10. Smashed it out of the park. Unbelievably, love that. Love that. Really love that. The pirate guy, more evidence for him being a tool. He made his guild raid without add-ons. Oh, so does he actually play WoW normally then as well? Oh, he actually plays live WoW too. What is it? Does he only raid or score or anything like that or what? 638, that's cool. I don't know how I never heard this guy.
Welcome here.
Forcing people to play without add-ons would only improve their skill, would it not? He's just saying that, like, if you're not allowed to use any add-ons, it means you're not even allowed to, like, customize your game and stuff. It will definitely be more beneficial for newer players that don't know how to read logs. Yeah, it's a much simpler, but unfortunately you do need the log, so somebody has to log it. So even though you can't read it, you're going to need to set them up one way or the other, which might be a bit of a problem for people. It only compares you to other priests, so the overall number should be lower than other classes, and interrupt is any CC that stops a spell. Oh yeah, quick question on that too. So does it count, like, you know how there's spells that can't be interrupted with, say, Mind Freeze, like an actual regular interrupt, but can be stopped, like it's that gray bar, you know what I mean? Like it can be stopped with stuns and stuff. That counts? Or is it actually only spells that can be interrupted, and then just also interrupting with things that aren't interrupts as well? I assume it's everything, but just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, it definitely counts stops. They did say that already. Well, on the I think on the post that we read last night. Another successful run, hopefully coming up here, and then we can take a look at the log again. Although timer's kind of tight. I feel like there's a lot of add-ons that lower the barrier of entry to the game, but also raise that high-end skill cap. Oh, really? That's that right now. I got a phone call coming in.
Beware.
It counts also spells that are not interruptible with kicks, but we were working on making it better for season 2 to not count every spell, but only ones that should get interrupted. Oh, that's interesting. All right, cool. That's very cool. I'll be eagerly following that progression. Yeah, because like we were kind of joking about it, right? Obviously, you joined at that point, like. It does sound like there's going to be a lot of potential abuse with the interrupt situation, because there's a lot of spells that can be kind of farmed for kicks, or also ones that, like you said, aren't even needed to be, like they don't even do real damage or anything. And then my concern with interrupting is, in general, that like if you encourage everybody to just interrupt on cooldown, then you're going to end up having a lot of overlaps, and a lot of people are going to be missing their actual core kicks. So, yeah, there you go. So you ready? Yeah, you have very well understood. Like, yeah, this is very encouraging. I'm really glad to see that. You seem to understand the actual problems. We're all excited. I know not everybody is, but I think most people who pug a lot, and it sounds like your focus even is on pugging especially, something like this is sorely needed, and we're all waiting with bated... Oh, what the hell? Accidentally minimized the game. Anyway, we're all waiting with bated breath to see what the outcome ends up being. Okay. 3 minutes for boss. Won't be upgrading this one. 13 deaths. Yeah, that middle pack really fucked us. Shambo Whisperer. Season of Discovery, Phase 7. Huh?
No hope of defeating me. Allow me to demonstrate.
I believe people are worried Blizzard is... Oh, God.
That gate has fallen.
Heavy fail.
Reach the
I believe Blizzard are worried people are designing content based on people's potential while using add-ons like DBM, effectively making it a more difficult mechanic. Yeah, no doubt.
Enjoy your hollow victory, fools.
So I need to go now. Have a nice stream. I'll try to have all your answers in detail ready in the next 1 or 2 days. No rush at all. You've immediately convinced me that this is going to be really good. So take your time, and yeah, I thank you a lot for joining. It means a lot. I'll be in the Discord and definitely following any updates there. Bonk. Oh, nobody died there. That's surprising.
Get this thing off me!
Looks like we're in good hands. I'm really happy about this.
Let this beast eat me!
Please don't die. I want to see the key finished. We have no battle reses right now.
Let this beast eat me!
Very encouraging. Yep.
This thing off me! Get this thing off me!
Okay. Stabilized on that front, at least.
Off me! Get this thing off me! You have my thanks. Now I'll get this cannon prepped for some payback.
I love that he reached out to you. That's a great sign. Oh yeah. Well, I reached out to him, to be fair.
Good to go.
But yeah, I'm glad that he showed up. That's so cool. It's really, 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 really good. Like, literally just those few comments sent today has, like, totally helped me feel very confident about this moving forward. And then he's actually saying that he's going to, like, spend time trying to give the best answer he can to the questions I asked. Like, this is so cool. This is exactly what we want. Somebody who actually, like, cares about the product they're creating and wants to make it the best they can be and cares about the people they're making for. And probably the biggest win of all this was the fact that they said, like, oh yeah, we're focused especially on puggers and we're not going to be able to judge the top groups. That's, like, crazy. Like, oh my god, that's, like, the best thing that could have been said, actually. Give it a month or so before I try the add-on. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to change a lot in the coming months as well. My only concern was really the interrupt thing, and that sounds like they're head in the game for that too already. So it's like, I don't know that I even really have much feedback. But I guess I should have probably mentioned the self-healing thing as tanks. Other than that, I don't think there's really any concerns I have. Do people even bring health potions? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really ever make my own group, so I have no need to download it. Yeah, fair enough. Just out of curiosity, that's like, I feel like it's, I like seeing it, I like observing, you know, what's going on in the group and the group members as well.
Give me a second to get this cannon working.
As a monk, I chuck them, chug them probably.
Cannon's good to go.
Why? Is there some
Turn
reason
that
for it?
beast into chaff.
You mean as a brewmaster, maybe? You're, oh shit, you're constantly low.
Beware.
Well, I think we're at the finish line. As long as we kill this tentacle, it's over. Then we'll take a look at the run. And then I gotta go. Then I gotta run. Dead again. 2 dead. But mob is almost dead. Oh, and they onk too. Perfect. I had a problem with Stonewall groups lately. I'm debating if I want to get on to farm what I need from them. Oh yeah, you're still looking for gear from there? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't bother. I wouldn't go out of my way farming gear at this point. Remember when this boss would spawn more tentacles? Yeah, totally a mess back in the day, right? It's like a hard DPS race, as well as a very damaging and survival-oriented fight. BFA, some of the bosses in BFA were just wild, just titanic. Alright, just getting a little more gear on the Warlock. Wanted a different feel than my Death Knight. Sweet. I hope you have fun and enjoy it. As a player, my experience playing World of Warcraft without add-ons for over 10 years has led me to approach the game in a completely different way. Without the convenience and support of these tools, I had to develop a deeper connection with the game, learning to observe even the smallest details and interpret the visual and auditory cues it provides. And do you feel like there's a reason for you to want to do that, though? Like, don't you feel like having to put that much extra effort in is making the game harder for you?
Addon's good to go. Turn that beast into chow.
Alright, great success.
Go, my beautiful.
Even though we didn't upgrade it.
I tire of this game.
Got the cloak, we got the chest too.
You
Yeah, it's really just hindering yourself, yeah, unfortunately. It seems to always break down in that direction.
Not out of danger yet.
I don't really see a way otherwise.
You're ready to put an end to Ashvane's fleet.
Oh, there's a fourth person in the Discord now, and they're posting about the login bug. Yeah, it's a big issue, for sure. Alright. You definitely benefit from player. Yeah, there's like no reason not to do it. Why do you all need add-ons? I cleared a delve last night without any add-ons. Alright, let's go and take a look at that. And yeah, one more and then we're gonna get off. Oh, I gotta get that on the sheet though before we forget. Yeah, see, we forgot the last one too, didn't we? See, I was so busy looking at this stuff that I didn't put the last one on the sheet. Right? Yeah. Pause of this. This is good. Okay, so Siege 13, that was an upgrade. Or completed one. The previous one had a Dix Priest, enhance, Ret. Well, I need to go to the end. Enhance, Ret, and Industrial Warlock. And then the completion had a Mistweaver, Enhance, Rat, and Arcane. Very similar. Alright, and then quickly, I'm kind of running out of time now, but let's quickly take a look at the log real quick. See the results. That's the second one. We need a second one, right? Where's the second one? There it is. Just missed timing Grimmatul 12 with last boss at 2%. Oh no. Every interruption and every crucial moment has to be mentally recorded or even documented to improve my performance over time. This approach requires patience, dedication, and absolute focus. Yeah, what is this? Copy pasta or something? We had a friend whose name was Rusty, and he was the same way until we convinced him to get weak ores. Blockface, what's up, man? Long time no see. How you been? Do you need to upload the log, or does the run get itself logged? No, you do need to do logging, like with the old client, like the Warcraft Logs client. The new add-on does nothing for that. Okay, so let's quickly take a look. Oh boy. That's a bad number there, right? 16. We don't like that number, do we? 16. So that guy got carried, but I mean that wasn't a very good run, so it's hard to judge. Best player in the group by a mile, boys. No, I know it doesn't really matter like that, but We did have a couple deaths, so I lost a lot of points for that. Yeah, the mage's his overall damage was horrible, I guess. Over 1 million overall only. So 5. He got 5, and then he had 2 heavy fails. How many did we have? We had no heavy fails. Well, we definitely had more than 0, but same guy who did one of the hardest bosses in the game history with a wrench on. Yeah, seriously, one of the hardest healing fights ever. The UI definitely needs to make discovering the heavy fails much easier. That's a good point. Maybe I'll give feedback on that. Since there's a Discord, might as well. Website feedback. Oh. Okay, I have to make a post to do that. If possible, expand the heavy fails section to explain specifically what the failures were in the reports. Oh. Post. Good. Can I look myself up on this? It has to be from log runs, yeah, but you can look yourself up. You just need to be able to log in first, or have logs, I guess, to do it. Because you can also this key is like the log itself. Like if you go to the log, it's the same key or whatever. You'd say they're the same. So you can just type this in and then it'll automatically open the report. I don't know that that's like the way they want it to be navigated, but the way you're meant to navigate is you go to your characters once you sync it all up, and then all the logs, the recent logs, I guess, especially are here. And if you go to view details, it'll also show you, like you can look at only the completed ones. I don't know what the point of having the depleted ones are, but I guess you can also look at that. Very long time. Don't work nights anymore, so there being on the other side of the world thing gets in the way. But still enjoy watching your video. Well, sweet man, glad to see you, man. The Addon metric seems to need a lot of optimization. I agree, and you know the guy was just in here, and it sounds like he has a really good head on his shoulders for that. So hopefully it's gonna go well. I got to run though. We did end on a strong note. At least 3 finished keys. So we'll be back tomorrow, one way or the other. I think if the PTR is working, we'll be doing that. And if not, then I guess just more live keys. I don't know what's going on with the PTR. So thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being a big part of this conversation today. It seems I'm really, really, really optimistic now. I'm going to watch the high school basketball game, but I'm not going to be playing or anything. But yeah, hopefully it's going to be optimistic. Hopefully optimism is high. So see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.